Keeps control for Thompson. Pass receiving's wide open underneath on a basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Sem for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com. From Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada. Ziegler Ag Equipment is now providing farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. Talk with Joey, 218-784-2961. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. You can mix and match lubricants. Requires a minimum 100 gallons per lubricant. Minimum total order 200 gallons or more. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants now offered from Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada.
Hillsborough Drug and Gift welcomes you to stop in and check out the Christmas and holiday decor. You'll find gift items for those on your shopping list this holiday season. They do accept Hillsborough Christmas cash at your full-service pharmacy, Hillsborough Drug and Gift. Remember, you can now text Hillsborough Drug anytime for your prescription refills, 701-636-5231. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsborough and Halstead. Don't forget to get your flu shot at Hillsborough Drug and Gift. No appointment is necessary. Wishing you a happy holiday season from Hillsborough Drug and Gift.
Welcome back to Lettermans.com. We are at the Central Cast Lettermans tournament with our quarterfinal bouts on here on map number 1. We have Walker Miller from EEK wrestling Stradbury from Roseville. And then on map number 2, we have Rylan Better from Southport Mustang wrestling Sky Cramlick from Carrington. That looks like 7-3 lead for Rylan Better. And Cramlick has a 10-9 cross picked up on Better, but Better gets back around for a 2-point reversal at the end of the match. He's going to win that 9-3, so Rylan Better advances to a semifinal. And and Walker Miller. This one's Strawberry. Strawberry Roseville, 7th grader, 15-4 record. Miller's up in that. I scored 3-0 with the Red Lake band. Walker Miller wearing the black silhouette of the gold trim. Strawberry to bottom position. Stand up. Nice mat return by Miller. Walker Miller for EK, the freshman with the 15-2 record. EK currently in 4th place. I believe he's in 4th or 5th place. Victor in 5th place. He's top 5 teams of the Lettermans tournament. We got Crazy. South Florida basic points. Lucan was 72. Crazy 64.5. Northern Lights 57. And Roseville jumps ahead of EK now at 48 points. EK sitting in 6-5 with 47.5 points. Miller advances to your semifinals along with Cody Henderson. Cody Henderson in the far gym, also advancing at 107 for semifinals. Cody Henderson from Northern Lights. Track wrestling, it also here all around our track wrestling. You see that they don't have the matches, the little green and red men. So that's the same as we're dealing with here inside some gas gymnasium. We're just having some technical difficulties here. Track wrestling. Updates is what we slow. We'll try to bring you coverage on the mats here inside the main gymnasium on mats 1 and 2. Elizabeth Rock with that high nursing going out. This is the 107B bracket on mat number 1. And St. North Silver, that match is just underway in nursing here in the quarterfinal. It's going up against Eric Dorsey, who's such a fast freshman, 11-9 record. Right next to the Toronto. Varsity lineup with holiday break. Also for Donald Davis, Delgado on deck. Delgado advanced to the quarterfinals with a secure decision. Wyatt. Steve Silver upset that one tracking with Davis, Delgado, advancing 6-2 in the quarterfinals. For that result for Ian Anderson in that 107 match. Wrestling 80 New York City, freshman number 4 wrestlers for 4 points. Easy there for Ian Anderson. The result of that after that wrestling big day. Set up a video camera for this. Real-time update. time runs out. He picks up 3 more near throw. He's up 10-0. Worse than he says it's 0-1 right there. 6 on deck here. 7th grader. Jorson has armbar locked up on Ursink. Ursink left shoulder up a little bit now. Jorson readjusts. Ursink able to belly down with Jorson up 10-0. And Swenson on mat number 2 out in that situation position with Miller in the bottom. Now Swenson locks up a cradle. Going to try to go hip to hip, sit back with it. That's a minute 13 in the third period with Jorson now armbar locked up. 10 seconds working for the foul against Ursink. We are in the second period. So still don't have that result for the quarterfinal in the far gym. See if I can pull up a bracket. Oh, it is Meach. So Ian Anderson says there's a forfeit on there. So Anderson maybe hurt yesterday. Didn't say if it's a medical forfeit or injury default, but Anderson match not wrestled. The 107B, that is Jorson from Central Cass. Number 1 seed for your 107B advances to the semifinals. Another Central Cass wrestler along with West Fargo Cheyenne taking the mat. Looks like Nagel, Watson Nagel, 7th grader, 5-2 record wrestling. Carter Savvy from Central Cass, freshman, 7-16 for your quarterfinal in the 107B. Miller mounting a comeback down to 8 seconds, cut the lead to 6 on mat number 2 from Deslax Burlington. He's going to run out of time. Gavin Swenson advances to the semifinals in the 107B bracket at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Have coverage of that later today. So now Lewin Salgado for the Broncos going up against Afton Ost. Good German name there, Afton Ost. 7th grader from Bishop Ryan, 6-1. The Broncos were sitting in second place behind the South Border Mustangs. Ian Anderson, it's like may not be in the lineup today. Has made the quarterfinals at 107. Jorson for Central Cass advances to the 107B semifinals along with Gavin Swenson from Kindred. Ost and Salgado locked up in situation position. Ost now steps around, picks up 2-point takedown, working cross-face cradle. So Ost leads 2-0 with a minute 12. And they are still in the first period. So Gatto has Ost on his hip to pick up a 2-point reversal. So now it ties it up 2 apiece on mat number 2. That match on mat number 1 is Savvy. Now, at the end of the period, picks up a 2-point. Okay, got a 2-point near foul, but he is up 2-0 over Nagel from West Fargo Cheyenne.
About 27 seconds left in the first period at mat number 2. And it was Salgado who got that reversal to tie things up at 2-2 between Ost from Bishop Bryan there into the final 15 seconds. Again, that is quarterfinals of the 107B bracket here of the Central Cass Letterman tournament. As right now Salgado is just trying to make one last push for a move to maybe break this tie going into the second period as he tries to reach for the arm. And they will call time here to end that first period as he tried to put in that late half.
We do have, looks like we have an injury time on mat number 1. The wrestler's now back in the center of the mat with the restart. That's Savvy with the 2-0 lead with a minute 30 to go in the second period.
Salgado will begin the second period at mat number 2 on top of Ost from Bishop Bryan. Salgado wrestling unattached, but wrestling for the Lisbon Broncos as there's about 20 seconds into the second period. It was Ost who scored first, had that early takedown, and Salgado scored the reversal about midway through the first period as now he's trying to get a turn. He does have some movement on Ost, and Ost is able to get back to his belly.
And under a minute on mat number 1 now, Savvy gets 2-point takedown, so he's up 4-0. Taking control of this match over at mat number 1. Wrestlers in the center of the mat. He's wrestling Watson Nagel from West Fargo Cheyenne.
Approaching a minute left in the second period at mat number 2 against 107B bracket quarterfinals. Salgado unattached from Lisbon wrestling Ost from Bishop Bryan. Salgado started the second period on top. He was working the high hands and then goes down to the hips and forces his opponent back down to the mat as he's going to try a different approach to turn him. As the closing seconds of the first period came about, he had a half in and was trying to get a turn but couldn't get any movement on Ost. And Ost has just really been strictly defensive as there may have been a stalling warning given over on mat number 2 now as we approach the final 27 seconds of the period.
Yeah, Savvy in control on top as time expires, working a chicken wing up over the hips. Trying to stick in a pinning combination to score at the end of the period, but we're going into the third. Savvy in the bottom position, so Nagel from West Fargo Cheyenne chooses top. The winners of these matches on mat 1 and 2 advance to the semifinals, and they will be a top 6 place winner in the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. So big points on the table here as far as the team race.
Second period ends, going into the final period over on mat number 2, and there will be a point that came at the end of the period that will go in favor of Salgado, and it was the stalling warning that was given to Ost, as Ost was strictly defensive in that second period, and Salgado goes to shoot. Ost will control the upper body as he grabs the leg as he's trying to pop himself behind to try to get the takedown. He will get awarded the takedown. He'll take the lead 4-3 as he's now trying to put a cradle in on Salgado to try to turn him for some points.
And Savvy picks up a 2-point reversal that started the period. Nagel was able to ride Savvy for about the first 30 seconds, but Savvy gets those hips cleared, gets back around for a 2-point reversal. Now a 6-0 lead for Savvy from Central Cass. They're down under a minute in the third period.
Salgado gets his second reversal of the match, and he regains the lead 5-4. A minute 10 left to go in the final period. That is a 107-pound B bracket quarterfinal matchup. Salgado wrestling unattached, Ost wrestling for Bishop Bryan. The two wrestlers will come out of bounds. Been a good matchup between these two. Ost scored first in the first period with the takedown. Salgado hit the reversal. Second period, only points were given to Salgado after Ost was warned for stalling. And we've seen both wrestlers get some points here in the final period as the final minute now underway on mat number 2.
And mat number 1, that is Savvy for Central Cass with the win by fall. Was able to flip Nagel over to his back, went north-south over the top, and wins by fall with 20 seconds. So he advances to the semifinals for Central Cass in the 107B.
40 seconds now left in the final period over on mat number 2. And it's Salgado on top 5-4. Trying to close this one out with a pin, but he is in control here, and he's done a good job keeping the moving, keeping the approaching going. We've already seen Ost surrender a point after getting called for stalling back in the second period. Again, he's had a lot of defensive wrestling here in this matchup as some movement come in the way of Salgado as he's trying to get a turn, but he just cannot get Ost to turn on his shoulders. Now the final 5 seconds, and all that Salgado has to do now is ride out those final 5 seconds here, and he'll do just that as he'll get the win 5-4. So Salgado on to the semifinals of the 107B bracket of the Central Cass Letterman tournament.
And now moving on, we're at 114 pounds on mat number 2. Looks like Joey Potts for the Lemoore Lobos out there wrestling Justin Torrell for Hillsborough Central Valley. This is up on mat number 1 there, minute 27. Wrestlers go out of bounds. A 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat for Torrell. Torrell having a great season, or a great start of the season, sitting at 19-0, the sophomore from Hillsborough.
Over on mat number 2, we are getting a 114-pound quarterfinal matchup. It is Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Gores from Northern Lights. And this is a quarterfinal matchup as both wrestlers come out pretty aggressive, as there's a lot of movement going. Going to shoot is Feist, and Gores is able to get the underhooks and bring him back to his feet. Now he is trying to snap him down to the mat, and putting himself in a good base is Feist.
Under a minute on mat number 1. Wrestlers up on their feet, edge of the mat. They roll out of bounds. So Potts working an escape, but wrestlers out of bounds. Still a 2-0 lead for Torrell for Hillsborough Central Valley.
Gores has a single leg of Feist. Feist trying to whiz her out. He'll come down to the mat. Both wrestlers will roll through. There's a scramble, no points awarded. As Feist does look like he has a bit of the upper hand, all he has to do is will down Gores. He does. Feist gets 2 points and immediately puts him into back points. Feist, they're starting to swipe there as Feist will at least get 3 out of this, potentially gets the fall. I don't know if Gores is riding just a little bit high on him. Feist needs to make some adjustment and needs to keep himself in bounds. As a big fight right now from Gores. Inside of a minute left to go in the first period of that matchup. They'll finally come out. We'll see what the official gives. It should be 3 and a 5-0 lead for Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter as he gets that takedown immediately into back point. So a nice 5-point move here with 52 seconds left to go in the match.
And Torrell still with that 2-0 lead in the first period against Joseph Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. They have 5 seconds out of bounds, so a lot of wrestling on the edge of the map between Potts and Torrell. Potts not able to score, still down by a 2-0 deficit at the end of her first period.
And Feist, a good mat return of Gores. 30 seconds left in the first period. Feist, a winner last night in his first matchup. A fall 31 seconds in. Well, Gores got a fall in his matchup at the 3:02 mark of that one. Again, this is quarterfinals of the 114-pound weight class, as there's 15 seconds left and maybe one last push for Feist to try to end this one in the first period with the fall.
Here we are at now the start of the second period with Torrell against Potts. Torrell, little go behind takedown, kind of did a duck under, fell into a go behind, just trying to secure his takedown, take Potts down to the mat. Potts still fighting on his feet. Potts able to isolate with an arm. Torrell takes him down edge of the mat, scores 2-point takedown. Now a 4-0 lead with a minute 30 in the second period.
Second period begins on mat number 2. 5-0 the lead from Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Gores stands up and Feist the mat return. He's wrestling Gores from Northern Lights. And he's posting up on the head as he has some turning on the upper body, and back to his belly is Gores.
Yeah, approaching a minute left in our second period, still that 4-0 lead. Wrestlers back out of bounds. A lot of mat edge wrestling over on mat number 1 between Potts and Torrell. So a restart back in the center of the mat for Joey Potts.
Feist will put in that cradle, and he has Gores on his back. The official swiping, seeing some daylight on those shoulder blades, and he's going to come in close. It is 7-0 right now, the lead for Feist, and he'll get the fall. And Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter gets the win over Gores from Northern Lights. He beats Keenan Gores and moves on to the semifinals at 114 pounds.
And Torrell working a half Nelson on Potts. Potts just holding his base, not able to get any momentum. Now attempting a tripod stand up, but that's taken down right away by Torrell, not letting Potts gain any momentum in this. Torrell just working a hammer on top, keeping Potts broke down. And that's a 4-0 lead for Torrell for Hillsborough Central Valley.
About to get underway over on mat number 2. Cruz Ranke wrestling against Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. This again another quarterfinal matchup at 114 pounds. Two rivals in what is weird to say the former Region 1. They've had some good matches over the years as they get underway here right now in the quarterfinals.
And end of our second period, Justin Toro takes that 4-0 lead. Into the third, Potts wore down on the mat, still not able to score against Toro. We have restart here in the third period in the neutral position with that 4-0 lead for Toro.
Scramble over on mat number 2 as it was Henningsen who went to make the move. Ranke was able to post out, and now he will get awarded 2 for the takedown as right away has Henningsen in a cradle and trying to get a turn.
And wrestler once again back out of bounds for a restart to the center of the mat between Potts and Toro. Toro had Potts down there on the edge of the mat, but called back for a restart here at the minute 40 to go second period. Potts trying to chin whip Toro, but Toro gets behind him and trying to drag him down for another 2-point takedown.
That inside cradle right now by Ranke trying to get a turn on Henningsen, and Henningsen just fighting for life right now. He's driving on that knee, getting himself back to his belly. This time Ranke gets a little bit more torque on his push, but runs a little high as he'll adjust again. There was 45 seconds left in the first period there. Again, quarterfinals at 1:14 with Cruz Ranke from Lisbon, a 2-0 lead.
And approaching a minute mark here, the third period between Justin Toro and Joey Potts for the Moore Litchfield Mary. And Toro, half Nelson, still on the edge of the mat. They get called out of bounds for that restart with 59 seconds remaining, 6-0 lead.
.15 seconds left in the first period over on mat number 2. And the tapper will come out, and it's looking like Cruz Ranke will take that 2-0 lead going into the second period.
That restart, Toro has armbar hooked up, has Potts in all kinds of trouble, just cranking the shoulders of Potts, gets him flattened out on the mat. Potts trying to come around the back door. There was a swipe, so there are 2-point near fall. Potts able to reverse it now, has Toro going to his back, Joseph Potts. No near fall, now chin whips him the other way, but Toro scrambles out of it. So it's an 8-0 lead now. Toro with the near fall, has Potts flattened out north-south on mat number 1.
Ranke deferred. It was Carson Henningsen who chose to be down to begin the second period, trailing 2-0 in the 114-pound semifinals, as that chicken wing is put in right now by Ranke. And Henningsen is just putting up a defensive front, and maybe a little bit more movement needed there. He might get a stall warning here if he cannot get a little bit more movement, as Ranke now getting a turn on him.
And mat number 1, that was Justin Toro winning by fall over Joseph Potts. After he went north-south on Potts, he had those shoulders flattened out, picks up the fall. He advances to the semifinals later on today against Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And a 2-point near fall comes the way of Cruz Ranke. He'll take a 4-0 lead as he is going to try that chicken wing again. Trying to go knee to shoulder against Henningsen. He does this time, and they're going to start swiping for a near fall. But if he can kind of secure that interior shoulder of Henningsen, he should have a fall, and he does. And Cruz Ranke on to the semifinals at 114 pounds. Gets a fall here with 49 seconds left in the second period.
And mat number 1, another quarterfinal match between Jared Schilling for the South Border Mustang, a freshman with 11-6 record, number 3 seed. And he takes on Max Romberg from Fertile Trammy. Romberg, a freshman, 13-3 record. They're up on mat number 1, this scoreless.
Mat number 2 will begin a matchup in the 121-pound quarterfinal matchup. As both wrestlers come in, it will be Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks, the freshman, 21-6, wrestling against Tracy Miller from Webster, the senior with a 17-5 record. And right away, it is Dahlstrom going for the lower body, going for those legs of Miller, and now has some elevation on Miller, trying to slide through and kind of pass that guard to get himself some early points here.
And back over on mat number 1 between Schilling and Romberg, still scoreless. The wrestler just locked horns. Now Schilling steps around for a 2-point goal behind. He's up 2-0 with 30 seconds remaining in that first period.
Had a stalemate called between the two as it's Dahlstrom again going for that low single leg, trying to pass through Miller to try to get the first points, and the Miller just grabbing the ankles of Dahlstrom, trying to take away his ability to drive, as Dahlstrom's going to reach back and try to tuck in one of those arms of Miller to get the roll. And the official, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another stalemate called between these two, as Miller's now, or rather Dahlstrom slides through, Miller comes around and gets two.
So mat number 1, Schilling picks up a 2-point near fall, so had a slick tilt hooked up, rolled through on it, picked up a quick 2 swipes for his 2 points. Now a 4-0 lead at the start of the second in the neutral position.
Miller was patient defensively. He was able to pass through Dahlstrom on mat 2. He got the takedown. Dahlstrom got himself free for the escape, so it is 2-1 in favor of Miller from Webster. 37 seconds left, and we have the second stalemate called of this first period of this matchup at 121 pounds in the quarterfinal. So a good matchup between these two so far.
And into the second period with 1:40. It's still that 4-0 lead for Schilling. Wrestlers still in the neutral position. That's how we started the second period. Wrestlers locked horns, collar tie.
Dahlstrom secures himself another takedown. He went for the takedown and immediately tried to put it into back points, and Miller again found a way to get free. This time Dahlstrom is able to defend against it and keeps control. He leads 3-2 as the first period comes to an end over on mat number 2.
And Romberg had a little momentum there, tried to chin whip down Schilling, but Schilling able to get back to his feet. Now Romberg going double overs. Schilling trying to body lock Romberg, just trying to sit in the chair and throw Schilling, but Schilling just too strong, a little bit too much leverage here for Romberg to handle. And now Schilling takes Romberg straight to his back with that body lock down to 45 seconds and picked up 3-point near fall, so he'll go up 9-0. So ended up scoring 5 points, had a 2-point takedown, and then 3 more back points, so he's up 9-0.
Second period begins here on mat number 2. An escape comes away of Miller, makes it 5-3. Dahlstrom from Oaks is able to get a takedown right away and extend his lead to 4, 7-3. A minute 29 and counting left to go in the second period. Again, quarterfinals at 121 pounds over on mat number 2 here in the Central Cast Letterman tournament today on yourliveevent.com. We'll have coverage of all rounds of this tournament. Of course, 2 gyms going today, so we'll have some matches over in the secondary gym. That would be mat 3 and 4. We'll keep you updated of those best we can throughout the day, but the place matches, as always, will be in this main gym, which we will have later on this later morning into the afternoon.
And for our second period, Schilling takes a 9-0 lead now into the third with Romberg's choice. He chooses top position here to start our third period in our quarterfinal match at 114 on mat 1.
Dahlstrom with the armbar in on Miller, and Miller just kind of shifting those hips over to avoid Dahlstrom getting comfortable and almost put himself there into a near fall as he rolls over the top of Dahlstrom, and he gets himself free. Nice job by Miller to slide through. As there will be near fall points given to Dahlstrom, but Miller will get the point for the escape and makes it 10-4. As going right for him is Dahlstrom, and immediately picks up those 2 points back, makes it 12-4 as the wrestlers come out of bounds. Dahlstrom has wasted no time here on Miller. Miller will get an escape, will pull a nice move, and Dahlstrom will be right on top of him there. He shot from his knees and was able to take Miller down to make it 12-4, 11 seconds left in the second period.
Here on mat number 1, Schilling hit a nice arm spin or shoulder spin out off of a sit out and picks up a 2-point reversal. He's up with the commanding lead now, 11-0, under a minute to go in our third period. Now another tilt hooked up by Schilling, going to pick up a 3-point near fall, so he will go up 14-0.
On to the final period here on mat number 2. It is 13-4. Matthias Dahlstrom with the lead here in the quarterfinals at 117. He is wrestling against Miller from Webster area. That is Tacey Miller from Webster area.
Yeah, Jared Schilling now working that tilt, likes that roll through the 2-on-1 and just kind of halo rolls through on it. Romberg defending that now, just not able to get any offense against Jared Schilling. So that will be a winner by major decision on mat number 1 is Jared Schilling, still trying to score some bonus points for his team, but he will advance to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs.
Minute 19 to go here on mat number 2, and it looks like it's going to be a 17-5 lead. It will be a 17-5 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. Trying to get bonus points here as he will return to the back of Miller, and Miller kind of getting to his base there. And Dahlstrom takes a big look at the clock, sees he has a minute to go, and is going to try to end this one with the fall.
And mat number 1, now we have number 1 seed for the Central Cass Lettermans tournament, Cruiser Burns. He wrestles the kindred product, Noak Swenson. So Cruiser Burns made his way into the quarterfinals with the fall in the first round, and then advanced by tech fall over McDougall from Northern Lights. And Swenson for kindred received a bye in the first round, and then won by tech fall over Levi Todd from Larimore. So that match now underway with Burns picking up a 2-point takedown.
20 seconds left to go here, and it will be Matthias Dahlstrom on to the semifinals at 121, a 17-5 score right now. Let's see if any more points come his way here as he closes out that win.
And approaching a minute left in our first period with Cruiser Burns and Swenson from Kindred. Burns working a bar arm now, going hammerlock across the back of Swenson. Swenson still trying to defend it, but Cruiser Burns, all kinds of trouble here for Swenson. Now runs it around, throws in a half. Nelson gets Swenson turned to his back. Swenson able to roll through. Burns maintains control on top.
Over on mat number 2, Grayson Lyons, a sophomore from Lisbon, against Logan Potts, the freshman from Lemoore Richville Marion. Another quarterfinal matchup here at 121. As the two immediately going right at it. Get another matchup of two teams that have seen each other, two wrestlers who've seen each other quite a bit wrestling in Region 1.
Yeah, mat number 1 with Burns still with that hammerlock. Now steps across trying to tilt Swenson over to pick up near fall at the end of this period. He will pick up near fall with Swenson not able to get back, belly down, so he picks up his 3 near fall to end the period. Now goes up 5-0 to start the second.
No score into the first 40 seconds over on mat number 2 between Lyons and Potts. And it is the quarterfinals at 121 pounds.
So mat number 1, Burns. It's a nice sit out to a switch, goes down single leg on Swenson. Swenson started the period in the top position, but Burns looking to score here. Pushes Swenson out of bounds for a 1-point escape. Backs up to the center of the mat. Swenson hurries back. Both wrestlers now locked up with Burns leading by a score of 6-0.
And Potts will get 2 on a takedown with 40 seconds left in the first period against Lyons. Both wrestlers were just kind of trading moves a little bit, both aggressive and then tentative at moments through that first minute and a half, but it's Potts who comes away with the points. Lyons just has that lower ankle, that knee area of Potts taking away his ability to try to come around and get near fall points, and now they're going to call a stalemate between the two.
After Burns pushed Swenson out of bounds, that kind of woke Swenson up now. He's going at it with Cruiser Burns in that center of the mat to get a potentially dangerous call with Burns still up 6-0, 53 seconds remaining in the second period.
And first period will end on mat number 2, and it is Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion has himself a 2-0 advantage in the 121-pound quarterfinals.
And Swenson now picks up a 2-point takedown, so he is definitely out there to win this match against Cruiser Burns the number 1 seed. So whatever happened there with that push out of bounds, Noah Swenson getting a little revenge here with that 2-point takedown and currently on top. That's a 6-2 lead for Burns with 14 seconds left.
And another point goes the way of Potts. 3-0 lead for Potts as Lyons trying to get himself some points. Passes through Potts, but Potts able to keep control.
Time winds down in our second period. Working a crossface is Swenson, so he does have a locked up goal. Screwdriver. Now back to a cradle. And he'll take Burns takes a 6-2 lead into the third period. He chooses top position on Swenson.
3-0 the lead right now for Logan Potts. And we're going to get a stoppage for potentially dangerous with 1:13 left on mat number 2.
And Swenson off the whistle, attempts to stand up. Burns returns him to the mat, now working a half Nelson on the far side. Swenson working hand control underneath. Swenson making a match out of it here against Cruiser Burns from Grafton.
Potts goes to shoot over on Burns, or excuse me, rather on Lyons, is able to get Lyons down to make it 5-0. 45 seconds left in the second period. Lyons to his feet, tries to clear his hands. Sweeping him back down is Potts. Potts trying to tuck the head of Lyons in to try to put in a half or a chicken wing, get some sort of points. As getting free is Lyons. He'll get a point, his first point of the matchup. He trails 5-1, 27 seconds left in the second period on mat number 2.
And number 1 seed Cruiser Burns in control on top. Now has Swenson broke belly down, riding up over the hips with that 6-2 lead in the third period. 50 seconds remaining. Has a hammer lock now, trying to go across the face and get Swenson. Rolls him over to his back. A lot of pressure on top for Cruiser Burns, working for the fall for the Grafton Spoilers.
Potts gets another takedown in the closing seconds of the second period. Now leads Grayson Lyons by a score of 7-1. So Logan Potts, a 7-1 lead going into the second period. He is the number 3 seed, going into the third period. He is the 3 seed of this tournament. Lyons comes in unseeded here at 121 pounds.
And Cruiser Burns, your winner by fall, advances to the semifinals. He'll take on Matthias Dahlstrom from the Oaks Tornadoes later on today.
Third period underway. Potts on top, just in control here, 7-1. Lyons needs a big move, a big escape, or a big reversal to try to sway some momentum his way. He could definitely make up those 6 points here in this final minute and 37 seconds, but he needs a quick move here coming up.
Another quarterfinal match on mat number 1 with Drew Carr from Carrington, the number 2 seed. And he's wrestling Liam Ham from Frazee, who's a freshman with 11-4 record. That match underway. We're scoreless with 1:40 to go in the first period.
1:15 left to go in the third period over on mat number 2, quarterfinals at 121 pounds. Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a 7-1 lead over Grayson Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos.
And now with 1:20 on mat number 1 between Ham and Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals. And Ham, little level change, but still wrestlers locked up center of the mat in that feeling out position. And Carr goes with an over. A lot of hand fighting there between the two wrestlers, but so far scoreless in the first period.
45 seconds to go in the third period at mat number 2. Logan Potts 7-1 leading Grayson Lyons. Potts got here with a tech fall last night. Lyons got him with a 6-4 decision.
And Carr attempting an elevator edge of the mat. Had a nice arm drag set up, hit the mat, but Ham was able to spin back around. Just trying to get arm around the waist here. Has Carr cracked down to the mat. They get a stalemate. So it looked like Ham in scoring position on the edge of the mat with 22 seconds left in the first period, but they go back for the restart in the neutral position.
4 seconds left to go in the final period over on mat number 2. And it comes to an end as Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion on to the semifinals at 121. Grayson Lyons from Lisbon will go into the wrestleback round now of this tournament.
And that's a 2-point takedown for Drew Carr for Carrington. He leads 2-0 at the end of the first period. And it looks like it is Carr's choice. He defers over to Liam Ham, and Ham chooses bottom to start the second.
Over on mat number 2, about to get underway is the quarterfinals at 127 pounds. It is Brock Johnson from Kindred wrestling Brody Michelson from South Border at 127 pounds.
So second period just underway at mat number 1. That's a nice sit out and a hip heist back around for Liam Ham for a 1-point escape. Wrestler is in the neutral position with 1:40 to go on mat number 1.
Brock Johnson from Kindred, the number 1 seed at 127 pounds, comes to shoot. Michelson is able to sprawl out, gets control of the head of Johnson. Johnson slides the head through, gets 2 points for the takedown, as there's 1:17 left in the first period.
That's still a 2-1 lead for Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals. Carr, the number 2 seed in this Lettermans tournament with the 19-6 record, advanced to the quarterfinals by a foul over Carter Glazeman from South Border, and then picked up a tech foul over Andrew Tandesky, an 8th grader from Northern Lights, to advance to the quarterfinals. Liam Ham from Frazee, a winner by foul over Adam Boyer from Northwood, and then picked up another win by fall against Evan Flint from West Fargo Cheyenne to earn his way into the quarterfinals, currently down by 1 to Drew Carr from Carrington.
Well, Michelson was able to get himself free for the escape. 2-1 the score, 30 seconds left in the first period.
So Drew Carr, he's warned for stalling. As soon as that stall warning went up, he hit a nice dump, changed levels, and dumped Liam Ham to the mat. Has a 4-1 lead now. Ham able to stand up, picks up a 1-point escape, closes that gap now to a 2-point lead for Drew Carr at the end of the second period.
First period about to end on mat number 1, and it is a 2-1 lead in favor of Brock Johnson, the freshman from Kindred, and the number 1 seed here at 127 pounds in this Central Cass Letterman tournament.
And Drew Carr, with choice in the third period, chooses bottom position against Ham. That's a 4-2 lead for Carr. Hits a sit out. Ham defends it well here in the first 5 seconds. We are in the third period with that 4-2 lead for Drew Carr. Winner advances to the semifinals against Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Brock Johnson extends his lead to 3-1 as he gets an escape in the early seconds of the second period. And there's a quarterfinal matchup at 127 pounds over on mat number 2.
That is a 1-point escape for Drew Carr on mat number 1. Now has a 5-2 lead over Liam Ham from Frazee. They're down to 1:20 to go in this third period.
Johnson goes to shoot, has a single leg, has a takedown, and a 5-1 lead for the Kindred freshman.
Yeah, nice high crotch fireman from Drew Carr. Picks up a 2-point takedown. He's building that lead now. He's up 7-2 over Liam Ham in the third period with under a minute to go.
Mat number 2, 1:06 left in the second period. It is Brock Johnson from Kindred leading Brody Michelson from South Border by a score of 5-1. Quarterfinals again at 127 pounds.
And in this third period with Ham, hits a sit out. Working some hand control, just trying to get those hips cleared now. Nice hip bikes back around, picks up a 1-point escape. He's had 3 escapes in this match against Drew Carr, but still not enough as Carr has a 4-point lead with 20 seconds to go in this third period.
.17 seconds left in the second period at mat number 2. .5-1 the lead for Brock Johnson of Kindred.
And Drew Carr hit a nice snap down to go behind takedown, and he will advance by score 9-3 over Liam Ham from Frazee and advances to the semifinals, taking on Logan Potts from Memorial Litchfield Marion. And up now on mat number 1 is Jagger Sand from Ellendale Edgy Column, the 8th grader with a 14-4 record. And he takes on Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County, the freshman at 12-4. That match, now a quarterfinal match here on mat 1 at 127 pounds.
Third period beginning here. It is 5-1 the lead for Brock Johnson. Michelson will come to shoot. Johnson sprawls out, takes him down, gets 2, and almost went right into back points. Brody Michelson instead will come down to his belly and will make Johnson work to get those back points, but he does extend his lead to Johnson to 7-1.
In north-south position on mat number 1. That's that quarterfinal match between Hayes from Harvey Wells County. Now Sand hits a head and arm on the edge of the mat. No points given up by Cale Hayes. So they had to restart back to the center of the mat with 1:09 to go in this first period.
Blood time on mat 2. Brody Michelson is at the table right now being tended to by a coach and a trainer.
Yeah, mat number 1 with Hayes. He had Sand drop down to a high crotch, but Hayes hit a nice little hip toss and tried to turn the corner on Sand with under 45 seconds to go now in this first period. Still no points given up by Jagger Sand. Sand does have that leg still of Cale Hayes, but still scoreless in this first period, under 30 seconds.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 356, 121-pound weight class. Carlisle, Comfort, New York Mills, Oscar Martinez of Pembina County North. Make your way to the south.
Had a great scramble between Sand and Hayes, but no points given up there. The referee very patient in awarding points, so letting them scramble through this and wrestle it out. Wrestlers go to the edge of the mat now with 5 seconds. Sand drops down to a leg. And they get called out of bounds with 2 seconds for the restart. That's on mat number 1.
Inside of a minute to go on mat number 3, and Brock Johnson from Kindred with his 7-1 lead will, barring a big move from Michelson, will put himself into the semifinals. Brody Michelson from South Border onto the wrestleback round here at 127 pounds as we are cruising through these quarterfinal round matchups here of this tournament. We'll have some girls matches coming up here after this block of matches, and then it will be kind of matches as they fill into the schedule moving forward until we start getting to the place round of this Central Cast Letterman tournament, which you can see all of it here on yourliveevent.com.
So we do have their second period underway on mat number 1 with the Sand choosing the bottom position against Hayes. Hayes had a leg right in with working on a guillotine the far side, but called for stalemate. Now Sand with a caution by the official. That's still scoreless in the second period with 1:40.
It hasn't gone to the scores table as the match ended, but I do believe the final will be Brock Johnson, a 10-0 win onto the semifinals at 127 pounds. We'll have now at 127 pounds Brady Peterson, the number 3 seed, senior 18-7 from Central Cass, against Blake Sonnenberg, a 8th grader, 7-2 from Frazee, Minnesota. A few Minnesota teams taking part in the Central Cass Letterman tournaments.
And now with 1:10 to go in our second period, we are scoreless. Sand in the bottom position. Now that's still in that scramble position, same as we saw in that first period, but no points given up by either wrestler with Hayes. Tried to hit that ball and chain tilt. Now they're under 55 seconds to go in the second period, still scrambling for points.
Peterson will get a takedown on mat 2 here of Sonnenberg, and it is a 2-0 lead for Central Cass's Brady Peterson. The Squirrels, of course, the host team of this tournament. Brady Peterson has wrestled a lot of varsity matches in his career. Talked to Coach Lamar during the season, during a duel we had on yourliveevent.com. As you feel that this Squirrels team maybe got younger, but also remains older, as a lot of these guys wrestling varsity matches 7th, 8th grade and moving forward as the wrestlers will come out of bounds. A minute 8 left to go in the first period.
And Cale Hayes has that half Nelson locked up. Catch the far wrist down to 10 seconds. Hayes trying to score at the end of the second period, but Sand defending it and goes base down. And that looks like we'll end the second period scoreless going into the third on mat 1.
Inside of a minute to go on mat number 1, and Peterson the 2-0 advantage. Has about 50 seconds to try to do something as he tucks in that arm of Sonnenberg, has him around the hips, and that pulls him back in. Sonnenberg posts out that leg, will now get an arm out as a 2-on-1 coming from Peterson.
The start of our third period with Cale Hayes in the bottom position. His tripod stand-up. Sand drops down to the leg. Hayes sticks in that whizzer on the far side. Now going head and arm. Inside cradle locked up by Jager Sand. And wrestlers still no score. Now Hayes. It's a little sit out. Hip place back around up over the top, and they get a potentially dangerous restart on mat number 1.
About 5 seconds left in the first period over on mat number 1, and it will end with Brady Peterson taking a 2-0 lead to the period. Actually, we're going to see a clasp come against Peterson. So we're waiting for the official. Yep, they will give a point. Okay, Sonnenberg will get a point as the period was ending. That will make it 2-1 going into the second period, 127-pound quarterfinals.
A battle between the number 4 and number 5 seeds in the Central Cass Lettermans tournament at 127. Still scoreless with 40 seconds remaining. And Hayes in that bottom position, scramble position now with Jager Sand. Hayes just trying to turn the corner down to 30 seconds. Winner of this advances to the semifinal against Johnson from Kindred. It does look like Hayes is winning this battle. Needs to get some separation down to 15 seconds. Pick up that 1-point escape or loss of control. Immediately dives underneath. So doing the right thing there is Hayes. Takes Sand down to the mat, picks up a 2-point takedown. He's going to win this match 3-0, advance to the semifinals. So number 5 upsets number 4 and takes on Johnson from Kindred.
Brady Peterson extends his lead to 5-1. A minute 10 left to go in the second period. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Sales Highway 9 in Ada invites you to order your new Chevrolet vehicles. From the Silverado, Trailblazer, and Traverse, Lee Brothers is your authorized Chevrolet dealer, providing sales and service to the area since 1975. For ordering your vehicles, talk with Mitch Smurfer J. Trust the experts who know your vehicles best and take advantage of great Chevy certified service offers today. Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9, Ada. Call 218-784-2000. In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
We're back on YourLiveEvent.com. Over on mat number 2, it is 5-3. Brady Peterson from Central Cass with the lead over Blake Sonnenberg from Frazee, but Sonnenberg hit the reversal, made it 5-3, and that is where they stand right now.
Yeah, mat number 1, we have Cashton Wadeson here at 127 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos, taking on Asher O'Brien, the senior from Barnesville. And Wadeson with that 2-point takedown takes a 2-0 lead with 50 seconds to go. That's your semifinal bout on mat number 1 at 127.
Second period begins over on mat number 2. Peterson on the up position here, leading 5-3. Sonnenberg, the 8th grader, has given the senior a good run for his money here as he's trying to come around and hit a reversal to tie it up at 5. If he can free that leg, he does, and Sonnenberg, the 8th grader from Frazee, makes it 5-5. So basically we're back to 0-0, and I imagine next points might be who win it the way this match has been going.
Yeah, now Wadeson has the cradle locked up, puts chin in the shoulder, and we'll pick up his 3-point near fall at the end of the first period. He goes up 5-0 over Asher O'Brien, Minnesota product from Barnesville. That's on mat number 1. And Wadeson, bottom position to start this second period right away. O'Brien trying to stick in that leg right against Wadeson. Wadeson catches the ankle, just trying to elevate that and hip ice back around on mat number 1. That's a 5-0 lead for Wadeson.
Minute left to go in the third period, and Peterson gets the escape. Able to pop to his feet and get free of Sonnenberg, so he takes the 6-5 lead. 56 seconds left to go. Third period here at 127-pound quarterfinals. Been a heck of a matchup between these two as Peterson now shoots for the single leg.
And Wadeson has that cradle locked up, scored a reversal. Had a nice roll through, little Granby roll through by O'Brien, but Wadeson just too much for O'Brien here. Wins by fall and advances to the semifinal. The winner of that take on the winner here over on mat number 2.
30 seconds to go on mat number 2. It is 6-5. Brady Peterson leads. Comes to shoot on the double leg. Grabbing an ankle is Sonnenberg, the 8th grader. Trying to free the hands as the tapper makes his way to the official. About 10 seconds left to go in this matchup, and Sonnenberg needs some sort of points here to move on as he's put up a heck of a match against an experienced Brady Peterson, and Peterson just needs to keep moving here these final few seconds, and we're going to get a hit for potentially dangerous, and it will be a point that comes to Peterson, and that's how the match will end as they'll blow the whistle. Coming to shoot is Sonnenberg. Not enough time. A good matchup between these two. But it's Brady Peterson, the 7-5 win, and he will move on to the semis at 127 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 1, we have Zane Allwender for the Oaks Tornadoes. In heel wrestle, Alvy Henderson from the Northern Lights. Alvy Henderson, number 4 seed at 15-0. This is Henderson's return to the mat after an injury last year. Took him out of the season. So good to see Alvy Henderson from the Northern Lights back out on the mat. He is your number 4 seed at 133 pounds, taking on Zane Allwender from Oaks. In case you missed it, that was Brady Peterson from Central Cass, mat number 2. He advances to the semifinals against Cashton Wadeson. By a win by decision, 7-5 over Sonnenberg from Frazee. So we are now up to their quarterfinal bouts inside our main gymnasium here at 133 pounds. So we have Bryce Schneider, the number 8 seed, taking on the number 1 seed, Aiden Hulk, the senior from Barnesville. And Hulk right away snaps down Schneider to the mat. Schneider hanging on for dear life underneath situation position with Hulk here on mat number 2. Not able to get back around behind Schneider here with a minute to go in that first period. And now Alvy Henderson has Allwender hip down on the mat. Still no takedown awarded here by our official. Down to 11 seconds. So Allwender just able to keep Henderson out of position from scoring this takedown here to end things in our first period. And no points awarded starting the second, so they go scoreless. That's Allwender from Oaks and Alvy Henderson for the Northern Lights going into that second period at 133 pounds on mat 1. So now over on mat number 1, Hulk from Barnesville, the senior with that 11-3 record. He takes a 4-0 lead over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. So this is YourLiveEvent.com Day 2 coverage of our CentralCast Lettermans tournament. I worked through some technical issues this morning. Luckily, Joel Morgan saved the day for us and brought in a new router, got everybody hooked back up, so able to broadcast here live from CentralCast Lettermans tournament for your 2024 edition on day number 2. And mat number 1, that's Allender and Henderson, so you have a 1-point escape for LB Henderson to start things off here with a minute 30 to go in that second period. That's on mat number 1. So these are your quarterfinal matches at 133-pound inside our main gymnasium. That's Hulk for Barnesville against Bryce Schneider. He has built up a 7-0 lead. Schneider up to his feet. Stepped in a stand-up, nothing going there for Schneider as he's mat returned back to the center of the mat number 2. Down to minute 30 go in our second period. And now LB Henderson on mat number 1 takes a 3-0 lead, picks up that takedown against Zane Allender, locking up an arm bar, just trying to double it up. I'm going to walk it around here on mat number 1. Thanks. Yep. And Henderson walking the armbar around the head of Allender is going to pick up 3-point near fall. 20 seconds remaining. Allender just still trying to fight out of that. That right shoulder up by quite a bit. Official with a good look. Now Henderson sits into it. Allender in all kinds of trouble. LB Henderson working for the fall, and he will pick up the win by fall over Zane Allender and advances to the semifinals. So LB Henderson is returned back to the mat for the 2023-2024 season. Remains undefeated. He's now 18-0 on the year, picking up 3 wins here at the CentralCast Lettermans tournament. And Hulk, at the end of that second period, picks up 3-point near fall on mat number 2. He has a 10-0 lead over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. And now we have Ryan Eng for the Lisbon Broncos. Eng, the number 2 seed, taking on Brock Fear from Pembina County North. Brock Fear is a junior with a 21-6 record. He's the number 7 seed. Ryan Eng, a sophomore, dropping down after the holidays into this 133 spot with a 13-8 record. He made his way into the quarterfinals with a couple of pins. Brock Freer picked up a pin in the first round in a major decision over Senchus from Furtive Beltrami by major decision, actually, as 14-1. So that is your quarterfinal bout here on mat number 1 at 133 pounds. Fear from Pembina County North and Ryan Eng for the Lisbon Broncos. And we are still wrestling in the third period at a minute 10 to go. It's a 10-0 lead, so Hulk built up this 10-0 lead. Schneider had a Peterson hooked up. So not able to get Hulk rolled over to his back. Still no points awarded here. Hulk's in a scramble position trying to pass that leg and elevate it here. Bryce Schneider still working over the top. Now Hulk goes into Peterson. He's going to pick up some near fall. Gets a couple swipes of the hand by the official. So now Schneider reverses it. So that's a 2-point near fall for Hulk from Barnesville. And then Schneider picks up no points yet for Schneider. He's up on top here in that situation position. And Ryan Eng for the Broncos picks up a 2-point takedown, goes up 2-0 on Brock Fear from Pembina County North. Eng, a sophomore for the Lisbon Broncos, has a chicken wing hooked up. So Chicken Wing King comes back here, has it hooked up, walks it around the head, is going to try to sit through. And is going to scoop the head. So scoops the head of Freer, working for a foul as Ryan Eng for the Broncos at 133 pounds on mat number 1. And Ryan Eng does it again with that chicken wing, winner by fall for the Lisbon Broncos. With 3 seconds remaining in that first period, he advances to the semifinals. Ryan Eng picking up a big win in that duel on Thursday night for the Lisbon Broncos against Tristan Lepp. So Lepp, you'll see him out here for another quarterfinal match between Carson Kajed. That match now up on mat number 2. So Eng advances by fall to the semifinals at 133 for the Broncos. Elvie Henderson advances for the Lisbon Broncos, or excuse, for Northern Lights. So Eng and Henderson battle back and forth. Back in 2022 for the state championship at 106 pounds. So a possible rematch here in the makings between Eng and Henderson. Wrestling still has to go through that semifinal match. So these other wrestlers at 133 might have something to say about that, but it would be something to see that matchup between Henderson and Ryan Eng at 133. Big bear hug on mat number 1. That's here at 139 pounds. So that's Lamar for Central Cass, wrestling Jorgensen for the Webster area. So the Bearcats here. And Lamar just going at it. That's a 2-1 lead for Jorgensen. Jorgensen, the number 1 seed. Peyton Lamar, a senior for Central Cass. That's up on mat number 1, minute 24 to go. So your semifinal on the top side of the bracket at 133 is Aiden Hulk. He'll take on Elvie Henderson for Northern Lights. So Hulk advanced by a 14-0 major decision over Bryce Schneider, and Henderson picks up that fall over Zane Allender. And then Ryan Eng on the bottom side waiting his opponent here on mat number 2 between Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley and Tristan Lepp. That's a 4-1 lead currently for Lepp. So Lepp up 4-1 over Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. Both wrestlers on their feet in the first period on that far edge of the mat. Now level change by Kajed. And Lepp blocks that. Wrestlers go out of bounds to start the second period. So if you're following along on Track Wrestling and see, we don't have our normal screen up there, so it's not able to bring you most of the results or the results from that back room here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. We'll keep you up to date as much as possible as far as team scores in the brackets. Currently, South Border in that team race, they are up in the number 1 spot, 97 points. Lisbon in second with 80. Frazee 64.5. Northern Lights with 57. And Oaks with 54. That's up on your Bank North scoreboard. Their scoreboard sponsor for the Central Cass Lettermans tournament at Bank North. They take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. So those are your top 5 teams here at the 2024 Central Cass Lettermans tournament. A little battle there for that 5th place spot between, or top 4 spot or top 5 spot between Northern Lights, Oaks, and Ellendale Edgley-Colm. Right now, just 3.5 points separate number 6 and number 4 teams for top 5 finish. And now Peyton Lamar on his back, giving up near fall to Jorgensen from Webster area. Jorgensen looks at a clock. He's up 12-2. So Jorgensen puts the gas, or steps down on the gas pedal. He's up now 15-3 to Peyton Lamar on mat number 1. And then the second period with a minute 30 left. Now he drops down, double legs up on Lamar. Takes him down to the mat. 2-point takedown. Up by 14 points with a minute 23 to go on mat number 2. We have Kajed and Tristan Lepp locked in this battle on mat number 2. Lepp with a 2-point lead. He leads 5-3 with 28 seconds remaining. Clock still running. Wrestlers on that far edge of the mat in a neutral position. The winner between Kajed and Tristan Lepp, they'll take on Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos. Eng advances by fall to the quarterfinals over Brock Fear from Pembina County North. Now Lepp goes head over inside cradle, has it locked up, takes Kajed immediately to his back, has a tight cradle hooked up, time runs out on the clock. So that really changes the dynamic of that match there with Tristan Lepp. And bottles up. Kajed takes him straight to his back from his feet. He's now built up a 10-3 lead going into the third period, starting in the bottom position. So Jorgensen advances by tech fall over Peyton Lamar from Central Cass. And that was on mat number 1. He is your first semifinalist at 139 pounds. We now have Riker Vetter for South Border. And he takes on Maddox Shockman, the junior from Lemoore. Maddox Shockman currently with a 4-1 record, number 6 seed. Wrestling Riker Vetter, the number 3 seed. Well, Lisbon Broncos, if you're looking for a wrestler, they don't have Griffin Greenlee in the lineup today here at 139 pounds. And so no scoring wrestler for the Broncos at 139 in the tournament this year. Kajed up on mat number 2 has that arm cranked of Tristan Lepp. Lepp getting up a little gingerly over there, kind of holding that shoulder. And Kajed just cranked it here on the off center of that white circle with the restart. Goes double thigh ride, able to break down. And Lepp now has him almost with a back exposure. And now Kajed getting high. Lepp working for a reversal. He's up 10-3. And that is on mat number 2. And that is still your 133-pound quarterfinal match between Kajed and Tristan Lepp for South Border. Vetter and Shockman scoreless in the first period. Shockman working a front headlock, trying to go ahead in the hole and get around behind Riker Vetter. Vetter trying to arm drag out of it, gets to his feet, hits the drag, but nothing working there for him. Goes back down in the neutral position with 30 seconds remaining in the first period. So you're watching YourLiveEvent.com with day 2 coverage. Now Kajed hits a Peterson roll. Has a Peterson locked up on Tristan Lepp here to end things. He's going to pick up a 2-point reversal and near fall, but Tristan Lepp is going to escape here with a 12-9 decision. Makes it into the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs. He takes on Ryan Ing of the Lisbon Broncos. So Tristan Lepp, a little bit of an upset there. Number 6 seed takes on number 3, Carson Kajed. So that is your semifinal bout now at 133-pound. Tristan Lepp on the bottom side of the bracket takes on Ryan Ing of the Lisbon Broncos. And we are still scoreless going into the second period between Riker Vetter and Maddox Shockman. So Maddox Shockman, the number 6, taking on the number 3 seed in Vetter. And Shockman made his way into the quarterfinals with the winner by foul over Tucker Bada from Grafton, and then decisioned Gage Vold Deadbrotten from Fertilville Trammy 2-0 to make his way to the quarterfinals. Riker Vetter picking up a pair of pins, defeated Riley Miller from Central Cass in the first round, and then defeated Max Bachnes from Hillsborough Central Valley. So Riker Vetter with 2 pins, picking up some bonus points for the team race for South Border Mustangs here, wrestling Maddox Shockman. And now Vetter with a 1-0 lead with that escape at a minute to go in our first period. So now Case Allender up on mat number 2. He's wrestling Nick Garber from Carrington, the number 4 seed. Number 5 seed is Case Allender, junior, 22-6 record. Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals sitting at 17-6. That's up on mat number 2, with Allender picking up a 2-0 lead with a minute to go in the first period. That match between Vetter and Shockman. Vetter with that 1-0 lead wearing the green leg band. Has that dark blue singlet. Now Shockman trying to hit a goal behind. Vetter drops down. High crotch fireman's one thing Southborder is known for is they don't hit that fireman's, they'll be able to dump you, just kind of block that knee and dump you down to the mat. So Vetter trying to score here at the end of this second period has Shockman locked up here. Going to pick up 2-point takedown and some near fall. And Shockman put himself in danger, hanging on to that head over the top. So now Riker Vetter breaks things open. Has a 6-0 lead going into the third period. That was a nice reaction by Riker Vetter after that snap down and go behind attempt. Just reached in, hit the high crotch fireman, is able to dump Shockman down to the mat, picks up a 2-point takedown and then a 3-point near fall on Maddox Shockman. So mat number 2, it's a 2-0 lead going into the second for Case Allender for the Oaks Tornadoes. Number 4, number 5 seeds battling out here. Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals. Official out there, Scott Carblum. Taking control out there with Allender and Garber. Start the second period in the neutral position. It's 2-0 lead for Case Allender. Now level change by Garber, drops down, high crotch single. Able to hook that back ankle of Case Allender. Allender in a little bit of trouble. Has that whizzer, does have a whizzer locked in, so Garber not able to limp arm out of that. Now Allender's going to go head cradle over the top, try to pick up a 2-point takedown. Ref official still hasn't awarded any points here, any control to Allender. He and Garber now with a restart for potentially dangerous, back to that neutral position on mat number 2. And Riker Vetter has Maddox Shockman now kind of bottled up here. It's had a 2-point reversal, or excuse me, an escape for Shockman. Now Vetter picks up a takedown and near fall. Has Shockman in all kinds of trouble over on his back. A lot of pressure on top, going chest to chest. Reverse the half Nelson. So Riker Vetter now winner by fall, and he advances to the semifinal for the South Border Mustangs. So Shockman not able to make it all 3 periods with Vetter. Had a good match going there till the end of the second period, where he gave up that 2-point takedown and went right to his back with the near fall. That's where Riker Vetter took control of the match, broke it open, and just wore down Maddox Shockman. So Riker Vetter advances to the semifinals. He will take on the winner of this match between Josh Malima for Frazee, the senior, 9-3 record, unseeded. And he takes on Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. So Vetter awaiting the winner of this match on mat number 1. Sawyer Owens, right away drops down, double leg takedown, but he's turned away by Malima here on mat number 1. Now Owens tries to go behind, step back around, get a restart with 1:50 to go in the first period on mat number 1. And Case Allender with that 2-0 lead now goes up 4-0, so able to lock up that head cradle. Has that near leg tucked back in on Garber. Now Garber, nice reversal at the end of the period. He's not going to be awarded any points. So just a little bit too late on that reversal attempt by Nick Garber. So we do have third period up on mat number 2 between Case Allender and Nick Garber, with Case Allender leading that 4-0. That's a 139-pound quarterfinal match. They take on the South Dakota product from the Webster area. That's Jorgensen. He won by tech foul over Pate Lamar. And Malima from Frazee catches Seth Owens, has Owens on his back in all kinds of trouble. Malima, the senior for Frazee, working for the fall here at 139 pounds. Owens able to get back up to his base. He gets a potentially dangerous call. That shoulder cranked on Malima, but not before Malima does his damage here to Seth Owens. Has a 5-0 lead with under a minute to go in the first period. A lot of action over there. Seems like they should be further along in their match, but 59 seconds to go in this first period with Malima from Frazee with a 5-0 lead. So still a lot of wrestling left for Seth Owens. He's not out of the match by any means. Now Nick Garber has Allender in trouble. On mat number 2, Nick Garber working for the fall against Case Allender, against Case Allender. That right shoulder up just a little bit. Nick Garber working for the fall. Allender and Nick Garber comes from behind, pulls out the victory, advances to the semifinals. And he takes on Hayden Jorgensen from Webster area. So Nick Garber with the come from behind victory. He was down to Allender going into the third period. Reversal of fortune. Nick Garber advances to the semifinals for Carrington. So still here, 39 seconds remaining in the first period. Still in the first period on mat number 1 between Malima and Seth Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. Seth Owens, the sophomore with an 18-1 record, advanced into the quarterfinal match against Malima from Frazee with 2 pins. Had a 7-second pin in the second round over McBride from EEK, and Malima for Frazee also with 2 pins for the Frazee Hornets. He upset number 7 Zeke Symington, the freshman from Pembina County North, and then pulled off another win against Jackson Mickelson from United Clay Becker to advance to the quarterfinals against Seth Owens. So now Owens with a 1-point escape with 8 seconds to go in this first period. That's on mat number 1. We have Manor weighed 145 pounds on mat number 2. So 145, we have Corbin Clifton, number 1 seed, taking on Jaden Volmer from Harvey Wells Colony. Volmer, a senior. Corbin Clifton for Carrington, junior, with a 21-4 record. Jaden Volmer, senior, with 10-6. That's a 2-1 lead for Clifton. Quick 2-point takedown, 1-point escape for Volmer. Now Clifton, another go behind. Nice snap down, hits behind for a 2-point takedown. He's up 4-1 with 35 seconds remaining in the first period. And Clifton going up over the hips, double leg ride in. Breaks Volmer down to the mat. We will step away for a commercial break at the conclusion of our match on mat number 1 between Seth Owens and Jake Malima. Or excuse me, Josh Malima from Frazee. Malima with that 5-1 lead in there in the second period with 1:16 to go. He's in control on top. Owens does have a wrist isolated on that far side. Malina a little bit high. Now goes crossface right away into an inside cradle, crossface cradle. Keeping Owens broke down. Just a hammer on top now. Keeping Owens broke down on the far side of the mat. Now trying to Turk that leg. Goes ankle pick here on this near side. Or I should say spikes the ankle on the near side. Still working that crossface over the top. And now Volmer's able to roll through. It's still a 4-1 lead for Clifton over on mat number 2. That's Clifton and Volmer. Now Clifton isolates, hips away for a 1-point escape. Has built a 4-point lead right away on a nice double leg takedown. Takes Volmer down to the mat, up 7-1. So Clifton explodes for 3 points in a matter of about 2 seconds. And now he has Volmer on his back working the fall is Clifton from Carrington. And Volmer's shoulder up not by much. Ref official down there. Clifton working for the fall for the Carrington Cardinals, trying to advance to the semifinals. And that does it. So Corbin Clifton, winner by fall over Volmer from Harvey Wells County, advances to the semifinals. So we are going into the third period on mat number 1. So Malima and Seth Owens still going at it. Malima with that 4-point lead. He is a senior from Frazee. He was unseeded coming into the tournament, or coming into this tournament. Picked up a win over number 7 Zeke Symington to make his way into the quarterfinals. Now Owens working that armbar. Has his chance on top to return some of that punishment that Malima brought his way in that second period. So Owens is still working armbar on top. Now Malima kind of has a little lift control. That far side, Malima's going to try counter, stands up, and they get a potentially dangerous call for a restart back in the center of the mat. With a minute 22 to go, still has a 5-1 lead is Malima from Frazee over Seth Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. And Owens decides he's going to try to win this one on his feet. Lets Malima go. So a 5-point lead for Malima from Frazee. Malima level change. Now Owens reshoots, doubles up, takes him down for a 2-point takedown. So it's a 6-3 lead. He goes right away, claw ride, trying to tilt over. As your go-to moves for matches like these. And Seth Owens, or Sawyer Owens, went immediately to that claw rag, just something that he's used to doing. He knows he can hit it, but Malima defends against it. Malima with that 6-3 lead here on mat number 1. He wears the green singlet, the white trim around the legs. He gets stood up here. He's up by 4 with that escape. Owens going body lock. Malima double overs. Now Owens returns him to the mat. That's going to be a 2-point takedown. He's up by 2. Now with the escape, that's Malima does a smart move there. Doesn't give that escape up, and is now Owens has Malima in a little bit of trouble. And they're going to get down to 8 seconds on mat number 1, get a stalemate called with 7 seconds to go. He does give him 2 points. I don't know where the 2 points came from, but he got him 2 points. I didn't even see the hand swipes on that, so he gave him 2 points. That was a roll through if you're asking me, but I'm not the official down on the mat, so that's 7-7 tied up. I think that was a gift by the official to Sawyer Owens here on mat number 1. Malima trying to stand up here down to 3 seconds. So Owens was down 5-0 at the end of the first. Now Malima tried to hit a Peterson as time expires, and they're going to go into overtime. So sudden victory overtime on mat number 1. This is for a chance to hit the semifinals. The winner of this match will take on Riker Vetter from South Border. And now Owens back to that double leg takedown. Has it sucked up on Malima. Owens backs out, now circles in here on mat number 1. Another Frazee wrestler up in the quarterfinals out of mat number 2. So that is at 145 pounds. So that looks like Peischel. So Bailey Peischel for Frazee, a junior, 7-2, taking on Carson Glaseman for South Border. Peischel with a 2-point takedown. Now it's tied up 2 apiece here in the second period. So there in the second period on mat number 2 between Glaseman and Peischel from Frazee, with 57 seconds remaining in that second period on mat number 2. That's at 145 pounds, never quarterfinal match on the bottom side of the bracket. We're still at 139 semifinal. Sudden victory with 17 seconds between Malima for Frazee and Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. And Owens steps in. Malima tries a lat drop on the edge of the mat as time expires. Sat in the chair, rotated the hips over, but not in time as time expires. So a senior trying to pull a trick out of the hat, not able to get that takedown as time expires. So now we go into the second overtime period. Malima tried to hit a switch or sit-out switch right away, but not able to get it. Down to 20 seconds to go. Looking for the right out of Sawyer Owens. Now Malima trying to hit a stand-up, tripods up. So Owens with the half Nelson. Malima isolates. Owens has to return him to the mat. Gets him down. Steps over the top. On the edge of the mat. Going to try to step around behind. Gets a 2-point reversal. So he picks up 2 points as time expires on the edge of the mat here. Going into this right out. Owens not able to get it. So Malima takes a 2-point lead, not 9-7. Owens chooses to go neutral. That's how he clawed his way back into this match, was from his feet. So he's going back to his bread and butter here. Feels he can win this match on his feet, and that's where he's going. He doesn't. All right, I guess I had that mixed up. So he's in the bottom position. So we do have 30 seconds on the clock.
Hillsboro Lumber is ready to help with all of your building or remodeling projects. If you're building something new, doing some remodeling, or working in other projects, Hillsboro Lumber has all of the building materials as well as everything else you'll need to complete your projects. Stop by Hillsboro Lumber today and pick up all of your building materials, hardware items, and more. The best source for all your home improvement and construction needs in Trail County is Hillsboro Lumber. Building or remodeling, farm, home, or commercial, see Hillsboro Lumber today.
If you want help from a firm that has integrity and respect, strives for excellence, and is interested in the betterment of the community, look no farther than Onstead Twitchell Attorneys. Our team of attorneys has dedicated and talented professionals who are committed to improving the lives of their clients and providing custom legal solutions with integrity and excellence. We have offices in West Fargo, Hillsboro, Maddox, Page, and Castleton. Or visit our website, www.onsteadlaw.com.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School Districts.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halsted, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
You can trust the pros at Hillsboro Body Shop to make your vehicle look as good as new. Cars, pickups, trucks, semis, Ben and Tyrell at Hillsboro Body Shop can do the work. And Hillsboro Body Shop is also the place to repair your windshield. Don't wait to get that pesky chip repaired. Ben and Tyrell can replace that glass the same day. Call Hillsboro Body Shop at 701-636-4981 and put Ben and Tyrell's combined 30-plus years of experience to work on your vehicle. Hillsboro Body Shop, 701-636-4981.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seed.
So we are back here for our quarterfinal matches. You have Schwartz out there for Deslax Burlington. And he's wrestling Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. That's on mat number 1. Mat number 2, we have Owens. Or excuse me, mat number 2, we have 152-pound quarterfinal. So that 152-pound quarterfinal is Tummel and Harris. Tummel from Central Cass has a 4-1 lead over Harris. So they're at the end of the first period. That's up on mat number 2. Harris with the choice to start the second, chooses a neutral position. So mat number 1, that's a 1-0 lead there in the second period with 34 seconds to go in that second period. That's a 1-0 lead for Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. And Tummel down on mat number 2. Has double leg hooked up on Harris. Harris trying to hip into it. Has double unders. Able to get those hips down to the mat, trying to get back around behind it. But Tummel, that 4-1 lead, hangs on to the leg of Harris here in this quarterfinal bout at 152 pounds. Tummel from Central Cass. Aiden Tummel, freshman, 10-12 record. He is wrestling Jacob Harris from Frazee, a freshman with 7-6. Harris made his way into the quarterfinals with 2 pins. And Tummel for Central Cass had a little tougher time of it. He won by decision 4-0 over Lane Zupin from Northern Lights, and then decision Riley Lucina for the Lisbon Broncos 3-1. We do have a 2-point takedown by Harris, and then a clasping call, it looked like. So 1 point, maybe a loss of control. So 5-3 lead, now 6-3 lead for Tummel. So there was a clasp. And then an escape by Tummel for Central Cass. So he's up 6-3. So we're tied up 1 apiece here at the minute 30 to go at 1:45. That's on mat number 1. So Schwartz and Hawkinson tied up here. It could be our second overtime match. Now up 3-1. That's a 2-point takedown for Schwartz. So he's up 3-1. Minute 9 to go in our third period on mat 1. That's the quarterfinal bout at 145 pounds. So Corbin Clifton for Carrington Cardinals, one of your semifinalists at 145, and then Peischel for Frazee, Bailey Peischel, junior, 7-2. He won 9-4 over Carson Glazeman. He's your other semifinalist on the bottom side of the bracket. So the winner of this will take on Peischel from Frazee on mat number 1. A back and forth battle here between Harris and Tummel. That's a 6-3 lead for Tummel for Central Cass in the third period, a minute 25 to go. Now Harris drops down, doubles up on Tummel. Tummel hip tosses Harris back around, down to minute 12 to go in that third period. And now Schwartz working for the fall at 145 on mat number 1. He has Hawkinson in some trouble, so Schwartz coming up from that 6th spot, taking on the number 3 seed in Hawkinson, working for the fall. He does have a 5-2 lead as they run out of time in the 3rd period, so he picks up 3-point near fall. He advances to the semifinal against Peischel from Frazee. He wins by a score of 8-2. So winner by decision is Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. And now 152, we have Blaze Ranke up for the Lisbon Broncos. Blaze down to from 160 to 152 to start things out here after the holidays. Number 1 seed, Blaze Ranke, taking on Tanner Mole from Frazee. Or excuse me, Tyler Mole, the senior, 12-3 record, so no points will come easy here for Blaze Ranke. The Broncos did duel the Frazee Hornets back in December, with Frazee winning that duel 33-30. A nice close duel, came down to the heavyweight match there from the Hornets' nest. So I don't believe these two wrestled in that duel. Blaze up at 160. Pretty sure Mole would have ended up wrestling Eli Lyons, and that was a good match. Eli kind of took control of that match early. And then Mole able to come back in that, making it a little bit closer at the end of the 3rd period, but Lyons ended up winning at 152 in the duel.
In the hole on mat number 2, about 432 at 160.
So we'll still have to check the brackets for that other 145-pound semifinal match and see who that was between Fisher Johnson and Haviland DeLong. So just looking for the results of that in that bracket at 145. And that looks like it was a medical forfeit, so Haviland DeLong does medical forfeit to Fisher Johnson. So Fisher Johnson from Kindred takes on Clifton from Carrington at the 145-pound semifinal match later on today, Central Cass Lettermans tournament. If you're following along on track wrestling, you can see there you don't have your usual screen up there. You don't have the mats up on the screen with the green and red wrestlers on it. So we're kind of without our eyes in that other gym. We'll just try to keep you updated on team scores here from the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Right now, up on your Bank North scoreboard, as far as the team race, Southboard with the big lead here in the tournament at 113 points. Sitting at the top spot, Lisbon in second with 87. Frazee closing the gap with the Broncos here for the 3rd spot, or in the 3rd spot with 74.5 points. Northern Lights with 67, and Carrington with 61.5 points. Back in 6th place is Ellendale Edgeley Calm with 54.5 points. So here's your Bank North scoreboard. Top 5 teams at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament here up to the 152-pound weight class in your quarterfinal matches. Currently, mat number 1, we have Blaze Ranke and Tyler Mole from Frazee on mat number 1. And mat number 2, Brody Hoffman, the number 2 seed. He's wrestling Beener from Britton Hecla, so that is Colin Beener. The senior, 8-5 for Britton Hecla. He has 2-0 lead as the seconds tick away in this 1st period. Looks like he'll go into the 2nd with a 2-0 lead for Brody Hoffman from South Border. And now started the 2nd period. Blaze Ranke picks up a 1-point escape. He's up 1-0 over Mole from Frazee. And Blaze Ranke, the senior, 19-2 record, made his way into the quarterfinals with 2 pins. Tyler Mole for Frazee, the senior, 12-3 record, also a 2-pin win by falls for his match against the number 1 seed of the tournament, Blaze Ranke from the Lisbon Broncos.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 392, 139-pound weight class. Max Hopkins.
So wrestlers go out of bounds here. Blaze Ranke with the 1-0 lead. If Frazee with a head of steam in these quarterfinal matches, putting together a couple victories at 39 and 45 in the quarterfinals, getting the wrestlers through to the semis. Looking to advance another one here against Blaze Ranke at 52. So Coach Nagel back at the helm for the Frazee Hornets. Has his team picking up some rankings there as far as the Minnesota 1A schools. I think when Lisbon dueled them, they were in the top 10 teams in the state with some ranked wrestlers. So over on mat number 2, it's still a 2-0 lead for Hoffman. They're in the second period, neutral position. And working that far side of the mat with Biener from Britton Hecla. Now Hoffman picking up near fall, has that 2-point takedown, picking up near fall with that head cradle. Has it locked in tight, it's going to step across with this 3-point near fall. He's up 7-0 in the second period. He takes control of this match. Yeah, Mo and Blaze Ranke just going at it. It's still a close match. Neither wrestler taking control. Ranke working over the top, working hand fighting and head position near the near side. Now Ranke hits a snap down, walks back around, inside leg trip, and they get called out of bounds. He does pick up 2-point takedown, so nice inside leg trip there by Blaze Ranke to pick up that 2-point takedowns. Gives him a little cushion now in this match. He's up 3-0 on mat number 1 with 17 seconds remaining in the second period. Ranke goes double leg ride, flattens out Mole, immediately takes him down, belly down to the mat. And down to 5 seconds to go here in this second period. So Blaze Ranke takes a 3-0 lead going into the third on mat number 1. We do have another Frazee wrestler up on mat number 2. And that looks like Nagel. So Caden Nagel, I believe, wrestling Baumgarn from the Webster area Bearcats. That's a 160 pounds quarterfinal match. So we did have that quarterfinal, that 139. That thing went into overtime and kind of backed things up over here on mat number 1. So we're still at 152 with Blaze Ranke up 3-0. He's currently on top here in the third period. So the winner of this match between Mo and Ranke takes on Tummel from Central Cass in the semifinals. And Hoffman, your winner, advances to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs. That was on mat number 2. He defeated Colin Biener from Britton Hecla. Ranke still up 3-0 with Mole in sit-out position. Now hits a stand-up on Ranke. Ranke with that chicken wing tilt in, had that arm isolated as they went to the mat here at the near side over by the coaches for the Frazee Hornets in the corner, urging on their wrestler. Now Ranke trying to dig that arm in, or dig that hand in on this near side. Mo defending it, down to 38 seconds to go on that edge of the mat on mat number 1. And Nagel at 160. He's up 5-0, so he has a 5-0 lead for the Frazee Hornets at 160 pounds in this quarterfinal match. He's taking on Baumgarn, Gage Baumgarn, freshman from the Webster area. And picking up near fall is Nagel. So Nagel now will have an 8-0 lead here at the end of the first period. And trying to hit a fall here with 8 seconds left is Nagel for Frazee Hornets, trying to put another wrestler into the semifinals. We restart with 12 seconds left. So Mo able to get a 1-point escape, drops down, changes level. Ranke backing up. He'll probably get hit for a stall call, so he does get hit, but time's going to expire on the clock. Ranke drops down at the end of the period, and he will win by decision 3-2 and advances to the semifinals. So Blaze Ranke, your semifinals, he'll take on Tummel. Aiden Tummel from Central Cass. So I don't know, these Frazee wrestlers seem like they're underseeded in the tournament. Just kind of comparing them to the other competition. So not sure they did anybody any favors by underseeding Frazee. A lot of the wrestlers underseeded making their way here with a bunch of upsets through their brackets. But now over on mat number 2, that's an 8-2 lead for Nagel from Frazee. Nagel. He was unseeded coming into the tournament, 7-6 record. Russell Bailey Zachmeyer, the number 4 seed junior from Rugby, he upset Zachmeyer at 160 in the first round. Then won by fall over Jack Martin from Barnesville. So Nagel here against Baumgarten from the Webster area. Baumgarten also unseeded. He took on Tyson Johnson from Kindred. He defeated Johnson by major decision, 19-9, then picked up another major decision win over Jack Erickson, freshman from Furteville Trammy. So they're out there right now between Baumgarten and Nagel battling here with an 8-2 lead for Nagel from Frazee. And then up on mat number 1, we do have Josh Meal for the Oaks Tornadoes wrestling Greg Fear for the EEK Thunder. So Josh Meal, the number 1 seed. Fear not picking up a seed in the tournament, unseeded. Meal steps over the top here on Fear. Fear's going to roll through. Now Meal has him in trouble on his back, has a 2-point takedown, working for some near fall. Head and arm locked up. Those shoulders of Fear not up by much. The official gets down there, takes a look. Slides back around here to the near side. Meal heavy on the top, squeezes. And he's going to win by fall and advances to the championship match at 160 pounds. Well, still here, it's a 9-2 lead now for Nagel over Baumgarten. 5 seconds in the second period remain, now down to 1 second. So Nagel takes a 9-2 lead into the third period over Baumgarten from Webster area. And now we have Eli Lyons and Cole Stock going back out at Cole Stock. In that duel between the Broncos and the Mustangs, defeated Eli Lyons. I think it was right around a 10-3 decision, or maybe even a 11-3 decision. I believe that was a major decision win for Cole Stock. It was close into the third period before Stock ended up breaking it open. So a little rematch here between Eli Lyons and Cole Stock for the South Border Mustangs up on mat number 1. So these are your quarterfinal bouts here. We'll work our way up to 160 pounds. We will have the girls tournament. I believe that'll start here at the conclusion of our quarterfinal matches. And we don't have our eyes open here with track wrestling. Not able to have that screen up and track what's going on in that back room. So keep you updated on what's going on inside the main room, and then up our Bank North scoreboard as far as team scores with South Border now with 120 points, Lisbon with 87. Frazee 77.5, Northern Lights with 67 in the number 4 spot. And down at number 5 are your Carrington Cardinals with 61.5 points. And Central Cass creeping up now to the number 6 spot. They overtake EEK for 6th place. And they have 56 points. EEK 54.5 sitting in 7th place. Well, that is your Bank North scoreboard as far as the team race. Well, not a lot of blood time here in the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. It's good to see. Sometimes you can get on a roll with blood time and extend in a lot of these matches. We've had one overtime match so far. That was at 139 pounds. So that was Peischel over Sawyer Owens in that quarterfinal match, with Peischel winning in overtime, advancing to the semifinals. Nagel is your winner, 13-2 over Baumgarten at 152 pounds. At 160 pounds. He will take on Josh Meal from the Oaks Tornadoes. So Nagel earning him a spot into the semifinals and also a top 6 finish at the 2024 Central Cass Lettermans tournament. And then scoreless going into the second period between Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. The Lions bumped up to 160 after Ranke drops down to 52. Lyons, a sophomore with a 20-3 record, and he takes on Cole Stock. Cole Stock, a junior, 11-6 for the South Border Mustangs. Stock currently hits a sit-out, and he's going to get a 1-point escape. Lyons backs up the back into the center of the mat with 1:36 to go in the second period.
Kindred and Mike Nelson of Lisbon. You're in the hole mat number 2 at 172.
Now Stock drops down, outside single shot. Lions with the Wizards able to counter out of it. Both wrestlers still on their feet here near side of the mat. Snap down by Stock. Lions back to his feet. Good to see Eli Lyons pop right back up in that duel. He hit down on his knees a couple times. Stock just able to bowl him over, so too much power, core power for Cole Stock. Now Lyons, single leg, high crotch. Stock trying to step around. Lyons trying to crack down Stock. Stock going crossface over the top. Lyons he does get Stock cracked down, but now Stock pops back up. Like I said, that core, those hips of Stock, just too powerful. Now Lyons steps around, just has to pull his head out, and he does that on the edge of the mat. 2-point takedown for Eli Lyons. He takes a 2-1 lead he's up 3-0, so that was a 1-point escape. So now Eli Lyons with a 3-0 lead over Cole Stock. Had the scoring wrong there with 24 seconds to go in their second period. Lions up 3-0. Stock quickly stands up. Trying to mat return. Good sit out by Stock. Now Lyons returns it back to the mat. Down to 12 seconds. Stock with a sense of urgency trying to score at the end of the second period. Eli Lyons doing a good job here keeping him in bounce and running that clock down to get into the third with a 3-0 lead. So Lyons, the intelligent wrestler here, learning something from the Thursday night duel. Stock chooses bottom position to start the third period. 2 minutes on the clock for Eli Lyons to make his way into the semifinals in a top 6 finish. Stock immediately up, has a chance here to tie it up from his feet. It's a 3-1 lead for Eli Lyons against Cole Stock. We do have, it's like 172, I believe that's Mertz out there. Going up against Drew Zwack. Zwack, the number 1 seed at 172 on mat number 1. They're scoreless in the first. So Christian Mertz. Yeah, 172. Going up against Drew Zwack. They are scoreless with under a minute to go in that first period. Back to Lyons and Cole Stock at 160. Lyons, they're working another takedown edge of the mat. Has Stock in some trouble. Pulls out. It's going to get a 2-point takedown once again on the edge of the mat. Right now, Lyons has Stock figured out from his feet. Picks up another 2-point takedown. He's up 5-1. So 160 pounds. Broncos trying to get back-to-back wrestlers here in the semifinals with Lyons and Ranke. Stock trying to work some magic, gets a 1-point escape. Now Lyons, he has to work down on Stock. Stock wants to tie up and try and throw Lyons. He's down by 3 points with 45 seconds to go. So we'll see who wins this battle. Cole Stock, a junior, 11-6. Lyons, the sophomore, number 6 seed, going against the number 3. Back in is Cole Stock. Lyons up 5-2. Going to come down here to the last 20 seconds. Stock working a headlock. Lyons with the body lock, steps in, trying to step around Stock with Lyons, pick up 2-point takedown. So Stock did go for it. Tries to throw, but Eli Lyons is going to take control here. Now up 7-2 here near edge of the mat. Throws in the half Nelson on Stock. Stock looks like he's just ready to cede to Eli Lyons. Time runs out. Eli Lyons, your semifinalist for the Lisbon Broncos. A little bit of an upset. They're now 1-1 on the season between Stock and Lyons at 160 pounds. All right, back to now 172 pounds on mat number 2 between Zwack. Excuse me, that's Helverson. So Helverson from Barnesville had that wrong there. So That's at 172 pounds. And also out there is Isaiah Caruth on mat number 1, wrestling Preston Mayfield. So Isaiah Caruth, number 5 seed, wrestling Preston Mayfield, the number 4. Mayfield from Frazee, a senior, 13-1 record. Caruth picks up a 2-point takedown. That's on the edge of the mat there with first period with 1:20 to go. Is Zwack and Halverson from Barnesville. That's a 1-0 lead currently for Drew Zwack from Minot Bishop Ryan. And that's with 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Mat number 2 over there with the white centers. And the black border, black trim around the red. Large red circle. That's mat number 2. So now Zwack picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 3-0 with that go behind. Time expires going into the third period. He's in the lead. Your semifinal or quarterfinal bout. Caruth now with that 4-1 lead over Mayfield from Frazee. Isaiah Caruth for EK, a senior, 22-4 record. Picked up a pin in the first round against Luke Walski, a freshman from Northern Cass, and then won by Tech Fall over Denton Karcher from Pembina County North to advance into the quarterfinals against Mayfield. Mayfield made his way out of bye in the first round and then picked up a win by Tech Fall over Kenny Smith for a junior from Deslax Burlington. So restart back to the center of the map with that 4-1 lead in the first period for Isaiah Caruth. The winner of this bout takes on the winner over on mat number 2 between Zwack and Halverson. Zwack working on top, has that 3-0 lead against Halverson. Still waiting to see Mike Nelson here at 172 for the Broncos. On the bottom side of the bracket with that number 2 seed. So we will step away, we'll take a break here. Word from our sponsors, come back for the conclusion of these 2 matches here on mat number 1 and 2, quarterfinal bouts at 172 pounds. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. We're live from the Central Cass Lettermans tournament.
For LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and SeedX sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Hey, welcome back. That match on mat number 2 between Zwack and Halverson. Zwack hit a nice roll through, put Halverson on his back. Winner by fall, he advanced to the semifinals. Isaiah Caruth here on mat number 1 picks up 2 more points. He's now up 6-2 with that 2-point takedown on Mayfield from Frazee. And now Mike Nelson for the Lisbon Broncos here on the bottom side of the bracket takes on Tanner Mengi from Kindred. And Nelson, the senior, with the undefeated 4-0 record, injured early in the season, back after the Christmas break, healthy, ready to take on all-comers here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. He has himself a draw here with Tanner Mengi, the 8th grade phenom from the Kindred Vikings. Mengi made his way with the number 7 seed, winner by fall over Martin Heberly of Deslax Burlington, then picked up another win by fall over Boston Fike, the junior from Harvey Wells County. Mike Nelson also with a couple pins over the first round of Trey Leducer, a junior from Northern Lights, and then pinned Tate Thorpe from the Oaks Tornadoes in 38 seconds to get his match here. He's up quickly, 2-0 over Mengi. And now Nelson lets Mengi, cuts him loose here for a 1-point escape. 2-1 lead for Mike Nelson with 1:25 to go in the first period on mat number 2. And Nelson, white singlet, red trim, and wearing the leg band. Now a little snap down, trying to hit that goal behind Mengi, scrambling on the bottom. Good hustle by Maggie, trying to keeping those feet moving, keeping himself moving on the bottom. It stops that momentum of Nelson on the top. Nelson now patient. Has a cradle kind of locked up here, trying to step back around and take control. Has it locked up. Has Mangy turned over to his back. Nelson has Mangy flattened out here, working for the fall. For the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 2 is Mike Nelson. He's up 4-1. Mangy now flattens it out. Mike Nelson advances to the semifinals with the 3rd pin of the tournament. Over Tanner Mangy from Kindred. Zwack, your other semifinalist at 172 pounds with that pin over Halverson. Currently on mat number 1, we have Isaiah Cruth wrestling Preston Mayfield. Another Frazee product. Frazee's a number of wrestlers here in these mid-weights into the quarterfinals. Most of the wrestlers unseeded. Here Mayfield did pick up the number 4 seed, wrestling against Isaiah Cruth.
In the hole on mat number 2, about 4:56.
Cruth with that 8-5 lead, so still a tight race, tight battle here between Cruth and Mayfield. See which wrestler has the better conditioning as we're into the 3rd period with 1:40 to go. Wrestlers on their feet. Cruth with that 3-point lead, up 8-5. That's mat number 1. Kindred Vikings send another wrestler into the quarterfinals. It's like 189, so this is Lincoln Swenson, the sophomore at 189 pounds with an 8-7 record, picking up 2 pins in the tournament. Wrestling Cole Henderson, the number 1 seed from Northern Lights. Henderson, the senior, the junior, with a 16-0 record. Also with 2 falls, advanced to the quarterfinals. And Swenson defends against that go-behind attempt by Cole Henderson. Back to the feet for the restart in the center of the mat on mat number 2. So Cruth trying to double up, going inside, working inside on Mayfield. Mayfield's tried to step through, trying to chin whip over Cruth not able to, or Mayfield not able to get leverage and get Cruth down. Cruth just too strong. Get a restart back to the center of the mat. And now Mayfield shoots in on Cruth. Cruth takes a step back on mat number 1. Mayfield reaches in, 8-leg pick, gets it, and does have him going down to the mat. Didn't pick up 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat for Mayfield. Nice little knee pick, drops down, changes the levels, takes Cruth down to the mat. Cruth looking a little bit winded, walking back to the center. Now just down by 1 is Mayfield for the Frazee Hornets. And Mayfield chops the arm here in the near side. Going to try to tilt, rolls through, does get Cruth turned to his back, so Mayfield picking up near fall. Going to get near fall on Isaiah Cruth. The Frazee Hornets working some magic, pushing another wrestler through to the semifinals. He does pick up 2 near fall, now 9-8 lead for Mayfield. Switch and a re-switch. Mayfield re-switches on Cruth. Cruth still trying to dig in. Hits an elevator over the top. Now Mayfield steps over. Mayfield picking up near fall on Cruth to end the period down to 10 seconds. So Mayfield going to win by decision over Isaiah Cruth. Big win for the Frazee Hornets here at 172 pounds. And Preston Mayfield fell behind early. He comes back to win it by decision 11-8. Holy cow for the Frazee Hornets. Wrestling great today here in the second day of the tournament. Put another wrestler through to the semifinals. Mayfield to take on Drew Zwack, the junior from Minot Bishop Ryan, currently undefeated at 24-0. The other semifinal bout now. Jace Nitschke taking on Kate Olsen-Tinglested. Olsen-Tinglested from Central Cass up at 189, now down to 72. a little bit different, kind of different thinking now that we won't see Central Cass on the Class B side of the state tournament. Bumped up to Class A for the 2023-2024 season. Here, Lisbon will have a duel. Not sure. I think it's like around the 11th, maybe the 11th of December or 11th of January. But Lisbon will duel Central Cass here. I believe that's down in Lisbon later on this month, on both the boys and the girls side. So we are still in the quarterfinal rounds. They're looking to be here late into the evening, I would say, as far as the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Still haven't started that girls tournament yet. So we are into our quarterfinal bouts. Nitschke and Kate Olsen, Tinglestead and Jace Nitschke is the number 3 seed. The winner of this match here on mat 1 takes on Mike Nelson. Nelson with 3 pins in the tournament, advancing to the semifinals for the Broncos. Another Deslax Burlington product out there. On mat number 1. So that is Jonathan Smith, the number 6 seed, taking on Blake Unger from New York Mills. Unger with a 4-2 lead going into the second period on mat number 2. Unger, a junior, with a 14-4 record. And Jonathan Smith, the sophomore from Deslax Burlington, picks up 2 pins to make it to the quarterfinals. Unger won by decision in the first round over Taylor Myra from South Border, 9-3. And then won by fall over Lisbon's Brock Lions at 189 to advance to the quarterfinals. So we still are now quarterfinal bout at 172. Last one for the bracket between Nitschke and Kate Olsen. Tinglestead still scoreless in the second period at the start of the second period. And Nitschke, the top wrestler, in dark blue singlet with the white trim. Kate Olsen Tinglestead on the bottom, in the bottom position, red leg band. And Nitschke working over the top, back behind the elbows. Oh, hits a mean crossface, going to try to roll over, so saw an opening. Hits the crossface, locked it up, rolls over the top for that suicide cradle. Now working for the fall, has it tight on Kate Olsen Tinglestead. Tinglestead powers out of it, does get a 3-point near fall and a restart back to the center of the mat. So Kate Olsen Tinglestead, one thing, don't cut him out of the match. Athletic wrestler, more than capable of hitting the 5-point move of his own here, take the lead. But don't count out J.H. Nitschke, talented wrestler for the South Border Mustangs with the number 3 seed. Nitschke liking that cradle, has a crossface locked up again. That match between Unger and Smith on mat number 2. Smith currently on top. Unger from New York Mills. Smith with the red leg band. He's up 5-2. So Jonathan Smith, the number 6 seed. Unger from New York Mills with that blue singlet on the bottom position. Number 3 seed. Time runs out in the second period to start the third. Smith takes the lead into the third period. He chooses bottom. He's up 5-2. So that's a 5-1 lead now for Nitschke. Had an escape for Olsen Tinglestead. Nitschke with the 2-point takedown. He's up 5-1 going into this third period. It is Nitschke's choice. He chooses neutral against Olsen Tinglestead. Mike Nelson waits the winner of this match for the semifinal bout at 172 on the bottom side of the bracket. And Nitschke right away working over the top of Olsen Tinglestead with that 2-point reversal. Has a half hooked up deep. Olsen Tinglestead now able to counter out of it. Down to minute 32 to go. It's a 7-1 lead for Jace Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. And now it's 6-2 lead over on mat number 2. And that's for Smith of Deslax Burlington. He's up 6-2 with 47 seconds to go. He's wrestling Blake Unger from New York Mills. Unger in that another royal blue singlet with the white stars down the legs. Smith now up 8-2, picks up a 2-point takedown. Has that arm half Nelson in deep on Unger. Unger not able to fight it off any longer, rolling over to his back. So Smith picking up near fall with 20 seconds to go in this third period. Smith for Deslax Burlington trying to make it into the semifinals. And he does. He wins by fall over Unger, Blake Unger from New York Mills. So Jonathan Smith advances to the semifinals at 189. And Olsen Tinglestead makes it to his feet. It's a 9-3 lead for Nitschke. Now another 2-point takedown for Nitschke. Puts him up 11-3 over Cade Olsen Tinglestead. They are down to 5 seconds in that third period. So Jace Nitschke advances for the South Border Mustangs to the semifinals. He'll take on Mike Nelson of the Lisbon Broncos. That's on the bottom side of the bracket. Top side, your semifinalist at 172 are Drew Zwack for the Minot Bishop Ryan, currently undefeated at 24-0. He takes on Preston Mayfield, the senior from Frazee. Mayfield will that come from behind victory over Isaiah Caruth, earned his way into the semifinals. His chance at a championship match. He'll take on Drew Zwack from Minot Bishop Ryan at 172. So Ivan Caruth, number 2 seed, out there wrestling Jack Graham from Frazee. Ivan Caruth in control of that match. Picks up a 3-point near fall. He's up 5-0. So 189 quarterfinal match. So far your first semifinalist is Cole Henderson. He was a winner over Lincoln Swenson by fall.
Just a heads up, everybody, as we conclude this quarterfinal round here.
And we also have Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington, the other semifinalist on the bottom side of the bracket. He is a winner by fall over Blake Unger from New York Mills. Caruth currently out in the match. Ivan Caruth, the sophomore, with 19-3 record. Your state champion. A returning state champion is taking on Jack Graham from Frazee. Jack Graham, the sophomore, defeated Stone Thornton, the number 7 seed, the senior, by decision 4-1 in your second round matches to make his way into the semifinals against Caruth. Caruth currently up 5-0. Down to 10 seconds in the first period. Graham attempting a stand-up, hip heist out of it. Not able to get away from Caruth here to end things in this first period. So Ivan Caruth takes a 5-0 lead into the second period. We do have Daniel Schumacher out on mat number 1, wrestling Christian Mertz. So Schumacher in the number 5 seed, wrestling Mertz from Harvey Wells County. It's Schumacher and Mertz scoreless with 30 seconds to go. With Schumacher, Matt returns down, picks up a 2-point takedown. Mertz quickly back up to his feet. Does enough to get that 2-point takedown on Mertz. Now Mertz stands up trying to score here at the end of the period. It's 2-1 lead for Schumacher. Schumacher locking up again. Mertz goes headlock. Schumacher counters out of it. Wrestler step back in. Mertz goes to work underneath. Down to 3 seconds. Time expires with Daniel Schumacher for South Border taking a 2-1 lead into the second period against Christian Mertz from Harvey Wells County. Winner of this match between Schumacher and Mertz takes on Cole Henderson, the number 1 seed from Northern Lights. Caruth now on top in the second period with that 5-0 lead. Your other 189-pound quarterfinal against Jack Graham from Frazee. Graham with a little bit of space or daylight in those hips. Caruth quickly back around. Now working a bar arm on the far side. Graham hip bias back around, has an escape. So now up to his feet is Jack Graham for the Frazee Hornets. On mat number 2.
Over at mat number 4, about 421, 152-pound weight class. Elijah Ryder, New York Mills, Ryder Muir of Webster area. You're making your way to mat number 4 at 152.
Your mat number 1. It's a 3-1 lead here for, now 5-1 lead for Daniel Schumacher. So 5-1 lead for Schumacher. That's on mat number 1. And then Ivan Caruth goes down by fall on mat number 2. So Jack Graham comes back, pins Ivan Caruth on mat 2. Graham with the upset over the returning state champion and Ivan Caruth. He'll take on Smith from Deslax Burlington in your semifinal bout at 189 pounds. We got switched over with the cameras between mat 1, mat 2. Not sure what happened there, but holy smokes. You have Gremlins here working. Had connectivity issues up here inside the broadcast booth yesterday, so I didn't know if we were going to get a broadcast up. Figured out, isolated down to the router inside the broadcast booth up here. So luckily Joe Morgan for Real Live Event saves the day, gets everybody up here in the booth broadcasting and able to get their signal out and pull down data. So we're here live from the CentralCast Lettermans tournament. Work through those issues. Now we're back here on mat number 1 between Schumacher wrestling against Mertz from Harvey Wells County. 5-2 lead for Daniel Schumacher at the end of the second period. That's a quick pin over there for Shane Nitschke for South Border at 215 pounds. So Shane Nitschke, number 1 seed with that quick pin over Junt, Braden Junt from Deslax Burlington. He is your first semifinalist at 215 pounds. Shane Nitschke, returning state champion at 215. Oh, now out there, Drew Thorpe for EEK. Quarterfinal bout on mat number 2. Taking on James Flynn from Fertibell Trammy. Flynn currently 17-0, the junior. Taking on Drew Thorpe from EK, the freshman, 11-5. That's at 215 on mat number 2. Still working through this quarterfinal bout between Schumacher and Mertz. They're locked up now, 6-4 lead. Now Schumacher picks up 2 more pounds. Mertz tried that headlock. He's grimacing over on that far edge of the mat with an 8-4 lead for Daniel Schumacher. And a hip toss over here on mat number 1. So Thorpe hip toss down. No points awarded. Or excuse me, on mat number 2. They're in the first period with 1:20 to go. It's 215-pound quarterfinal bout. So Thorpe taking on Flynn. James Flynn, the number 3 seed at 17-0. And Flynn now has Thorpe on his back, the freshman for EEK. going to try to roll through. So Thorpe does roll through, powers through on it. Great reversal by Drew Thorpe. Picks up 2-point reversal. He's down 5-2 in the first period with 45 seconds to go on mat number 2. And now Zwack trying to come out the back door. Going to be too little, too late for for Mertz. So Mertz going to go down here 8-6 to Daniel Schumacher. Daniel Schumacher gets into the semifinals at 189 pounds. Wins by decision 8-6 over Christian Mertz. So number 5 seed takes down the number 4. Daniel Schumacher in his senior campaign. Been around the mat for a long time for the South Border Mustangs. So he's now in the semifinal. He takes on Cole Henderson, so he gets a shot at Henderson in the semifinals, trying to take away that undefeated record for Cole Henderson, the junior, currently undefeated for Northern Lights. A 2:15 at the end of the period on mat number 1. It's a 7-2 lead now for James Flynn. So Flynn able to reverse it back, gets 3 near fall. He's up 10-2 on Drew Thorpe. Looks like we are now at a heavyweight bout out here. Or excuse me, no, we're still at 2:15 with Melander from Central Cass wrestling John Leonard for Northern Lights. John Leonard, the senior, 15-6 record. Made his way into the quarterfinals with 2 falls. Picked up a win in the first round to get Connor Kosmaka from United Clay Becker. And then another pin over Carson Swenson from West Fargo Cheyenne in the second round. Melander from Central Cass, Mitchell Melander, the number 5 seed, won by fall over Chase Herman from Pembina County North, and then defeated Gavin Austin from Harvey Wells County. Earned his way to the quarterfinal bout. Now Melander is down on the mat with an injury on mat number 1. And Thorpe in control on top there in the second period. Taking on Flynn from New York Mills. So Drew Thorpe has an armbar hooked up. Thorpe, athletic, talented football player, wrestler, and also baseball. He's going to walk around the top. So Drew Thorpe's going to pick up some near fall against Flynn. Has Flynn in trouble. New York Mills in jeopardy of giving up another. And Drew Thorpe for the EK Thunder wins by fall. Just like that, gets a spot into the semifinals. Wins over James Flynn. He was undefeated, so James Flynn for Fertile Trammy with his first loss on the season by way of Drew Thorpe for EEK. Thorpe into the semifinals. Beauty of wrestling any given day, down by 14 points, 10 seconds left. You can still win that match by fall. And Drew Thorpe comes from behind. Flynn in command of that match. Walks around, has that armbar locked up, walks around the head. Makes his way to the semifinal, earns himself a top 6 finish at the very least. You do have number 1 seed out there, Coy Okeson, here at heavyweight. That bout is underway on mat number 2. So Coy Okeson taking on Gage Nygaard from Northern Cass, the senior, 16-6. Okeson has Nygaard down, working for the fall for Minot Bishop Ryan. Is the big man. NDSU football commit Okeson wins by fall over Nygaard, advances to the semifinals. So Drew Anderson now going out for the Broncos. Anderson made his way into the quarterfinal match. Picked up a little bit of an upset win over Brody Geston from Northern Cass. Gavin Symington from Pembina County. So Drew Anderson advances into the quarterfinal. had a bye in the first round, then pinned Symington in 52 seconds in that second round. He's wrestling Bodie Roberts, a New York Mills, a senior. Bodie Roberts with a 13-1 record, had a bye the first round and then won by a fall over Peyton Wold from Roseau. So we've seen a couple New York Mills wrestlers go down in these quarterfinal bouts. So New York Mills having a tough time of it in the quarterfinals. Here, Drew Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos at 215 pounds. Winner of that will take on Drew Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Colm. Thorpe, number 6 seed, takes out the number 3 seed James Flynn by fall. That is John Leonard. Does advance into the semifinals. He'll take on number 1 seed Shane Nitschke at the top side of the bracket for your semifinalist or semifinal bout later on this afternoon. And Cole Nitschke wrestling heavyweight for the South Border Mustangs. And following the footsteps of his brother Shane here, working heavyweight, getting his spot in the lineup for the sophomore. Down to 30 seconds. Has a body lock hooked up. Going to step into it. Well, Nitschke has a body lock hooked up on his opponent. And that's Carter Call from Deslax Burlington. So Call and Nitschke going at it. Quarterfinal bout on mat number 2. It's a 2-0 lead. And Anderson's trying to score here at the end of the period, down to 10 seconds. There's still no points given up. And we do have a potentially dangerous call. So Anderson had a scoring opportunity, but gets called for potentially dangerous with a restart back in the center of the mat at 215-pound quarterfinal match on mat number 1. They got the conclusion of these matches inside the main gymnasium. We'll step away, take an extended break, come back, try to do a recap. We'll start the first round of the girls tournament, so we do have those brackets. So again, if you're following around, trying to follow along track wrestling, that's not up to its usual performance. We don't have the bouts. We're not able to view the bouts on there. You're looking on your Bank North scoreboard. Lisbon and South Border, top 2 teams. South Border with 138 points. Lisbon with 107, Frazee 95.5. Northern Lights with 74 in the number 4 spot. Oaks with 64, Central Cass with 62, Carrington 61.5. Number 8 is Kindred, 56.5. And number 9 is Deslax Burlington with 56. Sitting at number 10, your top 10 teams out of this 30-team tournament is Ellendale Edgeley Colm with 54.5 points. So now Anderson on mat number 1 is down 5-0. Anderson going up against Bodie Roberts, a senior from New York Mills with a 5-1 record. Roberts has a hammerlock, gets underneath the chin of Drew Anderson, extends that arm out on the near side now. Anderson trying to bridge out of it. Digging that chin in is Roberts for New York Mills. That left shoulder up just by a little bit. Official down there with a good view. Ever so slowly now, winner by fall is Bodie Roberts. He advances for his semifinal bout against Drew Thorpe.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 434 at 160. Joe Mann of New York Mills, Nixon Buckmiller, Harvey Wells.
So that is your other semifinalist at 215 pounds is Bodie Roberts. He takes on Drew Thorpe, top side of the bracket. Number 1, Shane Nitschke takes on John Leonard from Northern Lights. This heavyweight bout on mat number 2, that's between Cole Nitschke. So South Border with the Nitschke boys up on top from 189, from 215 in heavyweight. The oldest brother, Jace, down at 172. Also in the semifinals, up against Mike Nelson. So Cole Nitschke trying to make his way and join his brothers in the semifinals here at 285. It's a 3-0 lead for Nitschke. So Cole Nitschke had to buy the first round, then won by fall over Xander Kohler, the number 5 seed senior from Frazee, by fall in 2:48. And Carter Call, the number 4 seed from Deslax Burlington, won by major decision, 13-1 over Brant Mickelson from Northern Lights, and then defeated Fernando Rios from Hillsborough Central Valley, the junior. So Call and Nitschke going at it now. Call trying to mat return. Nitschke using his athleticism here on these big guys. Tries to step around. 2-point takedown, so that tightens the score here between Call and Nitschke. Now Call in control on top. And coaches are telling Call to go ahead and cut loose Nitschke. Nitschke kind of licking his chops now. He's up 4-2. That heavyweight bout, another heavyweight bout over on mat number 1. And that is a winner by fall on mat number 1. So that looks like Vernon from Mayport CG. Oh, Ferdo, so that's Lizer. Jack Lizer, Ferdo Beltrami. Wins by fall over Toby Bryan, an 8th grader from Roseau. So Lizer, semifinalist at 285.
On mat number 1, about 437, 172-pound weight class. It's Boston Fight of Harvey, Wells County, and Matt Schwab of Lisbon. You're in the home mat 1.
So we are back in some wrestle backgrounds here in the main gymnasium, but we'll step away after this heavyweight bout between Cole and Nitschke. They're down to 9 seconds between Nitschke and Call. Like if I was Call, I would have took my chances on top of Nitschke, just trying to use his size against Nitschke, throwing a crossface. Oh, no, tip tosses him down. They're on the edge of the mat, but they're called out of bounds. Nitschke's feet were still in bounds, both of them. At 2 points of contact, down to 4 seconds. Nitschke looking for the upset, trying to join his brothers here, and that goes down. So Cole Nitschke makes to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs. Takes out the number 4 seed, Carter Call. So Cole Nitschke has his chance against Coy Okeson. That's your semifinal bout at 285 pounds on this top side of the bracket. Have to take a look at what your other semifinal bout here is on, or excuse me, quarterfinal bout on mat number 2. So that looks like Roberts from New York Mills taking on Hardy from Britton Hecla. So this is Roberts and Hardy, quarterfinal bout, bottom side of the bracket. Tucker Hardy, a sophomore with the number 2 seed. Grady Roberts, a sophomore, number 7 seed from New York Mills. They do have some of your more consolation matches going on inside the main gymnasium. We'll stick here for this final heavyweight quarterfinal bout. And that's a 2-point takedown for Roberts from New York Mills. Going to drive Hardy out of bounds. Still with those feet in bounce here for Roberts from New York Mills. Make a call out of bounds. 35 seconds remaining in the first period. And down to 30 seconds in that first period. That's a 2-0 lead. Now Hardy up over the top, trying to hit a reversal. Still no points awarded. Down to 18 seconds on mat number 2. And that far side of the mat. He's going to step around here. Still no points given up. No loss of control. Hardy still no points. Now gets back around behind him for 2 points. Ties it up at the end of the period going into the second. We're 2-all on mat number 2. So we are 285 quarterfinal bout here in the second period. It's tied up 2 apiece. And mat number 1, that is a wrestleback match. That's Johnson from Kindred out there. If that Shoemaker from Webster area, I believe that Shoemaker and Johnson, 145-pound wrestleback. Johnson's going to step through. He's up 14-0, working on a tech fall down to. The clock is stopped though. Clock, no time running on that clock down on mat number 2. Or excuse me, mat number 1 just stuck at 57 seconds. Now they get it started. So Johnson gets the extended time here to work this tech fall. And he does pick it up, so he will advance. Stays alive in the wrestlebacks for the Kindred Vikings. He wins by tech fall. And Hardy working for the fall on mat number 2. Gets him rolled through. Has him flattened out, going to use that weight and the leverage. Those shoulders not up by much. And he's going to win by fall and advances to the semifinals against Jack Leiser, Fielder Beltrami. So Tucker Hardy from Britton Hecla is your semifinalist. So your semifinalist at 285 is Coy Okeson on the top side of the bracket, taking on Cole Nitschke. And the bottom side, it's Jack Leiser for Fielder Beltrami wrestling Tucker Hardy from Britton Hecla. So we will go ahead and step away here after those quarterfinal bouts. We're back into some wrestleback rounds. So here on yourliveevent.com, we'll step away, take a word from our sponsors, and come back, get reset here, try to get you updated on some of these consolation brackets and get you tuned into the girls wrestling tournament. You're watching yourliveevent.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Northern Kansas School District believes that every learner can change the world. That's why they provide a world-class education. Northern Kansas will commit to purposely build trust, develop authentic relationships, and engage in innovative practices which will empower learners to be choice-ready. Northern Kansas is dedicated and passionate about relationships, teaching and learning, self-reflection, acknowledging greatness, and support of the community. For more information, go online to northernkansasschool.org. That's northernkansasschool.org.
Even as a kid, I knew I wanted to be part of Polar Communications because they have such a long history of taking care of their employees.
I'm grateful that we get to work with great people every day, and I get to go home at the end of the day knowing that what we did for the day matters.
It's a great place to be part of a team and feel like you're achieving so much more than just answering a phone call. Polar is more than that. Polar is family.
For all your fresh floral needs, rely on 3R Floral on Main Street in Hillsboro. If you have an upcoming wedding or special event, contact 3R Floral to help with your floral needs for the occasion. Call 3R Floral at 701-636-2000. You can also find gift ideas for all occasions. Check out the new decor to spruce up your home and office for the new year at 3R Floral. And don't forget about Hillsboro Gifts, featuring Borough apparel for all Borough fans. Check out the 3R Floral Facebook page and see some great gifts available. If you can dream it, we can do it at 3R Floral in Hillsboro.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Whew, sorry I'm late. I had to walk again.
Where's your car?
Whew, the auto shop said it would take a few months to fix.
You should have taken it to Abra.
Abra Auto Body can fix your car faster than the other body shops. After your claim is filed, Abra handles the rest with the insurance companies and adjuster. Lonnie and his team will take good care of you. Visit us on 32nd Avenue South or schedule your appointment at abraauto.com. Abra Auto Body, right the first time, on time.
Abra Auto Body, Grand Forks.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
You'll want to check out the year-end discounts on trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. And you might want to think about ordering early for next spring, as well as looking at the new models of gooseneck trailers. Bloomfield Enterprises carries a full line of trailers from Big Tex and Flow. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
I'm Freya Engen. I'm confident during the match, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Lily Bell. I'm confident on the court, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. At Castleton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Castleton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Castleton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Central Cass Schools' mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations in Hatton, Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, Peasic, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Hey growers, when working on your water management solutions, call Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. They are your water management contractor, helping you with tile drainage plans, service drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. For more information, follow Chad's Excavating on Facebook. For tile drainage and service plans, call 701-430-0182. Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
This is Austin Reed with Dakota Heritage Bank. At Dakota Heritage Bank, we have a strong background in ag and business lending, but we can also help with any auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. If you're in need of a loan, visit us at one of our locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing our heritage, sharing our future.
My co-workers here at Degelman are super supportive. We all get along. Makes for a really easy work day, easy work week.
From day one, I felt like it's been a big family here at Degelman.
Our culture at Degelman is really second to none. It's truly a family atmosphere.
It feels really great to be a part of a team that is building some of the toughest equipment in the farm industry.
Otto Egg wants you to be prepared, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. Otto Egg offers seed, fertilizer, and chemical options to best fit your operations. They also provide scouting to help find weeds and disease and track crop stands to help producers get a better idea what's going on with their fields. Contact Nick Otto at 701-520-0825 or Kylan Kostreski at 701-520-9875.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Hey, welcome back here to YourLiveEvent.com. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick. In our wrestleback round. So second round wrestlebacks getting caught up here in their tournament. We're here at 189 pounds on mat number 1. So that's Howard from Fertibell Tramling wrestling Lehman from New York Mills. If you're following along on track wrestling, you can see that they don't have their normal screen set up. So we're trying to hustle around, get updated brackets, keep you updated on what's going on. We will give you an update on our semifinalists after we completed that quarterfinal rounds and let you know what's going on there. who's in the semifinals for which teams. And then going into that team race up on your Bank North scoreboard, South Border with a big lead here. 143 points in the number 1 spot, Lisbon with 107. Frazee 95.5, Northern Lights 74, Central Cass 69. Oaks number 6 at 67, Ellendale Calm picking up a few spots now at number 7 at 64.5 points. Carrington 61.5, Kindred with 60 points, and number 9, number 10, Deslax Burlington with 59 points. So Kindred with a good showing along with some of the other Southeast region teams in North Dakota, with Lisbon and South Border top 2 teams, followed by Frazee with 95.5 points sitting in 3rd. So New York Mills pulls out the victory there for Lehman. So Lehman for New York Mills in the wrestleback, second round wrestleback, stays alive in the tournament. So we'll have to follow along the bout numbers. Now we have Stone Thornton for Central Cass. It looks like bout number 449. Wrestling Carter Pertasic. So Carter Pertasic, a junior, 6-5 record. Pertasic and Thornton going at it. Winner advances in the tournament. Winner of this will take on Lehman here on mat number 1. So this is Stone Thornton from Central Cass, and Lehman at 189 pounds. Your second round wrestlebacks. We have Trent Metzen for the Lisbon Broncos. That's on mat number 2. So Metzen, he's wrestling unattached for the Broncos. That bout is about 455, so that's Haygood from Oaks. Wrestling Metzen. Haygood up 2-0 in the second period. So these consolation matches, once again, they're 1 minute first period. So important to score those first 2 points. Goes a long way with that 1 minute start or 1 minute first period in your wrestleback rounds. So here we have Stone Thornton with a 2-0 lead over Pertasic from Oaks. So a couple Oaks wrestlers out there, 189. Mats 1 and 2. So what was told to me is that they will start the girls wrestling after this round, after this first or second wrestleback round for the boys side. They'll just intermix matches, so you will have boys and girls matches going on the same time. So I'm not sure how much we can do up here, but we'll try to focus in on some of our area teams and keep you updated. So we'll have a mix of boys and girls matches after this round for the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. So that is Pertasic with a 1 point escape. He's up 3-0. And now Metzen ties it up. They're 2 apiece on mat number 2 with 34 seconds. Now 30 seconds left for Trent Metzen over with Haygood from Oaks. And Trent Metzen in that first round lost by fall to Sanchez Velez from United Clay Becker. Or excuse me, Metzen won by fall. And drops down here in the wrestleback. He's defeated by Daniel Schumacher. Well, Metzen, one of the faster pins of the Broncos on the year, had a 10-second win by fall in the first round. He's currently tied up in the third period in the bottom position. Trent Metzen looking to pick up a victory and stay alive in the Central Cass Lettermans tournament, the senior. First year of varsity wrestling. Stone Thornton now up 5-0 on mat number 1. They're 30 seconds with the restart back in the center of the mat in the second period. So that match winding down in the second period with Stone Thornton up 5-0. Wrestling Carter Pertasic from Oaks. Now Metzen has a 1 point escape. He's up 3-2, minute 16, a minute 15 to go. Haga going to work over the top. Has trying to throw Metzen down. Metzen's going to body lock, throws Haga down to the mat, goes half Nelson. Goes chest on chest, just a little bit too high, going to reset. Stretches that far arm out, so Trent Metzen trying to work for a foul. Now Haga gets those hips back down. He's going to pick up 3-point near fall. He's up 8-2. So Metzen takes control of the match in that third period. He's working on his second win of this tournament. Now down to 30 seconds remaining on mat number 2 for Trent Metzen. Stone Thornton up 6-0 on mat number 1. They're in the third period with a minute 30 to go. Now Potasic working at an underhook, trying to get double unders. He's hand fighting here with Thornton. Thornton steps out, takes him back to the, Thornton steps out, takes him back to the center of the mat. Metzen now down to 20 seconds on mat number 2. Potasic locks up a headlock on Thornton, so he's going to have a 5-point move. He has over a minute to work for a fall for Carter Potasic. He was trying to work that head and arm or a double under. Gets the 5-pointer now. Thornton rolls through, picks up a 2-point reversal, so an 8-5 lead for Stone Thornton over Potasic. Metzen picks up 2 more near fall, so he's going to win by decision 10-3. He advances. He'll take on Lehman from New York Mills. I believe he'll take on Meyer from South Border, so that'll be a third round wrestle back for Trent Metzen. He has 2 wins so far in the tournament for the Broncos. They lost in the second round to Daniel Schumacher. Picks up a win against Haygood from Oaks. Potasic back up on top of Thornton. Reversal of fortune down to 1 second. He'll pick up 3 near fall. And he's going to win 10-8 over Stone Thornton. So Thornton had the lead the whole match. Now Potasic pulls out to come from behind victory. So Oaks Tornadoes, another wrestler still alive in the wrestleback rounds here with Carter Potasic. Well, that Potasic will take on Lehman from New York Mills. Just had that mixed up. We're about 461 coming up, so that is our 215-pound wrestleback. Up on our mats now for 215 pounds. So that is Symington from Pembina County North wrestling Angiolelli from Webster area. That's on mat number 1. And then mat number 2, we have Charles Jorgensen from Carrington wrestling Eidsmo from Roseau. So Symington, Pembina County North wrestling Angiolelli from Webster area. That's on mat number 1. And Jorgensen for Carrington wrestling Eidsmo from Roseau on mat number 2. So it sounds like we do have some of our girls matches. They're calling them on the floor. I doubt we'll have much of a break today here. We are a little bit behind. We should be here well into the evening, as we still have our semifinal bouts, and we now just starting the girls tournament. We are in our second round wrestlebacks. So that is a 2-point takedown for Eidsmo from Roseau over Jorgensen. He's up 2-0. Jorgensen trying to work a Peterson roll. They get called for blood time, so that is our first blood time over there on mat number 2. So still blood time on mat number 2. Now blood timeout sponsored by Cass County Mutual. So Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. Their local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. I believe that's our first blood time for the day. Up on mat number 2. Got a little bit of injury time, but not much. So things are rolling along. Just put behind yesterday because of some difficulties, technical difficulties with track wrestling. Everything, all the bugs worked out. Figured out the situation here for broadcasting this morning. Had to work through that as well. Things are switched out, so we are rolling along in the second round wrestlebacks. That's Charles Jorgensen on mat number 2. He's down 2-0 at the end of that first period. And Symington and Angiolelli. Now Symington has Angiolelli on his back, and he's going to win by fall in the second period. So he does advance, stays alive for Pembina County North.
In the hole on mat number 4, 100 feet, quarterfinal, Cora Silva.
And now another 215-pound match. Looks like Geston from Northern Cass, Brody Geston, number 7 seed down here with the wrestleback match. Wrestling Uriah Fear, 7th grader from EEK. So Geston from Northern Cass out here with the wrestleback match. 1 minute on the clock from mat number 1 for Northern Cass up against Fear from EEK. That's your winner, 215-pound second round wrestleback is Eidsmo from Roseau. Wins by fall over Jorgensen. A quick 2-point takedown for Geston over Fear. So he's up 2-0. So another wrestle back here, bout number 467. We have Dahl, Andre Dahl, a freshman from Napoleon with a 10-11 record. Wrestling Austin from Harvey Wells County. So Gavin Austin, a senior, up against Dahl from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That's on mat number 2. They're down to 30 seconds in the first period. So Geston with that now a 6-2 lead at the end of the first period picks up a couple more takedowns on Fear. Doing a little work from his feet in that first period. Fear in the bottom position to start the second on mat number 1. And down to the final seconds tick away in the first period on mat 2. Dahl is down 2-0 to Austin from Harvey Wells County. So Dahl down 2-0. A freshman from Napoleon chooses neutral position. So Dahl with the neutral position to start the second period. He's down 3-0. So Dahl right away goes to an overtie. Collar around the neck here on the near side. They're trying to circle back towards the center of the mat. Down to a minute 45 to go there in the second period with a lead for Austin from Harvey Wells County. And now Geston has a cradle locked up on Fear over on mat number 1. They're down under a minute to go in the second period. Not able to get those shoulders flattened out on the mat. Has to give the cradle up. Going to let Fear go. So Fear now with the 3 points on the board, all by escape. Another snap down, go behind for Geston. Geston lets Fear up once again. He's up 8-4. Snaps him down again. So Geston kind of a rock on the bottom, Fear kind of a rock on the bottom. Hard to turn. But now an armbar is hooked up by Geston. He's going to walk it around the head on that far edge of the mat down to 20 seconds. So Geston for Northern Cass going to pick up 3 near fall. Puts him up 10-4. Down to 12 seconds to go in the second period on mat number 1. Geston on top wearing that yellow singlet. A Jaguar on the back representing Northern Cass. They do have blood time again here on mat number 2, so the blood time now starting to pick up. So that is your Toup Insurance blood time. So get in touch with Ryan at Toup Insurance in Castleton for a quarter review of your policies. Give Toup Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045. So now back-to-back matches here with blood time on mat number 2. They have 51 seconds to go in the second period. It's a 4-0 lead for Austin from Harvey Wells County. So Austin up 4-0 second period with blood time. And Geston has Fear rolled over to his back, and he wins by fall, advances into the third round of wrestlebacks for the Northern Cass Jaguars. The wrestlers checked in here for mat number 1. I believe that's Mo and Ferguson. So Ferguson from Central Cass wrestling Mo from Frazee. So that is Tanner Mo, the sophomore, an 8-1 record down here in our second round wrestlebacks, wrestling Ferguson from Central Cass. So Tanner Mole ran into the number 1 seed, Shane Nitschke, returning state champion, and bounced him down into the wrestlebacks. That was in the second round. Now Mole has Ferguson going over to his back, working for the fall for the Frazee Hornets, trying to pick up some points and close that gap for the second place. Here in a Bake North scoreboard, looking at the team race. Right now, Southport a commanding lead on top. Lisbon and Frazee fighting for the 2 spot. He's going to pick up 3 near fall for Mo on the edge of the mat. Puts him up 5-0 with 15 seconds to go in the first period. They are back to blood time, so once that blood starts flowing, kind of on a roll now here on mat number 2. They're down to 20 seconds. That's a 6-1 lead for the Harvey Wells County product. But he, right now on blood time, they're in the second period. And down as we final seconds tick away, got no near fall given up at the end of the period by Ferguson from Central Cass. So Mo takes a 5-0 lead into the second. Ferguson has choice. He defers over to Mo. Mo chooses bottom. Now Dahl in on a high crotch single. He elevates it. Going to turn the corner, slams him down. Austin trying to roll through, but Dahl caught him just as time expires. And that'll take him into the third period, so that closes the score here. 6-5. So Dahl never quit out there on the wrestling mat. 2 minutes on, he's down 6-5. That's a win by fall for Tanner Mole from Frazee. He advances. He'll take on Geston from Northern Cass in your third round wrestlebacks. A lot of pins in this mat, or in this tournament. Have to take a look and see what the stats are at the end of this thing, how many pins there were total in the tournament. So we are starting the girls tournament here. They're up on mat number 1. If I can get one with bout numbers on it. This looks like Ava Crandall wrestling Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. Crandall from Central Cass. That's on mat number 1. So that is Mueller down with the single leg shot. Going to pick up 2-point takedown. So she gets that 2 points. She goes up 2-0. A minute 30 here on the girls' side. So this is the start of the girls' tournament. Over, and she's going to win by fall. So winner by fall is Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. At 100 pounds. She'll take on Addison Booman in the second semifinals. Bowman from Lisbon received a bye in that 8-man bracket at 100 pounds. So these matches, like I said, with the boys and the girls, now they're going to be intermixed, so have to keep up. Not sure what you're watching there in track wrestling, but it is down as far as the bouts up on the screen. Still on blood time, so that blood's still flowing over there on mat number 2 there in the third period. That 5-6 or 6-5 lead for for Austin from Harvey Wells County. He gives Dahl a little bit of a chance, kind of working the Dahl's advantage, able to recharge, got himself back into this match now in the third period. Dahl drops down single leg on Austin. He's going to elevate it, trying to trip Austin down to the mat. So Dahl for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Dahl's going to run off the mat, and he's no stall warning. He did try to circle back in. Now drops down, single leg high crotch on Dahl. So Austin down there, a scoring opportunity. Going to try to switch off to double, cracks him down to the mat. Arm around the waist, 2-point takedown for Austin from Harvey Wells County. So we are back to wrestlebacks on the boys' side. That's about 487 on the boys' side here on mat number 1. So we're still here at 2:15 with the wrestleback. And Dahl is going to try to Peterson roll through 25 seconds. Austin stuffs it. We do have another stoppage in time. So Dahl will have a chance to reset back to the center of the mat. The blood's still flowing over on mat number 2 with another blood timeout. And blood timeouts today are sponsored by Cass County Mutual and Toop Insurance. So I'd like to thank them for sponsoring our broadcast today on YourLiveEvent.com. So the blood is flowing on mat number 2. That's an 8-5 lead now for Austin from Harvey Wells County. So we are back to 107 pounds. Here in our third round wrestleback. So the winner of these will take on the non-winners of our quarterfinal bouts. So this is about 487 out there right now. That's looking like our 107B bracket. So 107B is Am from Mayport CG wrestling Heinz from Northern Lights. That's a 107B bracket. That bout is currently out there on the mat, on mat number 1. Amp from Mayport CG in the bottom position. They're tied up there in the second period at 4 apiece. Time runs out on the clock, so Austin escapes with the victory over Dahl from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. He wins by decision 10-5. Advances to your third round wrestlebacks. So this is looks like a heavyweight bout coming up here. The Central Cass. Looks like Kuhn from Central Cass wrestling Williams from Northern Cass. The Battle of the Cass is out here on mat number 2. Neighbors to the north, Northern Cass. Hand fighting, head position, working for some head position going on out there on mat number 2. At 107B bout. Now it's a 5-4 lead for Mayport CG out there. So it's a 5-4 lead at 107B. That's the end of the second period. So Am from Mayport CG starts in the top position in your third period. Hines leads by 1 from Hines is down by 1 from Northern Lights. He's in the bottom position. That's mat number 1. Winner of that takes on Miller from Deslax Burlington. Tucker Miller was defeated by Gavin Swenson in the quarterfinals. So the winner of this match takes on Miller in your 4th round of wrestlebacks. And that is a 2-0 lead over there on mat number 2. Start of the second period. That's 2-0. So Kuhn in control on top, has Williams. Broke belly down, now Williams able to build his base. Has the ankle spiked here for Kuhn in the back. On that near side, rolls Williams over, but Williams now back belly down. Kuhn working on top. Goes power half, trying to get some leverage. Kuhn not able to turn Williams. Williams back, broke belly down, head forward in the mat. Kind of turtled up underneath. Kuhn working on top. Oh, 6-5 lead. So we do have a reversal here on mat number 1 with Hines taking a 6-5 lead with 19 seconds remaining. He leads by 1 over Am from Mayport CG. It's your 107 Carter Hines from Northern Lights. Trying to pull out the victory, come from behind victory on mat number 1. Am stands up, trying to tie things up here. Gets those hips turned away. Gonna get some separation down to 10 seconds, working for reversal and gets it. So Am picks up 2-point reversal. He's up now 7-6 as time expires on the clock. He's gonna pick up your victory in the 107B. In your third round of wrestlebacks, he advances 7-6 and takes on Miller from Deslax Burlington. And now it's still a 2-0 lead in that heavyweight bout, heavyweight wrestleback on mat number 2. So Kuhn with that 2-0 lead, he's in the bottom position. He rode out, was able to ride out Williams from Northern Cass. You're back to about 490 here on mat number 1. So 490. Looks like Poping from Barnesville wrestling Blake Goebel from South Border. So Poping and Goebel. Blake Goebel, an 8th grader from South Border. Wrestling Poping from Barnesville. And Goebel with a 2-point takedown. That's in the 107B bracket. And winner by fall. And advancing into the deep into the wrestlebacks now is Williams from Northern Cass. In the battle of the Casses, Williams comes out on top in the heavyweight bracket. And he will take on Max Klein from Oaks. So that is looks like a third round wrestleback at 285 for Williams from Northern Cass against Max Klein from Oaks. So back here, 107B. Okay, we do have a more Lobo wrestler out there against West Fargo Cheyenne. So that is a 107-pound bracket. Back to the regular 107 on mat number 2. Logering versus Hansen from West Fargo Cheyenne. Hansen takes a 2-0 lead with 25 seconds to go in the first period. At 107B with Blake Goebel up 4-0 on mat number 1. And Goebel wrestling Poping from Barnesville. And Jaron Poping, freshman with a 2-5 record. He took out Hyatt Ursink in the second round defeated by Hyatt Ursink in the second round. Ursink pinned him in 3 minutes. Then Ursink was defeated by Jorison from Central Cass. Poping dropped down to the wrestlebacks. He had a bye going into the third round of wrestlebacks up against Blake Goebel. Goebel defeated Graybull from Barnesville in a fall, 127. He's currently in control and in charge on top, 6-0 on mat number 1. Now Poping, a little bit of Granby, didn't get those hips and didn't clear the hips on the far side. So Goebel in control on top. We'll start to the second, down to a minute 30 now in that second period. It's a 2-0 lead. Back here in a 107 bracket between Logering and Hansen from West Fargo. Hansen's from West Fargo Cheyenne. Hansen tried a little knee pick there. Logering front headlock, now dives in for a double leg shot. And Logering steps around, ties it up. We're tied up at 2 in the 100-pound bracket. That's a 6-0 lead for Goebel at the end of the second period. Here, we're talking about scoring back there with the official on mat number 1. So started the third. Now it's an 8-0 lead, so 2 more points up on the board for Goebel. That's still that 107B bracket. Logering tied up with Hansen from West Fargo Cheyenne on mat number 2. That's 2 apiece out there. You will see the girls' matches intermixed with the boys as they start the girls' tournament. We have had one girls' match inside the gymnasium, the main gymnasium. Not able to see what's going on inside our South Gymnasium over here in Central Cass. Goebel now has a cradle locked up on mat number 1 in the third period, a minute 30 to go. He has those shoulders flattened up, that left shoulder not up by much, and he'll win by fall and advanced in the 107B bracket for Blake Goebel in the Southport Mustangs. So Global will take on Ost from Bishop Ryan. And that'll be the 4th round wrestleback later on this afternoon. Logering down by 1 to Hansen from West Fargo Cheyenne in her 107-pound bracket. Now Hansen, he gets those clears the hips, comes back around, goes to the inside leg. Logering has a cradle hooked up, now cracked down to the mat, has that hip flat down on the mat. Hansen's going to try to pull out, come out the back door. So we do have girls out on the mat here on mat number 1. Looks like Ava Ness from Barnesville and Jocelyn Boyer. So Ness and Boyer out there on mat number 1. So Boyer is up 2-1. Give a point to that club to the head on Ness from Barnesville. It's mat number 1, minute 15 to go. Logering is down 5-2 to Hanson from West Fargo Cheyenne here in your 1 to 7 pound bracket on the boys side. It's a 2-point reversal now for Ness in your 112 pound bracket. And Ness has Boyer rolled over to her back, working for a fall, has half Nelson sunk in deep. Down to 40 seconds now, up 3-2, waiting for some near fall. That green leg band on, working for the fall. Now down to 30 seconds on mat number 1. Hanson picks up the win by decision, 5-2 over Logering from Lemoore at 107 pounds. He'll take on Romberg from Fertile-Beltrami. So Hanson from West Fargo Cheyenne advances. That was about 484. Wins by decision. And now another girls match out with Arlie Romerman for Lisbon. That's bout number 9 in the girls. Wrestling Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County. Romerman, the 8th grader, 8-11 record. Yates from Harvey Wells County, 8-4, freshman. On the boys' side, we're moving on to, looks like we're at 114 pounds. Wrestleback match between Jared Nelson and Riley Weeks. Riley Weeks, a junior from Minot Bishop Ryan. Picks up a 2-point takedown, so he's up 2-0 over Nelson on mat number 1. And Riley Weeks with that purple singlet on top on mat number 1. Just trying to find Nelson here on our bracket sheet. So Jaron Nelson, an 8th grader, 14-11 record. He took on the number 1 seed in the first round. He was bounced out by Dalton Feist by a major decision, 11-0. He's down 2-0 right now to Riley Weeks. So Nelson in the wrestlebacks picked up a win over Morris Hicks from Grafton. Nelson pinned him at the end of the first period, or excuse me, at a minute 58. So into the second period for Jaron Nelson. And then he defeated Peischel from Frazee, so came back in the wrestlebacks and defeated Peischel by decision 5-3. Earning a spot here in the third round wrestlebacks. The winner of this takes on Joey Potts from Lemoore. So this is Jaron Nelson. Now a double leg shot by Nelson at the end of the period. Oh, he had to stop in time. If he has blood time or what the stoppage was. And Arlie Romerman goes down by fall to Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County on the girls' side at 112 pounds. Nelson shoots in a high crotch single, head to the inside. Doubles up, they go out of bounds, no points awarded, so it's a 2-1 lead for Weeks from Bishop Ryan. Weeks from Bishop Ryan defeated Wolski from Carrington in that first wrestleback round by a score of 7-0, then defeated Suco from West Fargo Cheyenne 3-0. Nelson shoots in. Weeks hit with a stalling. That's first stall call on Weeks from Bishop Ryan. So now back to 107 there, about 483. It's a quick headlock thrown in there. But no points given up. So this looks like this should be Rude and Brown. That's not the right bout though. It looks like Britton Heckla out there. On mat number 2, we have to find out what bout that is. So Nelson now up 3-2. With 2 minutes on the clock here in the third period. Weeks with a stand-up. Now he's going to try to step around behind for a 2-point reversal. He gets it. He's up 4-3 with a minute 47 to minute 46 to go. So that must be Souther wrestling Larson. So that should be about 493. They got 483 up on the board there. Not sure how that's going to affect anything. Hopefully it doesn't mess things up too bad. So Souther from Britton Heckla. The winner of this bout on mat number 2 takes on Henningsen from EEK. Looks like an 8-0 lead. So it is an 8-0 lead for Larson. Larson on top with the blue singlet leads Souther from Britton Heckla. And Nelson has tied up. It's 4 apiece. He has Weeks cracked down. Weeks able to get back up. Weeks all he has to do is throw on a headlock, a front headlock. He can get on 2 points. He has that near leg locked up. He does get 2-point takedown, so he's going to be up. He's now up 6-4 on Nelson. Jared Nelson hits a Peterson. Nice sit out, but Weeks able to get back around, maintains control here with 20 seconds to go in the third period. And now Britton Heckla. Souther gets a 2-point reversal. It's an 8-2 score at the end of the second period. That's on mat number 2. Time expires, so it's an 8-2 lead for Larson going into the third period. Winner of that takes on Henningsen from EEK. And down to 1 second with Weeks. Up 6-4. So we do have blood time here. We got 1 second left and we have blood time on mat number 1. So better safe than sorry on mat number 1 with blood time with 1 second left. And Weeks is up 6-4, so that's your Cass County Mutual blood time. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. So blood time with 1 second remaining in our third period with Weeks up 6-4 over Jared Nelson from Oaks. And it rolls through, so Souther looked like he was going to score some points here for Britton Heckla. We're tied up 12 apiece. A minute 14 to go in that third period. Souther and Larson going at it, tied up at 12. Lots of points scored here. Souther's going to try to take Larson here with an arm spin, got him down to the mat. He steps around behind, rolls him to his back. He picks up a 2-point reversal, picking up some near fall. He's up 14-12, so Britton Heckla out in a comeback here for Souther. Gonna scoop the head with his knee. Has the arm stretched out, 38 seconds remaining. Larson not able to get out, come through that back door. Souther has it locked up. picking up the near fall on mat number 2. And he looks like he will maintain control. Now he's working for the fall, trying to wear down Larson. Towel tapper comes out down to 15 seconds. He's up 14-12. Suther from Britton Hecla trying to make it into that 4th round wrestle back against Henningsen at 114 pounds. And down to 5 seconds. And that looks like that'll be the match. So Suther from Britton Hecla wins by 17 to her decision, 17-12. And Larson built up a lead, and then Suther just clawed his way back. Wins by decision. Seen a lot of come from behind wins today at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. A little bit of blood time starting out on the mats now as well. Getting deep into these rounds. And do have girls back on the mat here at mat number 1. It's a 2-0 lead. So it looks like we're probably at 118. So that it looks like Brianna Mayer wrestling Kubat from Linton. So Mayer up on top for Central Cass Squirrels, working for a fall with 26 seconds left. She has Kubat stretched out. That right shoulder up just by a little bit. She's heavy on top, has the hips up on the shoulder. So Kubat doing the best she can to not give up the fall here at the end of the first period. Mayer up by a score of 2-0. She will pick up 3 near fall. Another girls match out here, bout number 13 at 118 pounds with Quinn from Central Cass. Aubrey Quinn, a junior, 9-7, wrestling Zekwas from Roseau. Przekwas, that's how we're going to pronounce it. Przekwas with a 5-10 record. She's a sophomore. Wrestling Quinn from Central Cass. That's on mat number 2 with Quinn up Przekwas from Roseau is up 2-0. They're under a minute to go in that first period. And Mayer up by a score of 6-0 on Kubat from Linton. Now Mayer goes body lock. Kubat's able to step away. And Mayer just patient, trying to track down Kubat. Goes for a collar tie. Now hits a headlock. Gonna rip it and throws her down. So Mayer with the headlock throws Kubat down to the mat. Official still waiting to signal. Now gives up 2 for takedown, picking up near fall. And Kubat tried to chase that leg, but not able to catch it. As Mayer tries to hip heist into it, flatten those hips out, smother over the top here as a minute to go. She's in charge and in control, working for the fall for Central Cass at 118 pounds. So Quinn and Przekwas still up 2-0 at the start of the second. Quinn on top, wearing the red singlet. And that is a winner by fall is Brianna Meyer for the Central Cass Squirrels over Kubat. And winner by fall is Aubrey Quinn. So Aubrey Quinn, another come from behind, we'll call that. She wins by fall. Minute 48 remaining in that. So it took 12 seconds off of that second period to come up with the pin for Central Cass. And looks like Braden Sutherland out there for Lisbon, wrestling Isabel Erickson. So Sutherland and Erickson in the center of the mat. Erickson ties up from Northern Cass, going collar tie with Braden Sutherland. In mat number 2, looks like we're about 496, so up in the 121 pound weight class. So it looks like Regan Sand for EEK. Wrestling Martinez from Pembina County North. Regan Sand in control on top, has a 2-0 lead. Has an armbar hooked in, caught the far wrist, just working up over the hip. So now runs it around the head here with 15 seconds to go, trying to pick up some near fall at the end of the period. And does. Now rolling through is Martinez. Martinez reverses it, picks up 2-point reversal on Sand. Sand now with a 3-point lead to end of the first period. So a reversal by Martinez keeps him in the match at the end of the first period. Braden Sutherland and Isabel Erickson. Erickson, the number 2 seed out of Northern Cass in the tournament on the girls' side. Sutherland and Erickson scoreless in the first period, back in the center of the mat. Still with 20 seconds to go in the first period. And just hand fighting, trading overs and collar ties. Yeah, Sutherland now pushing in, tries a knee pick. Erickson backs out of it, now back into the center of the mat. Now another knee pick attempt by Sutherland. That does it for the first period, going scoreless into the second. Flip of the coin goes to Sutherland. She picks the bottom position. So no hesitation from Sutherland, knew what she wanted to do. That's on mat number 1. So Sutherland up. They're starting on the bottom here. She stands up, but had head to knee. And Erickson locks up a cradle, so a little kind of a lazy stand-up, head-to-knee stand-up by Sutherland. Erickson locks up a cradle. No damage, though, as Sutherland goes down to the mat, now base up. And Sand with that 5-2 lead over Martinez. So now Regan Sand going for that armbar, working the near arm in the left side, the right side of Martinez. Has hammerlock across the back, working the near edge of the mat. Now bars it up, catches the far wrist. Martinez has those hips turned. Sand pulls him up, trying to stretch him out. Getting a little bit high. And Martinez taking advantage of that again. Second time Sand's gotten high on that armbar attempt. Now Martinez trying to crack him down, step around. Here as time winds down in our second period. Martinez trying to score just as time expires. Grabs the head, but no points given up by Sand. Now Sand with choice chooses bottom position to start the third here on the mat number 2. And Sutherland still in the bottom. So Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass riding out Braden Sutherland. Keeps her broke down, belly down on the mat here on mat number 1. Here at 118 pounds in the girls tournament. This second round match. Quarterfinal bout here between Sutherland and Erickson. And down to 3 seconds to go in that second period. So that is back to neutral position to start our third period with Sutherland and Erickson. Regan Sand with that 6-2 lead. Now working reversal on Martinez. Picks up a 2-point reversal for EEK's Regan Sand here in the near edge of the mat with under a minute to go in the third period. He's up 8-2 over Martinez. Sand picked up a win by major decision. Second round wrestle back over Erickson from Mayport CG. 14-1. Martinez defeated Thunberg from New York Mills by decision 8-4. And now Martinez with the reversal keeps it to a 4-point lead. Sand goes belly down. Martinez working power half on top. Nothing going. Sand able to build his base. Takes a look at the clock. Down to 17 seconds on mat number 2. Far ankle, far knee breakdown by Martinez. Down to 10 seconds. And Sutherland, 2-point takedown. She takes the lead on mat number one. Has a half Nelson locked up on Erickson. She's going to roll over. Erickson picking up near fall in the third period with 40 seconds as Braden Sutherland working the center edge of the mat. Heavy up over the top. She just has to adjust her hip, kind of walk up towards the head. Scoot her hips back just there. She does readjust now. And she will pick up 3 near fall. And she wins by fall here for the Broncos. Goes into the semifinals. She'll take on Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass in your semifinals at 118 pounds. So this is Jocelyn Coronado from Linton versus Cristelia Wagner from Harvey Wells County. Wagner, a junior, number 2 seed at 124 pounds. That's on mat number 2. And then on mat number 1, that's Grace Ham from Frazee. Wrestling Annika Mengi from Kindred. So Mengi with the 2-point takedown up on top. Leads 2-0 with a minute 36 to go in the first period. Grace Ham, 3-0, the number 1 seed. As a 7th grader, Mengi out of Kindred, junior. Now Ham with the reversal, ties it up 2 apiece. Working up underneath, trying to hit a kind of a claw screwdriver combination. And walk it around the head of Annika Mengi. Now throws in a half. Nelson gets Mengi rolled over. Mengi trying to bridge out, and then winner by fall is Grace Ham for Frazee, the 7th grader. Picks up a pin top side of the bracket at 124. It's Wagner and Coronado still going at it. Cristelia Wagner from Harvey Wells County. And Wagner with the green leg band, purple singlet, HWC on the back. Wrestling Coronado from Linton HMB. That's scoreless here in the first period. That 2-point takedown to end things as time ticks away in the first. So 2-0 lead for Cristelia Wagner going into the second period. And waiting for a bouts here to catch up on mat number 1. So now started the second period, the 2-0 lead for Wagner. And Wagner and Coronado hand fighting, working head position out in the center of the mat.
In the hole on mat number 4, about 504 at 132 pounds. Jay Stuffy of Lemoore, 3%.
And Coronado goes headlock. Wagner steps behind. Coronado still has that headlock. In control, now steps out of it. And Wagner kind of bumps the elbows up on Coronado, not able to change levels in time. Coronado backs out of it now in the center of the mat. Still 2-0 lead for Cristelia Wagner from Harvey Wells County. That brings us 127 pounds. Wrestle back between Reish and Zimmerman. Reish from Fertile Beltrami. Zimmerman wrestling unattached in the tournament. He defeated Picker from Morozal to make it in by way of forfeit into this third round wrestle back. Winner of this match takes on Brody Michelson from South Border. 20 seconds remaining on mat number 2 between Wagner and Coronado. Coronado in the bottom position. It's a 4-1 lead for Wagner from Harvey Wells County. Coronado stands up, working hand, not able to isolate, push those hips away, and now trying to isolate an arm here as she steps away. Hip ice in for a 1-point escape. Now down 4-2 with 5 seconds remaining on mat number 2. And 11 seconds on the clock, but the winner by fall from Fertibell Trammy is Ray Schill. He advances, takes on Brody Michelson, your 4th round of wrestlebacks. This is continuing coverage on YourLiveEvent.com or your 2024 Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Both boys and girls tournaments underway. Intermixed throughout the day on all mats here at the Lettermans tournament. So that is now a 5-2 lead for Wagner over Coronado on mat number 2 here in the 3rd period with 1:33 to go. In mat number 1. Central Cass and Northern Lights going at it on a mat number 1. A level change, drops down to high crotch single. And a 2-point takedown and potentially dangerous, so we'll have a restart back to the center of the mat. So that is a 2-point takedown for Dutchik, for Taryn Gores. A freshman. Taryn Gore is a freshman from Northern Lights. Wrestling Isabel Dutchik from Central Cass, a senior. 2-point takedown with Gores going out in the lead with a minute to go in the 1st period. And Wagner, with 30 seconds to go, has built up an 8-2 lead over Coronado. So Cristelia Wagner, Harvey Wells County, the junior, up 8-2 over Jocelyn Coronado. So we do have a stall warning going against Wagner. We have 17 seconds remaining. And that is a winner by fall on mat number 1. So Gores, winner by fall over Dutchik. And Wagner advances. She wins by decision 8-2 over Coronado from Lytton HMB.
136 pounds. Weight class. Grace Lamar of Central Cass. Chloe Bart of Harvey Wells County. You're in the hole on mat number 1.
Another boys match up on mat number 1. And back into the 133-pound weight class. Clifton from Carrington, so Gabe Clifton, Russell and Shenches from Fertibell Trammy. So that match just underway here with 20 seconds remaining in the 1st period. That's on mat number 1, another Carrington wrestler at 127 out of mat number 2. And he gets taken straight down to the mat. Ryan Olson out there for the Lisbon Broncos here at 127. Wrestling Zink from Carrington. So a couple Carrington wrestlers out there along with Ryan Olson from Lisbon. Here on the Class B side of things in North Dakota. In Zink on a high crotch single is going to double it up on Olson. Takes him down to the mat. Olson has that arm trapped behind Zink's head. So Olson won by major decision over O'Day from New York Mill, 17-5. But now Zink has Olson in trouble here with 5 seconds to go. Olson left shoulder up, and he's going to make it into this second period, so Zink goes up 5-0. That's on mat number 2. That's Colby Zink, from a sophomore from Carrington, 12-13 record. 5-0 over Ryan Olson from Lisbon. They start in the second period neutral position on mat 2. And Gabe Clifton in the second period scoreless. That's at 133 pounds. So Clifton wrestling Sanchez from Fertobel Trammy. Hey, Clifton bounced out in the first round in the wrestlebacks. Defeated Raskin in the first round of wrestlebacks by fall, 1 minute 28. Raskin from EEK, then defeated Kiefert with a 7-second pin. So that might be the fastest pin I've seen of the tournament. 7 seconds for Gabe Clifton to get into this third round wrestleback with Sanchez. So that does it. Gabe Clifton, he advances. He takes on Zane Allender from Oaks. So Gabe Clifton and Allender in your fourth round wrestlebacks at 133. And Olson broke belly down. That's a 7-0 lead for Zink. And Olson, great counter, sits up, counters the armbar. Going to pick up a 2-point reversal, picking up near fall now on Zink. So Ryan Olson hits the counter on the armbar. That's what you do, is sit up, roll through, and a hip heist back around. So he now is back in this match, down by 2 points. Goes cradle up over the top, trying to use those long arms. As Zink gets high, or Olson gets high on Zink, now works a quarter Nelson. Olson has a cradle locked up now, back down to his hips. Zink, they give him a 2-point reversal. I thought it was kind of quick on the edge of the mat. As Zink's, his feet had maybe a tippy toe in bounce, but he's going to pick up a 2-point reversal. He's up 9-5 over Ryan Olson, down to 24 seconds to go on mat number 2 in the second period. And mat number 1, and down to 10 seconds in the first period and scoreless. So that is between Bora from Freezy and Lakowitz from Kindred. Lakowitz wearing the navy blue singlet, the Viking on it, takes the bottom position. Bora from Frazee in top. We're scoreless going into the second period. Bora in the wrestleback rounds defeated Johnson from Roseau by fall, and then defeated Carazales, another Roseau wrestler, by fall. Gets him into the wrestleback round. Lakowitz received a bye, a first round wrestleback, then beat Strom from United Clay Becker. Winner of this takes on Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley at 133 in the fourth round wrestlebacks. Now 14-5 lead for Zink at 127-pound wrestleback with Ryan Olson. In the third period with 1:16. Zink adjusts the chest, going to drive into Olson, takes him over to his back, and then win by fall is Zink for Carrington. He advances. He takes on O'Brien from Barnesville in the fourth round wrestlebacks at 127 pounds. Let's see what we have. Bank North scoreboard as far as the team race. South Border building up a big lead. The fight today is between Frazee and Lisbon for that number 2 spot. The South Border with 146 points sits on top. Lisbon with 110. Frazee 101.5. Northern Lights with 77 at number 4. Central Cass in 5th with 72. Ellendale Edgeley Calm 69.5 points hitting at number 6. Number 7 at Oak 69. And Carrington is number 8, 68.5 points. So we're jumbled up between 6 through 8. Fertile Trammy not far behind with 63 points. And then Deslax Burlington rounds out the top 10 with 62. So back to girls on mat number 2. Looks like we're back into 130 pounds here with bout number 21 between Fike and Jerome. Bristol Fike, Harvey Wells County, an 8th grader. Madeline Jerome from Grafton, an 8th grader. Similar records with Fike, a 9-3, and Jerome, an 8-3 record. That's a quick 2-point takedown for Harvey Wells County. That's Fike up on top on mat number 2. And that is Lakowitz and Bora from Frazee. So that's a 2-point reversal. Now Bora's up 4-0 on Lakowitz from Kindred. They're in the third period, a minute 20 to go in the third period. It's between Lakowitz and Bora from Frazee. So Fike now with a 4-0 lead in the first period, a minute to go in the first period on mat number 2, wrestling Jerome from Grafton. And Bora trying to dig in a half Nelson. Lakowitz wings down on it here on the near side. Now going ball and chain. Lakowitz trying to step through on that. Now able to turk that leg. Lakowitz in a little bit of trouble. Broke belly down. Bora on top goes power half, digs that forearm into the back of the neck. Now warned for stalling is Lakowitz from Kindred. So that ends it in your third period. So your winner moving on to the fourth round of wrestlebacks at 133 pounds is Bora from Frazee. He wins by decision 4-0. Takes on Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. So another girls bout up on mat number 1. Winner of mat 2, that was Bristol Fike. Winner by fall over Madeline Jerome. So Fike, the 8th grader from Harvey Wells County, advances. She'll take on Taryn Gores in the semifinal bout at 130 pounds. Gores advanced by fall over Isabel Dutchik. It looks like we're moving on to 136 pounds. Here with Gracie Lamar for Central Castler and wrestling Chloe Bartz. So Lamar with a 15-3 record, a sophomore. Bartz at 4-5, a freshman from Harvey Wells County. That's up on mat number 1. You're down to under a minute 30 in the first period. And mat number 2 with a minute to go in the first. That's Emily Smith wrestling Peyton Hoover from Northern Lights. So Smith, Hillsborough Central Valley product, up on top. Looking to pull off an upset. She's up 2-0. Has Hoover rolled over on that far edge of the mat, working for a fall, trying to stretch the arm out at 136 pounds. Still working that far edge, keeps that right foot in bounds. Trying to scoop the head, far side. Shoulder up, right shoulder up, not by much. Official over there has a good look at it. Gracie Lamar working for the fall against Chloe Bart. She's going to win by fall. It advances to the semifinals at 136 pounds. So Lamar advances over Bartz. Finds her way into the semifinals at 136. So 3-point near fall for Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley.
of West Fargo Cheyenne, Brady Olson of Roseau. You're in the hole on mat number 1 at 145.
So now mat number 1 on the girls' side of the tournament here with Naomi Miller from Kindred wrestling Brooklyn Graycheck from the Webster area. Graycheck, double leg takedown, takes Miller down to the mat. Hard double leg takedown. She goes up 2-0. Graycheck up 2-0. She's an 8th grader. Naomi Miller from Kindred, a freshman. She lets up Miller. So that's your bout on mat number 1. Now Miller, a single leg takedown. Takes Graycheck down. Graycheck with the whizzer. Trying to run it over. But Miller keeps those hips back. Back for a restart in the center of the mat. And Smith and Hoover still going at it with Smith once again on top, working for a fall with a minute to go in the second period. She's up 8-0 over Peyton Hoover from Northern Lights. And she does win by fall for Emily Smith over Peyton Hoover. Finds a way in the semifinals against Gracie Lamar from Hillsborough Central Valley. So Naomi Miller, Brooke Graycheck, that's the winner by fall from Webster area, the 8th grader. Over Naomi Miller from Kindred on mat number 1.
In the hole for mat number 1, about 5'14", 145-pound weight class, Bryce Stewart of Rugby and Trey Schumacher of Webster.
And moving along on the girls' side, gets us into 142. Looks like one of the bigger brackets of the girls' tournament. Lois Schneider wrestling Betts Hilly from Larimore, Sophia Betts Hillard. Hillard still excuse me, maybe not. So looking at Dakota from Northern Lights, sorry, he's bounced down to bout number 30. Bailey from Central Cass wrestling Dakota from Northern Lights. So we're waiting for that wrestler here to show up on mat number 1, mat number 2. The bottom of the consolation bracket at 139 pounds between Symington, Pembina County North, and Chapin from Britain Hecla. So Chapin had to bye the first round, then was defeated by Jorgensen from Webster area. Bounced down into the second round wrestlebacks where he defeated Matz from West Fargo Cheyenne by fall. And Symington lost in the first round. Took on Jackson Sorm from Oaks, the first round wrestlebacks, defeated him 3-0, then wrestled Ibarra and defeated Ibarra. That was a bye forfeit, so that was a win by forfeit for Symington to advance into the third round wrestlebacks, where he's taking on Chapin from Beulah, or from Britain Hecla. And Chapin has a body lock with those legs. He is high on Symington. Symington going to try to tripod up, get Chapin up over the top and out the back door, but right now not able to get any room or any movement or momentum off the bottom, so now he's broke down on the mat here in the near edge against the coach's corner. Still scoreless in the first period. So that's Flady, Central Cass, and Dakota from Northern Lights. Dakota is a sophomore. Flady is also a sophomore for Central Cass. Winner of this match on mat number 2. They take on Shockman. So Maddox Shockman waits the winner here on mat number 2 between Symington and Chapin. That is scoreless with 45 seconds to go in the second period. And Filady and Dakota, they are scoreless. That was a stall call, just kind of missed that signal from the referee, but now down to 55 seconds to go in the first period. Wrestlers locked up, knee pick by Filady. She's going to go down to the mat, doubles up. We got a stoppage, so we do have some injury time as Dakota goes down on the mat for Northern Lights. The coaches go out there, no trainer yet, but Dakota goes down hard on the mat, needs some injury time. We got a reversal here. Symington reverses it at the end of the period. He's going to pick up 3 near falls, so he's going to tie this up. Or actually goes up 6-0. For Symington on Chapin. Chapin from Britton Hecla. Starts in this bottom position for the third period. That's Dakota still down with injury time. And cut injury time. She's back to the center of the mat. And that's no score, so action was stopped before any score given up by Dakota. So we're back to zeros on the board in the first period with 40 seconds remaining on mat number 1 at 142 pounds. Dakota, surge of energy, goes into Filady, now takes her down to the mat, working over the top. It started this third period on mat number 2 between Symington and Chapin. Symington able to return Chapin back down. Hasn't broke flat on the mat. Chapin able to counter that half Nelson attempt. Now builds his base, takes arm control. Looks like he's looking for a Peterson, but countered right away by Symington. Symington throws in the half Nelson. Now we're going to have technical violation for a full Nelson. Going against Symington, that moves the score 6-1. So now 5-point lead. Anything's possible here. 5-point move, reversal and net backers for Chapin, but Symington in control with 1:15 to go on mat number 2. And now Dakota and Filady start the second period. They're scoreless. Dakota stands up. All right, trying to isolate, goes back down to the mat. Looked like there was a clasp, no call by the official. Filady from Central Cass breaks down Dakota here in second round action. The quarterfinals at 142 pounds. Still a 6-1 lead over on mat number 2 for Symington over Chapin from Britton Hecla out of South Dakota. Has that 5-point lead with 33 seconds to go. Chapin in the bottom position. Symington put together a ride here in this third period. That is mat number 2, and now Symington has Chapin in a tight half. Grabs that, catches the far wrist. Symington's able to sit out, but he's cranking that arm over the top. Again, potentially dangerous called. So Symington helping Chapin stretch that shoulder out. Had that thing cranked over. Official gets the action stopped. Back for a restart in the center of the mat with 20 seconds. They're looking for a switch off the whistle. It's countered by Symington. Now stands up. Turns into Symington. Symington able to return him back down to the mat. Hasn't broke belly down with 10 seconds to go. Goes back to the half Nelson. Now just riding on top. 2-on-1. Hits the crossface as time expires here. He's going to win by decision and advance into the fourth round of wrestlebacks. We'll take on Maddox Shockman from Lemoore. So that's your winner by decision, 6-1 over Chapin from Britton Hecla. Now Chapin is down on the mat here. That's on mat number 2, so some attention needed there for Chapin. Yeah, his time expired on the clock. And mat number 1, that action between Dakota and Flady, still 0 in the third period with Dakota riding on top. It's on the minute 45 to go in that third period. And they do have a class technical violation, and they get stopped in the action, so there will be a 1 point awarded to Flady for Central Cass. So Dakota, she had her hands clasped before she had that cradle locked up in a different hold or different position, so it wasn't a pinning combination. She gets called for a clasping, so that puts Flady up 1-0 on mat number 1 with a minute 20 to go in the third period. Back here in mat number 2 with Webster area wrestler Urbeck wrestling Newmiller from Larimore. So Cameron Urbeck wrestling Newmiller. It's a 2-0 lead for Urbeck. Picks up a 2-point takedown. Newmiller from Larimore. Polar Bears out here representing on the girls' side with a couple wrestlers in this weight bracket at 142. Also Sophia Betts Hilliard for Larimore. She's on the top side of the bracket. So now a 2-0 lead. A couple technical violations by Dakota. She's riding hard on top over Flady. Once again, little blood drought here. Not much blood time the last hour of this tournament. Back to the boys on mat number 2. Still battling out for a spot in the semifinals at 142. On mat number 1 is Dakota and Flady. Dakota putting together a good ride, just hammer on top. Had a couple miscues, giving up clasping calls. Is down to 23 seconds. Not able to turn Flady, just too strong for her. They're working a half Nelson on the far side. Riding up over the hips, but no advantage given to her by Flady. Flady belly down on the mat. Down to 4 seconds to go here in the third period, so that'll do it here for this match. Flady from Central Cass advances. She'll take on the winner of this match over, or she'll take on the Urbeck from Webster area. There's a quick pin for Mayport CG at 145 pounds on mat number 2. Or no, that was 152, so that was Kine from Mayport CG overnight. So Kine with a quick pin takes on Harris from Larimore at 152, 4th round wrestleback. So this is Geyser and Chernland out on mat number 2 at 152 pound 3rd round wrestleback. And we're back here. It looks like 145 on a mat number 1 between Radel and Olson from Roseau. So West Fargo Cheyenne's Radel wrestling Olson from Roseau. That's on mat number 1, 145-pound match. Chernland's up 2-0 in his bout at 152. Oh, 152. Blaze Ranke in the semifinal for the Lisbon Broncos. Riley Lucina in the wrestlebacks. Olsina looks like he defeated Satram from EEK, get himself into the third round wrestlebacks. So Chernlin and guys are going at it with a 2-point lead for Chernlin going into the second period. So still waiting. I'd likely have another round of wrestlebacks, I'd say, before semifinals. Kind of hard to say here. Now the girls' match is mixed in with the boys for the rest of the tournament. Here in the main gymnasium, not able to see what's going on over there on the south side of the tournament there in the south gym. And not much movement in the team points on that Bank North scoreboard. You probably have some time here with Chernlin out there on mat number 1. When you're kind of your local Class B area wrestler, he has a cradle locked up. He's picking up some near fall over Geyser from New York Mills. Goes bottom knee in the side. Trying to flatten those hips out. Now belly down. His Geyser able to build his base, but Chernlin's going to go up 7-0 with 42 seconds remaining in the second period. And working for a fall, mat number 1. Back at 145-pound wrestleback. Is up 4-0. Is Radel for West Fargo Cheyenne over Olson from Roseau. Olson attempting a hit a Peterson, but that attempt blocked by Radel as he's up 4-0 with a minute to go in the second period. And Chernlin now with that 7-point lead at the end of the second period at 152 pounds. Winner of that match takes on Bryce Moak from Mayport CG. Moak a senior for Mayport CG. Made it into the quarterfinals before losing to Constantine from Roselle, so Moak ended up forfeiting. Not sure if he's still in the tournament or what's happening with that, but we guess we will see here as we go through this. But he is listed on the bout sheet here for about 574, so we will see between Geyser and Chernlin who gets the chance to take on Moak from Mayport CG in your fourth round of wrestlebacks. And West Fargo Cheyenne picks up the win. They advance at 145, so Radel advances, takes on Haviland DeLong. See, DeLong is defeated by Fisher Johnson. Actually, DeLong was a medical forfeit, so not sure if DeLong is even in the tournament. But he had medical forfeit to Fisher Johnson, so Johnson in the semifinals takes on Corbin Clifton at 145. Now back here with Stewart and Shoemaker from Webster area. That's on mat number 1 at 145 pounds. Chernlin now has a 9-0 lead with 50 seconds to go on mat number 2. Currently in control on top, has an armbar locked in, catches the far wrist, and driving into it, walking it over the top, down with 35 seconds to go, picking up near fall. He'll just settle in. And working for the fall now is Chernlin for EK. He'll have 3 additional near fall coming. He's up, will be up making 12-0 lead. Now resets, goes chest on chest, going to stretch out this far arm if he can catch it. It's at 152 pounds. So Chernlin picks up 3 near falls, up 12-0, and he will move on to wrestle Bryce Moak from Mayport CG in your fourth round of wrestlebacks. Wins by a major decision, 12-0. So we are back here, mat number 1 between Stewart and Shoemaker. Stewart from Rugby. Oh, Stewart won his opening round match. He's from Rugby by foul over Aiden Kiefert. Then ran into Jaden Volmer from Harvey Wells Colony. Volmer pinned Stewart in a minute 13. Then Volmer lost out to Clifton in the quarterfinals. But Stewart bounced down to the wrestlebacks. Take down Ruppel from Carrington. Ruppel and Stewart went at it, with Stewart winning by major decision 19-7. Then Shoemaker Trey Shoemaker won in the first round by fall over Mueller from Hillsborough Central Valley. He lost out to Clifton in the second round. Bounced down into the wrestleback, so he's wrestling Stewart. And now 160 bout matches out there. So we have Johnson out there again on mat number 2. So Tyson Johnson for Kindred, wrestling Bailey Zachmeyer for Rugby. Into the first period scoreless, going into the second with Johnson choosing bottom position. The winner of this match at 160 takes on Fuhrer from EEK. And we have Erickson going up against Martin here on mat number 1. That's 160-pound wrestlebacks. Martin from Barnesville, Erickson from Furtebell Trammy. That's a 2-0 lead for Erickson. Picks up a 2-point takedown on Martin. Working power half over the top. That's countered. Now belly down here. That's mat number 1. And back to mat number 2. 2-1 lead for Johnson over Zachmeyer from Rugby. Johnson in the bottom position to start the second period here at the minute 10 to go. There's Granby cartwheel out of it. Zachmeyer follows him around, now gives up a 1-point escape, loss of control. We're tied up at 2 apiece. So Johnson and Zachmeyer tied up at 2 in the second period. The wrestlers out of bounds. They have a warning for stalling on mat 2. That goes against Zachmeyer from Rugby. So girls match out here. It's like Veda Carblum out for the Broncos. So that should be a 170-pound match. So that is Veda Carblum here, wrestling Hipsack from Central Cass. 170-pound match on the girls' side. And Johnson trying to crack down and get a walk around here for that 2 points at the end of the period, but Zachmeyer able to hold him off, so they go into the third, tied up at 2 apiece. Zachmeyer has choice. Looks at his coaches, picks bottom position. Start your third period. Tyson Johnson with his hands full, looking for the ride out, some near fall. Right away, Zachmeyer tries outside leg stand up. Now Johnson spikes the ankle, tries to ride Zachmeyer forward. And Zachmeyer gets those hips, trying to clear the hips, turns into Johnson, tripods up. Isolates a hand on the far side. Johnson trying to return him down, takes him down to one hand on the mat. Veda Carblum still working for her takedown on mat number 1. Wrestling hip sack from Central Cass. Now Carblum steps around behind, gets a 2-point takedown. So Veda Carblum with 2-point takedown. Now working half Nelson. Goes up over the top, works that far ankle down to 30 seconds. She leads 2-0. That's on mat number 1. Johnson steps away from Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer with a 1-point lead now, up 3-2. And Johnson in on the leg, try to step over. Zachmeyer trying to hip into it. Johnson driving into it. Zachmeyer chin whips Johnson down to the mat. No points given up. Zachmeyer now in trouble, giving up a takedown on the edge of the mat. No points. The action continued out of bounds, so able to scramble out of that. Both wrestlers with the opportunity to score on mat number 2. Down to 50 seconds. Zachmeyer still with a 1-point lead on mat number 2. Carblum up 2-0 in the bottom position to start out period number 2 on mat 1. Zachmeyer, he had some near fall coming, had a reversal, so let's see what the score ends up being. It's 5-4 lead now for Zachmeyer. Johnson has to cut him loose and get a takedown here. So Billy Zachmeyer is going to walk away with the win over Tyson Johnson from Kindred. Takes on Greg Fuhrer in the 4th round of Wrestlebacks. Wins 5-4. Now Carblum goes down by fall to hip sack. So Carblum had the 2-0 lead. Hip sack wins by fall at 170 pounds. So we have Oaks taking the mat out here, mat number 1. Now moving to 172-pound wrestleback. That's Thorpe. Wrestling Fike from Harvey Wells County. Fike was a winner by decision over Matt Schwab from Lisbon, making his way into the 3rd round of wrestlebacks. And Tate Thorpe ran into Mike Nelson in the 2nd round. Nelson with the winner by fall over Thorpe. Bounced him into the wrestleback, took on Aiden Birch from South Border. Thorpe winner by fall over Birch in 139 here to take on Fike. And right away have some blood time cleanup there from the previous match. So mat number 2, about 522. That's back at 160 pounds. So that looks like that's Mann and Geyser going at it. Teammates trying to stay alive in this 2024 Central Cass Lettermans tournament. They're down to 26 seconds. They're scoreless, locked up, horn to horns, in collar tie position. They're working that center edge of the mat. So 172 here on mat number 1. Thorpe and Fike. Fike working underneath. Thorpe sprawls out of it. Now stood back up, working towards back, or circling back towards the center of the mat. And Thorpe, a little snap down, go behind, big mat return for 2-point takedown at the end of the period. Just exploded with that mat return on Fike. Fike doesn't really know what hit him there, Fike doesn't really know what hit him there. Thorpe just explodes for the mat return takedown. Goes up 2-0. That was on mat number 1. And mat number 2 in the 2nd period still knotted up with goose eggs on the board. That's at 160 pounds. So Thorpe in control on top there with a minute 35 to go in the second period. You're working an arm bar, just trying to dig out underneath to get potentially dangerous. Must have exceeded that 45, crossed the shoulder blade, so potentially dangerous. Call back to the center of the mat, restart for Fike. Kind of collect himself on the bottom. He's down 2-0. Thorpe works the ankle or takes Fike back down to the mat on mat number 1 with a minute 5 to go in the second period. He leads 2-0. Mat number 2 still locked up here, 1-0 lead. Now 1-0 lead. That's in 160 now, 3-0. Up 3-0 on mat number 2. And Thorpe picks up 3-point near fall, so now he's up 5-0 on Fike. What's that? I don't know. I have no idea. The wrestlers restart back to the center of the mat. 7 seconds to go here. Tate Thorpe for the Oaks Tornadoes. Fike working a stand-up, trying to score at the end of the period. Time runs out. Thorpe takes that 5-0 lead into the third. Looks like his choice. Takes a look at the corner. Chooses top position on Fike.
In the hole on mat number 4, it's about 5:34 at 215-pound weight class. Brody Yeston of Northern Cass and Tanner Moe of Crazy made the way to the South Gym.
And Thorpe breaks down Fike. Little stand-up attempt. And stuffs that takedown. Down to minute 49 to go in this third period. Thorpe looking for the ride out and some near fall. Chops the arm forward, now goes 2-on-1 ride. On the near side. Now Fike, a little Peterson attempt, had wing down on that far arm. Opens him up, now sits out. Thorpe able to follow him around, just not quick enough for Fike. Now Fike able to scoot out, comes around the back door, trying to turn the corner on Thorpe. Thorpe still hanging with Fike. Fike's got to get those hips back up off the mat, and he does. Steps around behind Thorpe for 2 points. Now Thorpe trying to work a Peterson. He's still up 5-2. And Fike high on the near side here on mat number 1. That match between Newmark Mills at 160 pounds. The bottom side of that consolation bracket, that's 5-2. That's a 5-2 score for Red. That winds down, so just not sure which wrestler is which. And we have a Peterson locked up here for Thorpe with 27 seconds to go. See if he can just ride this one out and hold down Fike. So Tate Thorpe in control, up 7-2, is going to have some more points coming his way. It looks like 3 points. So he will win by decision, major decision, 10-2. Here with 5 seconds, time still ticking away. He takes on Isaiah Caruth at 172 pounds in 4th round wrestlebacks. Region 1, Southeast Region lock and horns there for that wrestleback, 4th round wrestleback between Thorpe and Caruth.
In the hole on mat number 2, about 535 at 285. That's Max Clean of Oaks and Jane Williams of Northern Pass. Make your way to mat number 2. You're in the hole at 285.
And now girls back out on the mat number 2. So moving on to 170, that's Ava Golson wrestling Molly Hoover from Northern Lights. Golson from Central Cass, Hoover Northern Lights product. Both juniors. Golson with 11-7 record, Hoover from Northern Lights 3-0. And working that center of the mat down to minute 12 to go in the first period. And still waiting for the bout number to show up here. Looks like Pate Lamar from Central Cass out on the mat. I'm not positive. I don't think, probably might be wrong on that one. And Golson works the fall for Central Cass over Molly Hoover. Well, mat number 1, Central Cass out there. I'm trying to see if we can match this one up on one of our bout sheets. Could be Graber against Leducer. They get called out of bounce. That's Hebel out there, so that's Kale Hebel. So Hebel wrestling Graber, so that's Hebel and Graber. So Hebel, try to see who he ran into. He's seated number 8, so he ran into Halverson from Barnesville. Halverson knocked Hebel down into the wrestlebacks, where he's taking on Graber from Central Cass. So Hebel up 7-0 at 172 pounds. And off the whistle right away, Graber, nice sit out. Gets that inside, or had the heel working on Hebel, but Hebel, it turns it on Graber now, keeping that leg tucked up underneath the body. Has a half Nelson buried deep, gonna flip him over, going chest on chest. And it wins by fall for Cale Hebel from Lemoore. He takes on Kate Olson Tinglestead. That's in your 4th round wrestlebacks. So Tinglestead lost to Jason Nitschke in the quarterfinal, so he and Hebel matching up at 172 4th round wrestleback. Looks like we have Kirby Freeman going out for Carrington. And no bout number on there, so just got to try to match up singlets with our sheet. So that is a 215-pound batch out here with Freeman and Symington. That's Kirby Freeman from Carrington against Symington from Pembina County North. And Symington takes a 2-0 lead on mat number 1. Freeman trying to isolate those hands with Symington steps back around working a half Nelson. That's a fall winner by fall. On mat number 2. That was about 5:32, so that was Eidsmo against Zitzo. So Zitzo looks like he advances for Frazee. He takes on Junt at 2:15. And Freeman starts the second period on top. 2 minutes on the clock. Symington tripods up. Now hits a sit out to a switch. Catches the inside leg of Freeman. Takes him belly down to the mat. Yeah, looks like back out here at 2:15. They have Max Klein out here for the Oaks Tornadoes. Who do they have Klein at? So no, it's Klein and Williams here at 5:35. Wrestling 2:15 between Symington and Freeman on mat number 1. Symington with a 4-0 lead. Nice hip ice back through by Freeman. Peterson and just big hip ice. He has a head and arm locked up, so Kirby Freeman working for the fall for the Carrington Cardinals. Has Symington a lot of trouble. Catches the head and arm, going to stretch it out, locks it up. Going to hip heist into the mat. Those shoulders not up by much. Referee down there, official taking a look on the far side. Has smothered over the top, has 45 seconds to go. So Kirby Freeman working for the fall for Carrington. If anything, he will grab the lead with that 3-point near fall here in the second period. Has a lot of time left on the clock here to work this pin. Max Klein. That does it. So Kirby Freeman, winner by fall, come from behind victory. You've seen it a lot today in these matches. Freeman will take on Jonathan Leonard. So John Leonard from Northern Lights, a senior. So Freeman gets the number 4 seed here in the 4th round of Wrestlebacks. Well, looks like we're getting into our semifinal matches, so we will run into our semifinals here. Still have Klein in the red leg band. He's up 3-0 on Williams from Northern Cass. The winner of that takes on Call from Deslax Burlington. So out here at heavyweight, it's like we have Mayport CG out there against Webster area. So that's Vernon from Mayport CG wrestling Miyotki. I think I'm working my Klingon there, Miyotki. So we got Miyotki from Webster area working Vernon. Vernon from Mayport CG. That's at 285. Now Klein goes hammerlock across the back. Has Williams in a little bit of trouble. Is up 5-1 with 14 seconds to go in the second period. Gets Williams broke belly down. Williams from Northern Cass. Klein's going to work around top. Jumps across far side. Throws in a half Nelson. Has the power half, but time will expire in the second period. He's up 5-1. A little bit of size difference between Klein and Williams, but Klein, with choice in the third period, chooses top position. So Miyake and Vernon going into the second period still scoreless. Zeros on the scoreboard. So we will roll right into our semifinal bouts here with our wrestling recap. Our Farmers Union, Walsley and Kramer Agency. Scott and Tyler are your local small town agents for Castleton and surrounding communities, whether it's crop and farm, home and auto, health, life, commercial, or recreational insurance. Come visit Farmers Union Insurance in Castleton for the great rates and local services that you expect. That is sponsors of our wrestling recap, so we'll look over our semifinalists here as we get into our semifinal rounds at 107 pounds. we have Bodie Henderson wrestling Walker Miller, the top side of the bracket at 107. Then Rylan Vetter taking on Meach from New York Mills. So Meach and Vetter, and then Henderson and Miller. That's at 107 pounds, your semifinalists at 107. 107B, we have Jorison. So Derek Jorison from Central Cass takes on Gavin Swenson from Kindred. And Lewan Salgado for the Lisbon Broncos on the bottom side of the 107B bracket takes on Carter Savvy from Central Cass. So that is your 107B semifinalist. 114 pounds in the semifinals is Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. The junior with a 17-1 record coming into the tournament takes on Justin Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. So Torrell advances all the way into the semifinals with 3 pins. Dalton Feist with 2 pins and a major decision. On the bottom side of the bracket, we have Jared Schilling for South Border advancing with 2 pins and a major decision in the quarterfinals. Wrestling Cruise ranking for the Lisbon Broncos comes in with a 17-5 record into the tournament. Ranky with 3 pins going into the semifinals against Schilling. That's your semifinalist at 114 pounds. At 121 pounds, we have Cruiser Burns for the Grafton Spoilers, the number 1 seed, entering the tournament with a 22-2 record. He picks up 2 pins and a tech fall on his way to the semifinals, wrestling Matthias Dahlstrom, the number 4 seed, the freshman from Oaks, North Dakota. Dahlstrom with a first-round bye picks up a pin in the second round in the quarterfinals, and then wins by major decision 17-5 for his chance at Cruiser Burns in the semifinals on top side of the bracket at 121. Then Logan Potts for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the freshman, picks up a pin and a tech fall in the quarterfinals. And then a 7-1 decision in the quarterfinals over Grayson Lyons. He'll face Drew Carr from the Carrington Cardinals. Drew Carr Jr. with a 20-6 record coming into the tournament. Carr winner by fall in the first round over Carter Glazeman from South Border, and then picks up a tech fall in the second round over Tandeschi from Northern Lights. Wins 7-3 over Ham from Frazee in the quarterfinals. So your semifinalists on the bottom side of the bracket are Logan Potts and Drew Carr from Carrington. Looking at your 127-pound semifinalists are Brock Johnson from Kindred. Johnson, the number 1 seed, the freshman with the 13-1 record coming into the tournament. He advances by way of a fall over Nielsen from Mayport CG, and then picks up a win by decision in the quarterfinals over Brody Michelson by 7-1. He faces Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County. Hayes, coming from the number 5 seed, wins in the first round over Gavin Larson from the Webster area by a fall, then picks up another pin over Lassard from United Clay Becker in the second round, then picks up a win over the number 4 seed Jagger Sand of EEK for Cale Hayes by decision 3-0. So that's your top side of the bracket for 120C semifinalists are Brock Johnson and Cale Hayes. On the bottom side, we have Brady Peterson representing Central Cass. He wins by decision in the quarterfinals over Sonnenberg from Frazee. Up against Cashton Wadeson for the Lisbon Broncos. Wadeson with 2 pins and a tech fall on his way into the semifinals against Peterson on the bottom side of the bracket at 127 pounds. So that is Aiden Hinkle. Hinkle goes out against Irie for the Broncos on mat number 2 and picks up a win at heavyweight. So Hinkle picking up a varsity win for the Broncos here at heavyweight over Seth Irie, the freshman from EEK. And then at 133 pounds, your semifinalists are Hulk from Barnesville and Henderson from Northern Lights. Hulk makes his way into the semifinals with 2 pins and a major decision. Picked up that major decision over Bryce Schneider in the quarterfinals. And then Alvy Henderson, the other semifinalist, Alvy Henderson, coming through the first round with a win by fall, then picked up a win by decision over Grady Link from Central Cass 6-2 in division. Pinned Zane Allender from Oaks in the quarterfinals. So that's your top side of the bracket at 133. And the bottom side, we have Tristan Lepp for South Border up against Ryan Eng in the semifinals. Lepp made his way as the number 6 seed, defeated Ben Botello by fall in the first round, then came through and pinned Jace Duffy in the second round, then picked up an upset win over Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley by decision 12-9. And he'll face Ryan Eng in semifinals. Eng with 3 pins in the tournament. He picked up a win by fall over Brady Bora in the first round, then pinned Jackson Kiefert in the second round, and then in the quarterfinals another pin for Ryan Eng over Brock Fear. So Ryan Eng making the adjustment down to 133. He's in the semifinals on the bottom side of the bracket against Tristan Lepp from South Border. At 139 pounds, making their way into the semifinals is Jorgensen from Webster area. So Hayden Jorgensen picks up a tech fall over Peyton Lamar, and then Nick Garber over Case Allender by fall. Those are your semifinalists on the top side at 133. And bottom side, we have Riker Vetter, winner by fall over Maddox Shockman in the quarterfinals, wrestling Jake Malima, winner in 2 overtimes by decision, 13-9 over Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley. So the bottom side of the bracket is Riker Vetter versus Malima from Frazee. And moving on to 145 pounds, your semifinals, Sir Clifton from Carrington wrestling Fisher Johnson. So Corbin Clifton picks up a win by fall over Jane Volmer from Harvey Wells County, and Fisher Johnson wins by medical forfeit, advancing to the semifinals against Clifton over Haviland DeLong. So that's Clifton and Johnson on the top side. Bottom side of the 145-pound bracket going into the semifinals is Peischel from Frazee. Peischel picking up a 9-4 decision over Carson Glazman, the number 2 seed. Peischel unseeded in the tournament. He'll take on Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. Schwartz in the quarterfinals defeats Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. So Hawkinson, the number 3 seed, Schwartz, number 6. Another upset win here in the tournament. Advances to the semifinals by decision 8-2 over Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. So the bottom side of the bracket at 145 is Schwartz and Peischel in the semifinals. Moving on to 152, we have Blaze Ranke against Aiden Tummel from Central Cass. Blaze Ranke, winner by a 3-2 decision over Tanner Mole from Frazee. And then Aiden Tummel for Central Cass wins by decision 9-3 over Harris from Larimore. And then on the bottom side of the bracket at 152, we have Seth Kolsenstein, winner by a forfeit over Bryce Moe from Mayport CG in the quarterfinals. And Brody Hoffman picking up a quarterfinal win over Colin Beener from Britton Hecla by fall at the 3:30 mark of the second period. Moving on to 160, your semifinals. So Josh Meal on the top side of the bracket, wrestling Clay Nagel from Frazee. So Josh Meal in the quarterfinals defeated Greg Fear from EEK by fall at 1:17. The Nagel, your number 4 seed, unseeded, comes through with the win in the first round over Bailey Zachmeyer, the number 4 seed. Then beats Martin from Barnesville, advances to the quarterfinals. He beats Baumgarn from Webster area, makes his way to the semifinals against Josh Meal. That's on the top side of the bracket at 160 pounds. And Eli Lyons defeated Cole Stock by decision in the quarterfinals, 7-2. He'll face Mason Wagle, the junior from Napoleon. And Wagle advances with a win by fall over Souther from Britton Hecla. So Eli Lyons for the Broncos taking on Mason Wagle, the bottom side of the bracket at semifinals at 160 pounds. 172 pounds, we have Drew Zwack buying out Bishop Ryan, number 1 seed and undefeated. Wrestling Preston Mayfield from the senior from Frazee. And Mayfield making his way into the semifinals as the number 4 seed, defeated Isaiah Kruth in the quarterfinals by decision 11-8. Zwack with a pin over Halverson from Barnesville in the quarterfinals. So that is your top side of the bracket quarterfinals, and Drew Zwack and Mayfield. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Jay Schnitschke for South Border, winner by decision, major decision 11-3 over Kate Olds and Tinglestead in the quarterfinals. He'll face Mike Nelson from the Lisbon Broncos. Nelson with 3 pins in the tournament, picked up a pin over Trey Leducer in the first round, then pinned Tate Thorpe in the second round, and another win by fall over Tanner Mangy in the quarterfinals. So your bottom side of the bracket, 172 semifinals, so Jay Schnitschke and Mike Nelson. And moving on to 189 pounds, we have Cole Henderson from Northern Lights, undefeated, and is a junior. He won by fall over Lincoln Swenson from Kindred in 1:50 to advance into the semifinals. He'll face Daniel Schumacher, the number 5 seed. Schumacher advances through the quarterfinals with a win by decision 8-6 over Christian Murch, the freshman from Harvey Wells County. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we'll have Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington. He won by fall over Blake Unger from New York Mills. So Smith, number 6 seed picking up a kind of an upset over the number 3 seed in Unger from New York Mills. He'll face Jack Graham from Frazee. Graham, the sophomore, unseeded in the tournament, ran through the bottom side of the bracket, beat Will Trebwasser from Northern Cass by a fall in the first round, then faced Stone Thornton in the second round, won by a 4-1 decision in the quarterfinals, defeated Ivan Kruth, returning state champion, by a fall at 346. So the bottom side of the bracket, 189 semifinalists is Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington, and then Jack Graham from Frazee at 189 pounds. And that 215 returning state champion Shane Nitschke, a junior from South Border, coming in the tournament with a 17-1 record, defeated Braden Junt, the number 8 seed, in the quarterfinals by fall in the first period at 53-second mark. He'll face Mitchell Melander from Central Cass. Melander picked up the win over John Leonard from Northern Lights by disqualification. So Melander into the semifinals against Shane Nitschke. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Drew Thorpe. Picked up that win and reversed it. It was come from behind win for Drew Thorpe, the freshman, over Flynn from Fertile Trammy in the quarterfinals. He finds himself matched up against Bodie Roberts and New York Mills, a senior. Mills peeling Drew Anderson in the quarterfinals at the 320 mark, making his way to the semifinals against Drew Thorpe at 215 pounds. Then 285, we have Coy Okeson for Minot Bishop Ryan, the number 1 seed, coming into the tournament at 25-0, wrestling Cole Nitschke. Nitschke picks up the win, unseeded in the tournament, kind of having to use that athleticism against these bigger guys here. The sophomore for South Border picks up that win over Carter Call in the quarterfinals by decision 4-2. He gets to face the big man in the tournament, Coy Okeson, in the semifinals. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, you have Tucker Hardy from Britton Hecla, and he will face Jack Leiser of Fertile Beltrami in your other semifinal bout here at 285 pounds. So that kind of is your recap as far as your semifinalists upcoming, and believe that'll happen here after this next round of wrestlebacks and this finishing up this round of wrestlebacks on the girls' side. So that is your wrestling recap provided by Farmers Union, Wasley and Kramer Agency. Scott and Tyler are your local small town agents for Castleton and surrounding communities, whether it's crop and farm, home, auto, health, life, commercial, or recreational insurance. Come visit Farmers Union Insurance in Castleton for the great rates and the local service you'd expect. So it looks like we do have Joey Potts out there, about number 547. So working our way back up through our wrestleback rounds. So that is Joey Potts, wrestling Weeks. From Minot Bishop Ryan. And that is scoreless going into the second period for Joey Potts against Weeks. And Weeks picked up that win over Jaron Nelson, getting into this fourth round of wrestlebacks. And the other wrestleback, bout number 553, so we got to work our way through the bout sheets. Jumping way into the wrestlebacks. So that looks like Gavin Giffey for Northern Cass out here against Ham from Frazee. Giffey, the situation position up on top. The time ticks away there. Ham working the bottom. That's a potentially dangerous call with 4 seconds to go, so they get a restart back to the center of the mat. Potts and Weeks still going at it. They're scoreless in the second period, so goose eggs on the scoreboard, make no scoreboard for each wrestler. So both matches still scoreless, just underway. Second period on mat number 2. Gavin Giffey on top. Giffey is high with Ham. Has caught that leg of Giffey, is going to crack him down, steps back across, right on the edge of the mat. Arm around the waist, 2-point takedown for Ham. So he's up 2-0 with a minute 38 to go in the second period. Now Weeks, mat return on Joey Potts. Weeks is up 2-0 with 26 seconds, now 20 seconds to go in that first period. Weeks throws Potts out of bounds, hits the hardwood. Restart back to the center of the mat with 19 seconds. A 114-pound wrestle back on mat number 1. Mat number 2, you're up at 121 with Giffey and Ham. So Ham with a 2-point lead has Giffey in the bottom position, flattened out, working a 2-on-1 on that far side. And Giffey trying to keep those elbows in, build a base. Ham heavy on top, digging that head. Keeping Giffey flattened out. Working that near center of the mat. Down to 50 seconds with Ham, 2-point lead. Jumps back across, trying to turk the leg of Giffey. Giffey stayed moving on the bottom, still trying to counter Ham's leg turk attempt. Giffey back at it, still trying to turk that leg. Now Ham able to build some momentum, gets up to his base. Trying to hit a sit out. Ham breaks him back down, chops him down to the mat with 20 seconds to go. And Weeks and Potts. Potts in the bottom position. It's down 4-0 now to Weeks. Riley Weeks from Minot Bishop Ryan. Potts working hand control underneath. Ham chops Giffey back down to the mat, down to under 5 seconds in the second period. Ham still up 2-0 on mat number 2. Now Weeks, a little high on Potts, gets back around behind the elbows on the back side, still high again. Potts reaches up for a head. We have a stalling call on Potts. Potts working to Peterson, gives up on that. Had Weeks in a little bit of trouble there, got him high, but not able to catch a leg and get out of bottom position. Still working around the backside, reaching back. Weeks working on top. He's up 4-0 with 20 seconds to go in the third period. And Weeks trying to dig in a chicken wing on the near side. Now Ham and Giffey tied up. Got switch and re-switch going on mat number 2. Ham still has that leg of Giffey. Giffey working the far ankle. Down to a minute 18 to go. Wrestlers go out of bounds. You have a stall warning. I think it was just holding on to the ankle, so they gave Giffey a stall warning. Dingsum was stalling with a minute 17 to go in the third period. They're tied up with Ham and Giffey. So Giffey going alternate start on Ham. And right away, Ham takes advantage of that, goes right into Giffey, puts Giffey down, hip down on the mat. Giffey trying to come up over the top, cracks him down. Ham's going to work a reversal. So Giffey, game plan backfired on him with that alternate start, gives a two-point reversal up to Ham. Now Ham's up 4-2 with 52 seconds remaining in the third period. So Weeks advances. Into the blood round. So we're coming up on our blood round here. The fourth round of wrestlebacks. Winner of this gets into the blood round. Still one more match for these wrestlers here in the wrestleback rounds to win the place in the top 6. So a brutal here in the Lettermans tournament, dropping down into that wrestleback round. So this is Romberg out there for Fertibel. Trammy picks up a 2-point takedown. Excuse me. Now up 3. Now he's up 3-2 with a 1-point escape. That Sattler He's wrestling Sattler from Rugby. So Sattler and Romberg going at it. So Sattler drops down double leg, stuffed. They're tied up at 3 going into the second period. Girls back out on the mat. So Ham goes on to win. He's into the blood round. Looking for his place, top 6 podium finish. Still one more match to go to get into the medals for Ham from Frazee. Wins by decision over Giffey from Northern Cass. So Sattler and Ramberg. Ramberg from Furterbelt Trammy, Sattler from Rugby. That's 4-3 now, with Sattler from Rugby leading this one up 4-3. He drops down, level change, but Romberg steps over. Looked like there was a 2-point signal by the referee, and now Romberg takes Sattler back down to the mat, just powers him over, shoulder whips him down. Working for the fall against Sattler, now Romberg on top. Goes head and arm. Has those hips turned down back into the mat. He's up 5-4 with a minute to go in the second period on mat number 1. It's like a girls. They're at about 50. That match is over. Grayson Lions going out for the Lisbon Broncos here on mat number 1. So trying to find about 50 on the girls' side.
In the hole on mat number 1, about 56 at 130, Madeline Jerome of Grafton and Isabel Buchek of Central Cass. You are in the hole on mat number 1 at 130.
The Lions working over the top. Match just underway here on mat number 1. Ducks underneath now. They're trying to sprawl out there, working a quarter Nelson on the far side. Still not able to find this bout.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 5:59 at 133, Zane Allender of Oaks.
For the girls, working through the bout sheet. I might be looking on the wrong side of the bout sheet.
Number 560 on mat number 3 at 133, and that's Frank Schneider of Napoleon and Creek Sioux.
The Lions still scoreless in the first period. Time clicks away here. Last 5 seconds on mat number 1. So this looks like Vakura and Vakura. That's Vakura and Mangi out there. Bout number 50, that's consolation match at 124. And Lions on top here to start this match at 121 second period. He gets high over the top. Lions wrestling Glaceman. A rematch from Thursday night. Lions ends up winning that one by foul. Goes inside cradle on Glaceman. So Carter Glaceman trying to work a reversal on Lions. Lions has an inside cradle, takes him back to the mat. Going to work some near fall. Glaceman able to get those hips up, so has Lions in a little bit of trouble. See if Lions can get some near fall. Now he gets some near fall going. Glaceman's going to try to roll through. Has to kind of plant that foot on the mat and roll Lions through. I don't think he's going to get anywhere to turn it into him. Lions going to settle in here now, using those long legs to get some leverage up over the top, down to 56 seconds. Glaceman has this leg of Lions. Lions, if he could get that through, he could step back across. Now he's going to go up over the top. Saturday Night Ride. Glaceman gets belly down, gives up 3 near fall to Lyons. Lyons trying to make his way into the blood round. Winner of that takes on Ham from Frazee. Ham winner by decision over Giffey. You have a clasping call between Vakura and Mengi. Mengi's in the bottom position for Kindred. And that's on mat number 2. Your girls wrestling.
Number 4, about 562 at 133. Brady Moron of Frazee and Carson Cassette of Hillsborough Central Valley. Make your way to the South Gym, mat 4 at 133.
So Vakura for Roseau. Mengi for Kindred. They do have blood time over there on mat number 2. It's a 5-4 lead for Vakura. So with that blood time out, sponsored by Cass County Mutual. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all of southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agency near you. As blood time out here on mat number 2 between Vakura and Mengi from Kindred. Vakura with the blood time. And Grayson Lyons working against Glaceman, Carter Glaceman for South Border. Lyons with the 3-0 now, 5-0 lead. Gets back around behind for a 2-point reversal in the third period. He's up 5-0. Working a crossface over the top, has this leg turk on Glaceman. Now Vakura working a crossface, gets actually a half Nelson in on Mengi, gets Mengi turned over. Pick up a couple swipes, has 3 near fall coming, so it puts 3 more on the board for her. She's up 8-4, extending her lead now by 4. Putting some insurance points up on the board. Drives it back over. Mengi is flattened out, left shoulder up just by a little bit. Lyons working on top here, has a 5-0 lead, trying to Turk over. Back to that pinning combination. You stretch out that far arm and drag over Glaceman. That is a winner by Roseau's Miley Vakura over Annika Mengi of Kindred. Now Glaceman, a little bit of activity here, gets around on top on Lyons. Lyons back underneath situation position, the edge of the mat, but Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos will advance into the blood round against Ham. So he takes on Leon Ham from Frazee, the number 7 seed.
In the hole on mat number 2.
It's 5-0 by decision over Carter Glaceman.
Bowie Bartz of Harvey Wells County and Peyton Hoover of Northern Lights. Make your way over to mat
It looks like we have another girls bout up on mat number 2.
In the hole on mat number 1, about 561 at 133.
So it's Coronado back out here on mat number 2.
Of Pembina County North, you're in the hole on mat number 1 at 133.
And I think she takes on Larson. So still waiting for the other wrestler to show up on mat number 2. Mat 1, we have Zink wrestling O'Brien. Zink picked up a win by decision over Ryan Olson from Lisbon to make his way into the 4th round of wrestlebacks.
Emily Larson of Northwood on mat
So still waiting for that wrestler to show up over on mat number 2. We'll probably step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back here. These wrestleback rounds continue from the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. We'll take a minute, get a word from our sponsors, reset back here for the Lettermans.
College goes far beyond the buildings, classrooms, and the tests. It's about making new friends, trying something different, and discovering your purpose. It's about getting involved, supporting your community, and joining the conversation. It's about learning, growing, and finding your passion. This is not your average classroom. This is the University of Minnesota Crookston.
Head to rjbroadcasting.com and get your free copy, the Digital Sports Guide. It's the winter sports guide for R&J Sports, and it's free, it's digital, and it's available on rjbroadcasting.com. The cover's blue, it's got great photos on it, and it's easy for you to download. Simply go to rjbroadcasting.com, click on the winter sports guide, or scan the QR code if you see it on the flyer or on our social media pages or on the screens. It's the Winter Sports Guide, R&J Sports 2023-24, available now, rjbroadcasting.com.
Welcome to the Empire. We have open gym times and 2 full courts with 6 basketball hoops. Court rentals are available. You can even host your own tournaments. Memberships are available. The Emperor's Club. Hone your skills and improve your game. Basketball and volleyball training classes are available now. The Empire, Fargo's newest sports complex.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance, Lance Gullison Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let the staff at Lance Gullison Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon or email lance.gullison@fumic.com.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union insurance agent, at 701-436-5777 or use the QR code to connect with the agency.
For a top-notch car wash experience, head to Fast Lane Car Wash, situated next to the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo. They treat every vehicle with the same respect and care as their own, ensuring that your car is in good hands from pre-wash preparation to hand-dry finish. Check out the Fast Lane Car Wash on the west side of the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo and spruce up your ride with interior detailing, buff, and wax at the Fast Lane with Thomas, weekdays from 9 to 2. Call 701-799-8226 to schedule an appointment.
Improving finances and a desire to save more are consistently near the top of the list when it comes to New Year's resolutions. Well, maybe this is your sign to go from thinking about saving money to actually saving money and improving your finances with a CD special at First State Bank. A 9-month CD with a 5.07 interest rate, minimum $10,000. Visit their locations in Buxton, Grand Forks, Mayville, Portland, and Thompson to learn more. First State Bank, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
At Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, they remain committed to their original mission of providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. Residents can enjoy hobbies, socializing, programs, and more at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House communities. For more information on Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, call 218-456-2105 or log on to halsteadlivingcenter.com. Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsborough and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsborough Central Valley students. It's the Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Hillsborough Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsborough Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. Three main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get the CT. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsborough Dairy.
H509, proud to be North Dakota's largest Dollars for Scholars chapter. If you're already a member, you know how important H509's presence is to the graduating seniors in our community. Because of your generosity, every graduating student that completes an application will receive a scholarship. I'd like to invite you to join H509 to help continue these amazing gifts for further graduates of the Hillsborough High School. For more information on H509, visit our Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars website or our Facebook page.
The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with IRI Insurance you can.
You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
Don't just watch today's game, immerse yourself in it with new furniture from Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Get the ultimate fusion of styles with unmatched comfort, all at the best prices. We are now offering up to 5 years no-interest financing. So you can now get the furniture you want at the best prices with low monthly no-interest payments. The next time you need furniture, come see Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Make sure to ask for Lee for your live event discount.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
The team at Maple River Grain and Agronomy wishes the best of luck to the players in today's game. Maple River Grain and Agronomy is proudly serving producers, accessing markets, and building relationships in eastern North Dakota and western Minnesota. They offer a variety of grain marketing and agronomy solutions. See the latest updates by following MRGA on social media. They're active on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Check out the website at mrga.com.
Hey, welcome back. Your liveevent.com. Day 2 coverage of your CenterCast Lettermans tournament. Out here, wrestle backgrounds when the girls and the boys side on mats 1 and 2. Mat number 2 was Harvey Wells County's Chloe Bartz, winner by fall over Peyton Hoover. Bartz advancing here. And makes her way into the Consolation semifinals. And a mat number 1. Excuse me, I thought that was a winner by fall. I got to get my stuff straight here. So that's a 4-0 lead for Bartz. They're just going into the second period. You have Grady Link out here on mat number 2 or mat number 1. They're tied up 4-4 with Brock Freer from Pembina County North. Hey, Freer working around on top there in the second period, down to 8 seconds. Throws in a half Nelson. He's going to jump across. Has to catch far wrist on Link. Going to try to pull him up into him. Link able to get back down. They're still tied going into the third period. Hey, Link's choice. He chooses top position. So Link confident in the top position on Freer. Right away stands up. Link jumps back across, hits that switch on the stand-up, or hits that cradle on the stand-up, throws back Freer. Freer's going to reverse it, so we got 3 near fall. At least, no, we got 2 near fall. A scramble, mad scramble. Now Link's going to roll through. He's up 6-4. So they No points for any reversal, so he's up 6-4. He has a freer and some trouble, has a half Nelson's going to scoop that far shoulder, rolls him over, north-south position, chest on top for Grady Link of Central Cass, and he advances into the blood round. Wins by foul over Brock Freer from Pembina County North.
In the hold on mat number 2, about 80 in the girls division at 118, Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass and Bria Pricewatt of Roseau. Make your way.
So we are here at about 567, moving up to 145, it looks like, on mat number 2. So that's Haviland DeLong and Radel. So DeLong, I did have a forfeit in that. Looks like it was.
Haviland DeLong of Northern Lights. We need you on mat number 2. Haviland DeLong.
That was in the quarterfinals against Johnson, so I think it's a medical forfeit. So Radel will advance into the blood round.
In the hold on mat number 1, about 571 and 152 pounds. Jacob Harris of Larimore and Jared Keating of Mayport CG.
Go back here on mat number 1.
Number 1 at 152.
Back to your 139-pound weight class with Owens, Sawyer Owens. For Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Joseph Keller for South Border. Owens knocked out in the in the quarterfinals by Josh Malima from Frazee. A 2 overtime match. A little slide by attempt, now hits it and whips down Keller to the mat. So Keller goes down. Sawyer Owens goes up 4-1 to start the second period. And mat number 2. Looks like Glazeman wrestling Parisian from Central Cass. So this is Glazeman and Parisian at 569. It's a 2-1 lead for Glazeman. The flip of the coin goes over to Parisian. Choice defers it over to Glazeman, chooses bottom position. Now 6-1 lead for Sawyer Owens on mat number 1. Another slide by attempt. A couple of South Border wrestlers out there on the mat right now. It's about 569 here on mat number 2. Between Parisian and Glazeman. And Keller and Owens going at it. Another slide by attempt, going to try to drag him down to the mat. There has a claw hooked up for a 2-point takedown. He's up 8-2, Sawyer Owens over Keller. It's at 139 pounds. Your fourth round of wrestlebacks. So Glazeman in control on top. He's up 5-1 over Parisian. Now Parisian, a little hand control, hip pipes back around for a 1-point escape. He's up on Glazeman, down 5-2 on Glazeman. Now Glazeman returns it back down the mat for a 2-point takedown. Has a 7-2 lead, up by 5 with 49 seconds to go in the second period on mat number 2. And now Glazeman has Parisian locked up in a cradle or at the far edge. Puts chin in the shoulder. Still in bounds, collecting those near fall down to 9 seconds in the second period. Parisian able to get back belly down. And Sawyer Owens up 11-2 on Joseph Keller. That's over at mat number 1. Owens in control on top. We're in that gray and blue trim singlet. Working the near center of the mat. With Sawyer Owens on top. He's up 11-2 with a minute 10 to go in the third period. And Glazeman tapped into return Parisian down. Takes him right down to his back on that takedown. But there no near fall given up by Parisian. Now Glazeman trying to drag him back on. Stretch this arm out. Has chin in the shoulder. Hitting that chin drop. And scoops the head, dragging him back on the mat, working for a fall now is Glazeman. In the third period with a minute 7 to go. Up over the top, scoops the head. Parisian gets belly down, picks up his 3 near fall. He's up 15-2. So we do have an injury time. They were called out of bounds. So injury time, Parisian goes down. He took a shot to the groin there. He's down on the far edge of the mat. Coaches are over there taking care of him here in mat number 1. Owens still up 11-2 in the third period with 24 seconds remaining. A restart there. Parisian just stands up, hip heights away for a 1-point escape. He's up on his feet. A good level change by Glazeman to get back down. Scores a 2-point takedown. So Glazeman not wanting to lock up with Parisian. He's up 17-3, has a 14-point lead. Looks at the clock. Trying to decide if he's going to cut away Parisian. No. Cradles him up. Forehead in the mat, working for the fall is Glazeman on Parisian. Parisian fighting off his back, trying to roll through down to 25 seconds to go in the third period. That's on mat number 2. And Glazeman wins by fall. Sawyer Owens also your winner and advances. So Glazeman pins Parisian. It goes into the blood round. Back here with Volmer for Harvey Wells County. I think he's wrestling Wald from Oaks. That's Rylan Wald out there for Oaks, wrestling Volmer. Volmer down for Harvey Wells County with a single leg attempt. Wald's able to take him back down to the mat, kind of falls into it, goes hip down, arm around the waist. Has a crackdown, potentially dangerous call. He has 2 points for Volmer. That's on mat number 1. They have girls back out here on mat number 2. That match is over with before I can find the bout number. on the bracket sheet on mat number 2. And Northern Cass with the win. Probably up there in around the 112-pound weight class. So back here with the boys, about 572. So we have Mole for Frazee, wrestling Toy for rugby. And Mole right away turns the corner, picks up a 2-point takedown. On mat number 2, he's up 2-0 for his 15 seconds of the match. And Wald and Volmer still going at it. Volmer with that 4-0 lead over Wald. As Wald broke down, working chicken wing far side. Now goes half Nelson. And Wald wings down on the arm. Counters out of that. Still broke. Belly now hip down, now back to belly down on the mat. And armbar hooked up back across there by Volmer on top. Wald counters out of that, slides the hip back around. He's back in the center of the mat, belly down. Now an armbar hooked up. Volmer walks it around the head. Wald giving up near fall. Heavy over the top. Volmer settles back in, down to 14 seconds on mat number 1. Flattened out and winning by fall is Jaden Volmer for Harvey Wells County. He advances. And he'll take on Radel from West Fargo Cheyenne in your blood round. At 145 pounds on that top side of the consolation bracket. Oh, 152, we have Harris back out there against Kine from Mayport CG. And 160 wrestle back.
In the hole on mat number 1, about 5'7", 172 pounds.
Looks like Suther and Erickson. Suther from Britton Hecla, Erickson from Fertobel Trammy. Britton Hecla wearing that white red trim singlet. That's a roll through headlock and a roll through by Suther. Gets back around for a 2-point takedown. He's up with 2 points here in the first period with 20 seconds to go. And Harris up on top of Kine from Mayport CG. He's up 2-0. And Kine trying to scramble back out. Gets on top here, reverses it on Harris. Harris goes double arm over, throws Kine down to the mat. No change of position. The Kine is hooked up. In a high crotch fireman's position, but time runs out on the clock. He goes down 2-0 into the second period on mat number 1 here at 152-pound wrestleback. And Erickson and Suther still going at it. It's a 2-0 lead going into the second period. For Suther from Britton Hecla, riding in the top position, has that red knee sleeve on. Trying to break down Erickson. Erickson now broke down back to his base, going spladle. Suther rolls back on top. Erickson tried to counter. Now Erickson reaches back. Going to try to elevate this leg of Suther's, but Suther able to throw that leg right back in. Going power half over the top. Suther just trying to keep his base. Counters into it, rolls through, trying to clear those hips. Suther now power halves into it, working that edge of the mat, has him stretched out, working for the fall. Is Suther from Britton Hecla. Picks up 3 near fall. He's up 5-0. Under a minute to go now in that second period.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 5'81" and 172. It's Kenny Smith of Gillette Burlington. Tanner of Kindred. Make your way over to mat number 3, South Kindred.
So mat number 1, 5-2 lead for, it's like Mayport CG for Kine up over Harris. He's up 5-2. Harris in the bottom position. We're in the second period. And Kine working behind the elbows as a half. Nelson locked in a little bit high. Just trying to drag him over. Has it locked in. Has Harris rolled over to his back, doubled up on the arms. Harris trying to bridge through there. Get some wiggle room. There's 3 near fall. That'll go over to Kine for Mayport CG. So Erickson and Suther still working on mat number 2. It's a 5-0 lead, no change of position at the end of that period. Suther from Britton Hecla still up by a score of 5-0. That is about 577. Harris now reverses it. He's trying to come from behind win. He's up on top, has a head and arm locked up at the end of this period. In second period, Kine in trouble. Suther head and arm smothering over the top. Going to have a 3 near fall, so he's going to tighten the score, if anything, here as time expires in their second period. 8-7 lead now for Erickson, or excuse me, for Kine for Mayport CG. And that's Harris's choice. He's going to choose the bottom position going into the third here on mat number 1. So Erickson and Suther still going at it. Erickson from Fertile Beltrami hits a Peterson. Has Suther in a little bit of trouble now. Suther's picking up near fall. Catches the chin of Erickson. He's going to roll him over. Going Saturday Night Ride. He's going to win by fall. Advances to the blood round. So on mat number 2, winner by fall for Britton Hecla. Is Ben Suther, freshman, into the blood rounds. So 10-8, and the winner by fall. So Harris comes from behind, pulls out the victory in the third period over Kine from Mayport CG. So Larimore, wrestler still alive here in the wrestleback rounds at 152 pounds. That's Jacob Harris. Back and forth battle there till the third period. Harris finally puts Kine away. So Greg Fear out here against Bailey Zachmeyer from Rugby. That's on mat number 1. It looks like we have Cole Stock out here for South Border, wrestling Geyser. So Fear picks up a 2-point takedown. Nice mat return on Zachmeyer. He's in control on top. Down to 15 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1. It is Geyser for New York Mills out there against Cole Stock from South Border. Started the second period, a minute 55 on the clock. Stock in the top position on mat number 2 for the South Border Mustangs. Fear on the top position for EEK at the start of the second. He is up 2-1. These are 160-pound Consolation first round matches. winners of these advance to the blood round. Still one more match to win before you earn yourself a top 6 place finish, a spot on the podium. Oh, the work's still not finished for these wrestlers out here. Still battling for a top 6 podium finish. Fear has an armbar locked up, trying to walk it around the head of Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer, man, that arm is bent. Fear holding on. Now Zachmeyer gets to his feet. Mat return. Still armbar locked up on Zachmeyer, so Fear in control on top down that far edge of the mat, down to a minute to go. And Geyser and Stock locked in, collar ties on that near center of the mat. Here on mat number 2. And Cole Stock wearing that dark blue and black trim singlet. And Geyser from New York Mills here with the blue with the white stars. That's mat number 2. So you're watching day 2 coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com, our Bank North scoreboard. Try to look at our team points here. And a battle for second place between the Broncos and the Frazee Hornets is heating up, with Frazee overtaking Lisbon for the number 2 spot. So currently South Border with 149 points. Frazee 116.5. Lisbon 114. In 4th place is Oaks with 85 points. 5th place Central Cass 84. 6th place Ellendale Edgeley Combe 81.5 points. 7th place Northern Lights with 80 points. Carrington in 8th place with 77.5 points, followed by Fertile Beltrami in 9th at 74, and then Deslax Burlington at the 10th spot with 65 points, and then trailing behind Deslax Burlington for a top 10 finish are the Kindred Vikings with 63 points, along with New York Mills tied for 11th. That's a look at your Bank North scoreboard as far as the team race. So Cole Stock and Geyser still battling. It ties it up 1 apiece now between Geyser and Stock on mat number 2. They're in the 3rd period with 1:45 to go. And then your mat number 1 with Fuhrer and Zachmeyer. They're going into the 3rd period. That's a 2-1 score, so things pretty tight here on mats 1 and 2. And Stock picks up a 2-point takedown here on the edge of the mat, near edge of the mat. He leads 3-1. So he goes up now 3-1 over Geyser from New York Mills. And Fuhrer trying to turn the corner. He's up 3-1. Picks up 2 more. So now he's up 5-1 over Zachmeyer, Bailey Zachmeyer from Rugby. And Fuhrer trying to turk this leg. Almost had a tilt hooked up. Now going back over the top. Working back through the legs. Now trying to step through. Going back to that leg turk. That's there on mat number 1. And Fuhrer takes control of that match. He's up by 4 points with under a minute to go on mat 1. And Cole Stock with this 2-point lead is up 3-1 now. Geyser stands up. No separation. Stock trying to use that strength. Picks him up. Takes him back to the far edge of the mat. Still in bounce. And now knee out of bounce. You get a restart back to the center with 34 seconds to go on mat number 2. Cole Stock in the top position. Nice sit-out switch. And gets behind him. Oh, waves off that 2 points, but momentarily just not able to lock up that reversal down to 20 seconds. Does get the 1-point escape. So Stock now just has a 1-point lead with 15 seconds to go. Wrestlers locked horn. Geyser dives in. Over-unders. Takes Stock to the edge of the mat. Stock hips into Geyser. Geyser goes down, whizzers it. Has Stock on the edge of the mat down to 3 seconds. And Stock out of bounds onto the hardwood. Down to 2 seconds. And Fuhrer looks like he's going on into the blood round. Defeats Bailey Zachmeyer from Rugby. So if you're your winner on mat number 1, and that match is over. They must add 1 second on the clock, so that does it. Yeah. So that does it here on mat number 2. That's win for Cole Stock. Stock's going to take on Suther from Britton Hecla.
You're in the hole on mat number 1 at 190 girls division.
So today's tournament, Central Cast 2024, the theme of it is endurance. Your long day of wrestling so far. Still have the semifinals coming up on both sides for the boys and the girls. Another EEK wrestler out there, and that is Tate Thorpe.
In the hole on mat number 2, about 587, 215, John Leonard of Northern Lights and Kirby Freeman of Carrington. You're in the hole mat number 2 at 215.
Yeah, I probably have that wrong. Looks like that's Isaiah Caruth out there. Yeah, wrestling Tate Thorpe from Oaks. So this is your 4th round wrestle back. Caruth with a 2-0 lead going into the second period on mat number 1. Thorpe from Oaks in the bottom position to start the second. Back to the girls match here, mat number 1. See if I can find that bout. It's like we're on 87, so at the 136-pound bracket, if you're following along for the girls, 136 pounds on mat number 2. So a little break in action. We're waiting for a wrestler to show up. But that looks like Lexus Davis. So still no action here on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Thorpe and Caruth. They're down to minute 2 to go. So at a minute, under a minute now, 45 seconds. Caruth has Thorpe going over to his back. I didn't see any swipes by the official. Caruth just trying to stretch this out. They're reaching out, crawling that far arm out. Now has a couple near fall, so he will pick up 2 near fall. And still waiting over here on the girls' side on mat number 2.
In the hole on mat number 3, about 588, 215-pound weight class. Braden Junt of Deluxe Burlington and Derek Zitzo of Frazee. Make your way to mat number 3 at 215.
I'm still trying to think of what we got. So we got a Roseau wrestler out there. It says bout 87. That's supposed to be 136. But I don't see a Roseau wrestler in the 136 bracket, so kind of flying blind without that track wrestling. And see how dependent everybody becomes. When that's down, you got to go back to old school. So Thorpe and Caruth with that 5-0 lead. Wrestlers up on their feet, neutral position, down to minute 45 to go in this third period. Caruth was his back. Here on the edge of the mat. Thorpe pushing in on him. They get called out of bounds. So wrestlers back for a restart. That was about, it looks like 67, not 87, so they changed it up there. I think they got everything fixed up. So that was about 67. Looks like Northern Lights won that match.
Moving forward here, the next round of championship semifinals will be taking place here in the North Gym on mats 1 and 2.
All right, mats 1 and 2, championship semifinals coming up.
On mats 3 and 4 in the South Gym at the same time.
So Thorpe and crew still battling it out there. 45 seconds remaining.
Championship semifinals, both boys and girls divisions are going to be held here. Consolation.
Oh, things still a little disjointed here. Just trying to work in the girls with the boys and keep the tournament going with their issues, kind of technical side with track wrestling and some of the connectivity issues. So Thorpe now with Kruth with a 7-0 lead at 172 pounds. Down to 15 seconds to go. That's on mat number 1. Cruz on top for EEK.
Mayport CG, make your way over to mat number 4, South Gym.
And Isaiah Kruth will advance into the blood round for EEK at that 172 pounds. Now I have Kale Hebel going out for the more Lobos. Wrestling Kate Olsen-Tinglestead. So Hebel won by fall in the third round of wrestlebacks over Graber from Central Cass. That's on mat number 1 right now with Tinglestead and Hebel at 172 pounds. That's about 582. So that's about 583 right next door here at 189 pounds. Looks like Mertz for Harvey Wells County. You're wrestling Patassic. So Carter Patassic out there for Oaks, the junior, with Mertz as that leg turked. Mertz went down to Schumacher in the quarterfinals. Patassic giving up near fall. He's up. Mertz is up 4-0. Oh, Hebel and Olsen-Tinglestead at 172 pounds on mat number 1. Down to 23 seconds to go. That's in the first period. That's bout number 582. A little level change. Hebel drops down. Now Olsen-Tinglestead saw an opportunity, but Hebel pops back up, goes double unders. Tinglestead just trying to get off the mat, get a restart. And back to the center with 4 seconds to go in the first period. That's on mat number 1. Mat number 2 is still looking. Christian Mertz with that 7-0 lead. And Patassic rolls through, no points given up by Patassic on that roll through. Mertz now has the leg turk, going to try to stretch this out, goes across the chin, picking up near fall. So we will have a couple near fall here to end this second period. 2 points awarded. He's up 9-0. And Kate Olsen-Tinglestead working a reversal here on Hebel. Hebel with those long legs has him locked in. Also half Nelson now rips the chin, goes back to the power half. A little bit high. Tinglestead reaches back, nothing doing. Now he's going to stand up, elevates. You get a potentially dangerous call. So a restart back to the center of the mat with minute 25 to go in that second period. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 2. That's a 10-0 lead now for Christian Mertz from Harvey Wells County. Turks the leg again, goes across the chin. He stretches it out. He's up 12-0, working for a technical foul. He'll pick up 3 points and can also now work for the foul. He's going to roll him, let him roll back over, and he'll win by tech foul at 189 pounds over Carter Protasek from Oaks. So Mertz advances to the blood rounds here at the 2024 Lettermans at 189. And Kirby Freeman going back out there for Carrington here, mat number 2. And now Hebel has Olsen Tinglestead, had him cradled up. Elbows were tight, but Olsen Tinglestead able to kick out of that at 172 pounds. So he does pick up 2 near fall. He leads 2-0 with 40 seconds to go in the second period. Freeman thrown down to the mat.
In the hole on mat number 2, about 592 and 285.
That's at 2:15. Freeman with Leonard. From Northern Lights, Leonard rolls Freeman over, has those shoulders down to the mat. He wins by fall for Leonard from Northern Lights. 1 match away from the top 6 place finish for Leonard. Still at 172 between Hebel and Olsen Tinglestead in their second period with 8 seconds to go. Hebel with that 2-point lead. Looking for the right out against Kate Olsen Tinglestead right away. Up on top, just smothers. Rips the crossface on Kate Olsen Tinglestead. It is Hebel's choice. He's going to choose bottom position. So started the third right away. Olsen Tinglestead goes leg ride near side. Kind of returning the favor on top now. Ripping underneath the chin, going to grab the chin. Has Hebel broke down, forehead smashed in the back of the head. On mat number 1, Tinglestead's on top, mat 2. In the first period, a big throw out of bounds, no points awarded. So that's Flynn from Ferta Beltrami wrestling Mole from Frazee. So Mole picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over Flynn. Mole defeated Justin from Northern Cass to make his way into the 4th rounds of wrestlebacks. And now we do have blood time, so some blood time here at mat number 2. Hasn't been a whole lot today. That's kind of one of the blessings here for the day, just not a lot of blood time. Hope to keep everything moving in the tournament. So that is your Toop Insurance blood time out on mat number 2. Get in touch with Ryan at Toop Insurance in Castleton for a quarter review of your policies. Give Toop Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045. Blood crew out there cleaning up on the far side of the mat. Here still on mat number 2. It's a 2-0 lead at 215 pounds for Mole over Flynn of Ferta Beltrami. Now Olsen Tinglestead with that leg ride, so he's returning the favor here to Hebel. He has that arm of Hebel stretched out. Hebel in some trouble, giving up some near fall. Tinglestead's going to stretch this one out. Hebel powers through, reverses it. He's going to pick up a 2-point reversal, so a lot of torque put on by Kate Olsen Tinglestead. Hebel felt that. Powered through on that. He's just trying to recover on top, so Olsen Tinglestead just wore those arms out on Hebel. So he took the time there to kind of recuperate on top. Now looking for some blood time. He walks off the mat, so we do have some more blood time here in mat number 1. So back-to-back blood times, mat 1 and 2. Your Cass County Mutual blood time. At Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local service to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. So that's your blood time out on mat number 1 between Hebel and Kate Olson Tinglestead. So Hebel builds up a 4-0 lead. A tough weight bracket at 172. Kate Olson Tinglestead for Central Cass. Battling to stay alive in the tournaments against Kale Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Olson Tinglestead, the number 6 seed. He ended up bowing out to Jace Nitschke. And Hebel trying to see where he came from in the bracket. He was a number 8 seed, so this is 8 and 6 going at it. We only wrestled to 6th place here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. So Hebel now on top. Olson Tinglestead trying to come out the back door. Down to 5 seconds. Not going to be enough time there for Kate Olson Tinglestead from Central Cass. He runs out of time, and Kale Hebel moves on in the tournament. He wins by decision 4-0. So Hebel with the upset of Kate Olson Tinglestead in the tournament. Stays alive at 172 pounds. And moving on to about 592 on mat number 1. Have the girls back out there, so it looks like one of the Ulster girls out there for the Broncos. That's at 190. So Cora Ulster out there at 190 pounds. This is our first match of the tournament. She's taking on Boulder for Central Cass. That is a 3-man round-robin bracket between Ulster, Boulder, and Scoyne from Roseau. So we're tied up 2 apiece going into the second period on mat number 2. That's Gage Nygaard for Northern Cass. And he's wrestling Vernon from Mayport CG. A good Swedish name there, Vernon. He's wrestling Gage Nygaard. And Ulster has a 2-point takedown on mat number 1. Working the ankle on Boulder. Vernon working the crossface on Nygaard. Nygaard with that headgear, head taped up. Now inside cradle attempt. Nygaard builds his base, going to try to stand up. Just has to break contact here. Gives himself some space, trying to turn the corner. He's down 2-0. Down to 1:23 to go on that first period, or second period. Nygaard still trying to turn the corner. Takes Vernon down to his mat, down to the hip. Back around the corner. He's up 4-0. So Nygaard is up 4-0 on Vernon. Ulster gives up an escape. Tightens the score there on the first period with Boulder from Central Cass. So Talon Boulder, an 8th grader, Cole Ulster, sophomore for the Broncos. Boulder has a headlock locked up. Ulster powers through on that, keeps those hips squared up. Now throws on a half Nelson, rolls over Boulder for Central Cass, looking for a fall for the Broncos on the girls team. Chest on chest, and picks up the foul for Cora Ulster and the Broncos. That was on mat number 1. And Nygaard, your winner. Moves on in the tournament. For Northern Cass. That was on mat number 2. Oh, Aiden Hinkle back out there for the Broncos at 285. Gets thrown in a headlock right away. Goes down to the mat. Going to try to reverse it. Rolls through for Aiden Hinkle. These two matched up at the duel. About the same series there, except on the duel against Frazee. Hinkle didn't get the roll through. Now goes crossface into a screwdriver. Try to bowl him over here. Gets the screwdriver locked in for Aiden Hinkle. Working for the fall for the Broncos at heavyweight. Hinkle picks up the win for the Broncos. Advances into the blood round for the Lisbon Broncos. So that was Brian Arrozo, so Aiden Hinkle. Winner by fall advances into the blood round, one match away, placing in the top 6 at the 2024 CentralCast Lettermans tournament. So we're back. Scout Fredericks here at 100 pounds for the Broncos out on the mat, on mat number 2. So back with the girls out on the mat. Scout Fredericks. Wrestling Brossart from Rugby. Brossart goes down, power double outside. No, doesn't give her a 2-point takedown. I think they're out of bounds. They landed out of bounds. I mean, the action continued. Freestyle wrestling, that's a 2-point takedown, but I didn't think they could get that. They didn't land. No part of their body was in bounds when they came down. So Scout Fredericks down 2-0. She did pick up a first round win over Jasmine Barlow. So Fredericks trying to hit a switch, just didn't go inside the leg. So now she's broke belly down. Do have a clasping count. She will pick up a point for a technical violation for clasping. Brossart is a freshman. Scout Fredericks hails from Enderlin area. Wrestling for the Broncos. She's a 7th grader. Also, Addison Bowman out there for the Broncos. She's taking on Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. Bowman called for a clasping, but she does pick up a 2-point takedown. So called for clasping, but does get a 2-point takedown. She's up 2-1 here at 100 pounds. So a couple Bronco wrestlers out there. Fredericks on the bottom now. Brossart with the half Nelson has Fredericks rolled over. Fredericks in trouble, trying to bridge out of it. And Brossart's going to win by fall over Scout Fredericks. Advances to the championship match. And Addison Booman trying to wrestle her way into the championship match. She had to buy the first round wrestling Kaylee Mueller. Mueller won by fall over Ava Crandall from Central Cass. That's on mat number 1. This match underway between Mueller and Booman from the Lisbon Broncos. So back out here in another semifinal bout. Moving us up in the brackets at a, they're probably semifinal between Shively so Shively from Rugby out there wrestling an Ivy Guy from Central Cass. Booman now, she got tied up, so she gets taken down to the mat at the end of the first period in the 100-pound match. She's down 4-2. At the end of the period, gets rolled over, but no near fall awarded. So Mueller takes a 4-2 lead into that second period. She has choice wearing the red leg band. She chooses top position. At 100 pounds here, 100 pounds in the B bracket. Rugby and Central Cass going at it. So Central Cass right now, Guy with the 2-point lead. Has those hips turned away, trying to work a reversal. Now broke belly down. Crossfade over the top is Central Cass's Guy. She's going to try to spin back around, hook a leg. Booman fighting off this half Nelson attempt on top. Tries to post up, gains some momentum up on the bottom, broke back down by Mueller. Mueller keeping her down on the mat. So Booman will have choice. He makes it into the third period against Mueller. Mueller in the lead 4-2 on mat number 1. She's currently in the top position in that red singlet from Mayport CG. So we started the second period, still that 2-0 lead. The Rugby's choice, they defer. Guy from Central Cass chooses top position. And now Booman rolled over to her back by Mueller. Down to 29 seconds in that second period. Mueller still working that arm, trying to stretch it out, working for the fall, down to 13 seconds. Booman's still fighting off her back. We got 3-point near fall coming for Mueller. It's a semifinal bout here at 100 pounds on the girls' side. And just as time expired, she gets 3 near falls, so Addison Booman's still in this match. Booman's going to choose neutral position. And now Rugby takes the lead in that 100 B bracket. And she does win by foul, so Shively wins by foul over Guy. She advances to the championship match in the 100 B bracket. So Booman taken down by Mueller. Mueller now leads 9-2. And Mueller working up over the top. Booman kind of digs in, grabs the leg, just tried to build her base. Looks like Mueller has a crossface. They are in the center of the mat, now working around. Better advantage up here in the booth. Does have a crossface. That screwdriver hooked up, trying to walk it around the head, but Booman's trying to counter out of it. Mueller with a 9-2 lead. Booman's going to try to walk it up. Still not able to get up to her base. We are back here on the boys' side. So Booman able to get away. They're trying to now it's returned back down to the mat by Mueller, so premature call. They're not able to get the escape. Taken down to the mat. Does have a little hand control underneath, but Mueller just running around the top. Booman not able to post a leg or get up now. Just going to try to reverse and elevate over the top, and nothing going there for Addison Booman. She's going to go down 9-2. So Mueller from Mayport CG advances. So now Malia Repsom going out there for the Broncos. At a 100B bracket. Molina also from Enderlin, so 3 Enderlin girls out there wrestling for the Broncos. And Fredericks, Booman, and Repsom. She's going up. Looks like against Molly Hahn from Kindred. Repsom, a 7th grader. Hahn, an 8th grader, so Repsom trying to work around the top. Not able to get behind, taking some instructions from her corner. Works back around the head, does get behind her. Still no takedown awarded. Still trying to step around behind Hahn. This is your semifinal at 100B. So this says you're about 595. We have EEK out there on the boys' side on mat number 2. So they did roll right into your semifinal match here between Bodie Henderson and Walker Miller. They're semifinalists at 107 pounds. Currently, Henderson on top. Has a 4-0 lead here. Semifinal number 1 here at 107 pounds on the top side of the bracket. Repsom's going to pick up 2 points on Hahn on mat number 1. And working the far ankle, far knee, gets her broke down. Trying it again, now comes up over the top. And Hahn grabs the head, gets broke back, belly down. Now has a half Nelson hooked up for Repsom, trying to end this thing here in the first period. Down to 10 seconds. Repsom has her flattened out, and she wins by fall and advances in the 100B bracket. She'll take on Emma Shively. Well, the girls back out here, looks like 106. Between Jacobson and White. So Jacobson from Rugby, White from Central Cass. That's here at 106 pounds. It's round number 2 at 106 on the girls' side here, mat number 1. So Bodie Henderson working for the fall against Walker Miller.
In the hole on mat number 1, about 44 in the girls' division 112 championship semifinal. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon, Jocelyn Boyer.
And Bodie Henderson with a 7-0 lead going into the third period. We do have blood time. You're on mat number 2. So Miller with the blood time. That's a Toop Insurance blood time. Get in touch with Ryan at Toop Insurance in Castleton for a quarter. Review your policies. Give Toop Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045. That's your Toop Insurance blood time out on mat number 2. Bodie Henderson leads over there for Northern Lights by a score of 7-0. They start this third period in the neutral position. From that team race, Saltborder with 150 points into the semifinal round. Frazee 122.5. Lisbon in third, 120 points. Oaks in fourth with 88. Elmendale Ledgely Calm in fifth place at 86.5 points. Central Cass in sixth, 84 points. Northern Lights with 83. Carrington with 81.5 points. Number 9, Fertile Beltrami with 78. In your top 10, making the 10 spot right now is Lemoore with 67.5 points. Not far behind is Deslax Burlington and New York Mills. Deslax Burlington in 11th with 67 points, and New York Mills with 66. So those are your top 12 teams battling it out here out of the 30 teams in the Central Cass Lettermans tournament on the boys' side. So Henderson and Miller in the third period, a minute left. And Bodie Henderson drops down for a double leg shot. As Miller's hips crack down to the mat. He steps around, arm around the waist, picks up a 2-point takedown, so he's up now 9-0 in your semifinal bout at 107 on the top side of the bracket between Bodie Henderson and Walker Miller from EEK. 100B semifinal, Leyland Segato out there for the Broncos. He gets whipped down, throwing a headlock. So he was in hard on a single leg, but 107B, Savvy hits a headlock, throws down Salgado. Carter Savvy, a freshman. Leyland Segato, a 7th grader. Salgado just trying to fight and stay off his back here to have a chance at this match. Now gets belly down. Savvy's going to roll him back over. So it does give up 3 near fall for Leyland Salgado here on mat number 1. And Bodie Henderson, down with 10 seconds, has that 9-0 lead, so he will advance to the championship round. Or the championship match at 107 pounds. And with 4 seconds left, it's a 9-1 score. He has an 8-point lead with Walker Miller in the bottom position. And going to the championship is Bodie Henderson for Northern Lights. At 107 pounds here on mat number 1 is Leyland Salgado in the bottom position. He's down 5-0 to Carter Savvy from Central Cass in the 107B bracket. And also 107 semifinals, Ryland Vetter wrestling Aiden Meach. So Ian Anderson for the Broncos not in day number 2, not able to make weight on day number 2. So you have Aiden Meach in here taking on Ryland Vetter. So Gatto gets into the second period. The wrestlers go out of bounds on mat number 2 with Ryland Vetter and Meach. So Gatto and Savvy going at it, locked up again. Now Salgado's going to try an inside trip on Savvy. Gets ripped down. Savvy's able to power down. Salgado has him down on his hip, picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 7-0 with a minute 16 to go. Rolls over Salgado. Salgado flat on the mat. So Leyland Salgado goes down in the semifinals. Still find himself with a top 6 finish. Has to regroup here, come back. In that Consi semifinal bracket. So still not out of it here. Find himself in the top 3. So Vetter down 2-0 to Meach from New York Mills. Aiden Meach, a freshman with 12-4 record. Wrestling Ryland Vetter coming into the tournament. Ryland Vetter with a 15-3 record. Vetter working Peterson roll, goes over the top, has Meach going over. Edge of the mat, called out of bounce. He's going to have no change of position. So now looking over here on the girls' side, another girls' bout. Another Bronco out there. That is a 2-point takedown on mat number 1 with 1:18 to go. Looks like Romerman out there. That is looks like a Consi semifinal match for Arlie Romerman. Excuse me. Trying to get this straight here. That's Adeline Hansen out there. So Hansen up 2-0. Wrestling Jocelyn Boyer. So Hansen gives up a reversal. She's tied up now here at 112 pounds. 3 seconds to go in the first period. Now Vetter has Meach turned over on his back. Not much daylight there. Meach trying to bridge out of it. Shoulders flat on the mat. Rylan Vetter working for the fall. He has a 4-2 lead here in the second period. Official down there taking a look at it. Meach left shoulder up just a little bit. Hansen tied up 2 apiece. Now Rylan Vetter, winner by fall, makes it into the championship against Bodie Henderson at 107 pounds. So Hansen working for some near fall, has a screwdriver hooked up, working for fall. Adeline Hansen trying to advance to the championship match. Archers are back, and she wins by fall for the Broncos. So Hansen into the championship bout here at the Lettermans, 112 pounds. So Jorison out there for Central Cass, 107B on the top side of the bracket, wrestling Gavin Swenson. So Central Cass trying to send a couple wrestlers into this 107B championship bout. Currently Jorison's on top 2-0 over Swenson. So this is Rumpka from Webster area on mat number 1, wrestling Addison Yates. Winner of this will face Adeline Hansen. Hansen winner by fall over Boyer. The wrestlers caught all the balance on that 107B semifinal. And Rumpka working for the fall. The freshman has Yates in a lot of trouble, down to minute 10. She wins by fall and advances to the championship. So Jocelyn Rumpka will face Adeline Hansen at 112 pounds. Cruz Ranke out on the mat, 112 pound semifinal. In 107B, that's Jorison. Has Chicken Wing locked up on Swenson. He's trying to sit through, so Jorison, a freshman, 12-9 record. Coming into the tournament, Swenson's trying to reverse it. Time runs out on the clock, so 3-point near fall He's up 5-0 here. Cruz Ranke for the Broncos at 112 pounds. Or excuse me, 114 pounds. Wrestling Jared Schilling for South Border. Ranke and Schilling. Schilling goes double underhooks. Ranke reaches in. Scoops up the leg. Working that edge of the mat. Schilling's pushing into him. Ranke's driving in. Going to elevate it. Takes Schilling down to the mat. 2-point takedown for the Broncos. Cruz Ranke. Schilling goes immediately into Peterson. We saw Ryland Vetter try to hit that same thing there underneath. Ranke a little bit high. Gives up position. Over the top. Now has a cow catcher hooked up. It brings Schilling back down to the mat. Now going double unders. See if there's a loss of control. Now loss of control. 1 point awarded for the escape for Jared Schilling. Wrestlers both back up on their feet in the center of the mat here. 114-pound semifinal on mat number 1. So that 107B is Swenson riding on top of Jorison. Swenson down by 5 points here with 1:10 to go in their second period. So now under a minute with Swenson riding on top, out to the side, a little bit high. Tries to stick that knee in there. Catches a leg, going for a spladle. And Jorison flattens out on the mat, stretches it out. Now Swenson on top, going crossface, trying to get some near fall. Has a crossface hooked up. Gives up that leg in the process. Gets cracked down. Now going half Nelson, power half on the far side, but in position or almost in position, giving up a reversal to Jorison. Jorison reaching for the head. Swenson's on his hip. He's down by 5 with 10 seconds to go. We get a restart here with the stalemate back in the center of the mat. No change of position on mat number 2. So Ranke in the bottom position. He's up 4-1 on mat number 1 at the start of our second period. Has a stand-up going against Schilling, trying to isolate an arm, gets those hips away. Drug back down to the mat momentarily, and Schilling has to return him to the mat or call for stalling. Nice mat return for Schilling. And Ranke back up to his feet. Schilling again trying to drag down Ranke. Now goes crossface over the top. Ranke isolates an arm, pulls it over his head, turns into Schilling. Going to stand up here at the edge of the mat. Cracks down. Schilling takes him to his back and gets some near fall. Referee a little slow to get down there. So he's up 6-1. And now Ranke has a half Nelson locked up tight, working for the fall. Cruz Ranke advances to the championship match with the winner by fall over Jared Schilling from South Border. So 107B still out here. They're in the third period. That's a 7-2 lead. And Jorison takes down Swenson. Swenson still holding on that leg. Only gets a 2-point takedown for Jorison. He's up 9-2. So back to the girls on mat number 1. Try to see kind of a duel now between Broncos and the Central Cass Squirrels. This is Braden Sutherland. Maybe not here. Just working our way through the bracket. So Jorison on top with that 7-point lead. He's up 9-2 under 25 seconds to go. Restart back in the center of the mat for Swenson. So Sutherland with 50 seconds to go. They are scoreless. Wrestlers back up to their feet. And Jorison advances to the championship, so it's an all-Central Cast championship at the 107B. So scoreless at 118 pounds. Braden Sutherland for the Broncos start the second period in the neutral position. You have Dalton Feist over there, 114 pounds, top side of the championship bracket here in the semifinals. Wrestling Justin Torrell, undefeated for Hillsborough Central Valley. Torrell changes levels, goes for a knee pick. Feist steps out of that. Now wrestlers back to the center of the mat, locked up, collar ties. That's on mat number 2. And Sutherland for the girls, wrestling Quinn from Central Cass. Is scoreless in the second period, under a minute 30 to go. And now Quinn steps back around Sutherland for a 2-point takedown. Sutherland goes to work, or Quinn goes to work on top with the crossface. Sutherland trying to hip ice through on it. She gets rolled over. She's going to get up near fall, but no, she's going to try to roll over and reverse this on the top and pull out the back. Comes over the top. Still no points given up. Now reverses half. Climbs on top. She's shoulder to shoulder here with Quinn. Quinn just trying to stay in control. Sutherland looking to reverse this. It's a 1-point escape, doubles down on it, picks up, trying to return Quinn back down to the mat. Sutherland going through a lot of work for not much in points here, not able to score. Great scramble against Quinn. Just not able to get any points out of it here. Feist and Torrell got the 114-pound semifinal on the top side of the bracket. That's still scoreless at the end of the period. And both wrestlers positioning there at the end of the period, but no score. Here's Quinn in Sutherland in the second, so Sutherland in the bottom position. And Feist trying to work a Peterson. Torrell counters on mat number 2 with the half Nelson. It's your 114-pound semifinal on the boys' side. On the top side of the bracket. Now Feist stands up, gets a hip turned away for a 1-point loss of control. He's up 1-0 on Justin Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. Sutherland stands up trying to score here. The beginning of the third period. Now Quinn gets back around just as they go out of bounds. So a 1-point loss of control. That goes to Sutherland, so they will start this period in their restart back in the center of the mat with a 1-point lead for Quinn from Central Cass. Aubrey Quinn, 9-7 as a junior. Braden Sutherland from Lisbon, a junior, with a 3-13 record. So Feist and Torrell still going out on mat number 2. Feist quickly back to the center of the mat. And Sutherland drops down the leg on Quinn. Going to double it up. Just not enough in her to pick this up and take Quinn down to the mat. Quinn just too strong. Sutherland still trying to double up there. So she just picks her head up and looks to the side and tries to drive her at about a 45. She's down by 1 point with a minute 7 to go, minute 6 to go in their third period. So Feist and Toro still going at it. Feist out that 1 point lead. 15 seconds. Toro's trying to crack Feist hip down to the mat, get those hips on the mat, but Feist working over the top, trying to hook up a cradle. Now has a cradle hooked up. Done the 3 seconds. He rolls over the top, and they do give him 2 points. Time's expired. Holy cow. Dalton Feist picks up a 2-point takedown, so they do have some blood time. Now Sutherland rolled her back, and that's going to do it for Quinn. She wins by foul over Sutherland and advances to the championship match. So we do have blood time on mat number 2, mat number 2 there with Feist. So that is your Cass County Mutual blood time. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. Blood crew still out there cleaning up. So moving there to the back to the boys' semifinal bout. Matthias Dahlstrom out there for Oaks. And Dahlstrom taking on Cruiser Burns from Grafton. Dahlstrom advanced to the semifinals by major decision over Miller from Webster area. Won 17-5, and then Cruiser Burns win by his fall over Noak Swenson at 5:34 of the third period. And Feist has a head cradle locked up. Drags Torrell down to the mat at 114 pounds. So Feist tries to roll through. Torrell catches Feist. Going to pick up a 2-point reversal. So it's a 3-2 lead now for Dalton Feist. Torrell working over the top. Now Feist tries to reverse it. Cracks Torrell down to the mat. Going to pick up a 2-point reversal here on the edge. That's a 5-2 lead for Dalton Feist at 114-pound semifinal, top side of your bracket. Cruiser Burns has Dahlstrom locked up in a cradle. He's going to roll him over, pick it up 2-point takedown, and that's 3 near fall. So Cruiser Burns quickly to work on Dahlstrom. 3 near fall waiting for him if he breaks this hold. Still working for the fall, just trying to put this one away, not going to let that pinning combination go. Well, Feist has 55 seconds to ride out Torrell. Torrell back to his feet. He's going to pick up a 1-point escape. Torrell working double underhooks on Feist. Feist scrambling, trying to get those hips away from Torrell on mat number 2. We do have 3-point near fall now going to Cruiser Burns. Feist still no points awarded. Working over the top on Torrell. Now gives him a 2-point takedown. So he's not. No, he steps around behind. Has a 7-3 advantage with 18 seconds to go in this third period for Dalton Feist for the Napoleon Imperials. He wins this one by decision. Now he has a 4-point lead. Still working for some near fall. He's kind of dangerous position. Doesn't need to do this. He's going to win this one 7-3, but picks up 2 no near fall at the end of it, so no points awarded. Just a little extra punishment there for Justin Torrell, but Dalton Feist, your winner, advances to the championship match 7-3. He'll take on Cruz Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos. And Dahlstrom now has 1 point on the board with that escape. In the second period, he's down 5-1 to Cruiser Burns. Burns reshoots. The wrestlers go out of bounds. So back here on the girls' side, back to girls on mat number 2. So that looks like Brianna Meyer for Central Cass, wrestling Wees from Harvey Wells County. Or Wise. Meyer and Wise going at 118 pounds semifinal bout. Semifinal here, 121 pounds between Dahlstrom and Cruiser Burns, top side of your bracket. Burns working underneath, Dahlstrom on top, trying to use those long arms, takes the arm, works into a front headlock on Cruiser Burns. Burns clamped down on the arm underneath the chin. And blocking the front headlock attempt here by Dahlstrom on top. Dahlstrom's trying to reach in with a spiral and stretch out Burns, but that does it for the second period with Cruiser Burns maintaining that 4-point lead. He's going to choose neutral position going into the third period. And Meyer in all kinds of trouble with Wise. Now she steps back around, so keeps that 2-point lead, but Weiss jumps back over the top. Has a leg right in. But Meyer with the headlock rolls through down to 15 seconds trying to work for the fall. Actually, that's Weiss on top. So a little scramble position puts Weiss on top for Harvey Wells County working for the fall. That was right the first time. That's Meyer there. Picks up 3-point near fall to end the first period. She's up 5-0 for Central Cass. So she's with the lead going into the second period, starting the neutral position for your 118-pound semifinal. Winner of that beats Aubrey Quinn. So looking for another All Central Cass championship match here at 118 pounds on the girls' side. We'll see what Haley Weiss has to say about that. Weiss into Meyer. Meyer goes a headlock again. Weiss going to try to roll through. She gets the roll through. Just has to sit back. Now she's going to jump around. She can work back to the head of Meyer. She can pick up this takedown. She does pick up a 2-point takedown. Now 5-2 lead for Meyer. Now Weiss goes hard. Half Nelson's going to roll Meyer over, but Weiss got a little bit too high on that. That's on mat number 2 between Meyer from Central Cass. Now Meyer stood up, returns Weiss back down to the mat for a 2-point reversal. Here with Dahlstrom and Burns down to 8 seconds. Dahlstrom given 1 point for stalling by Cruiser Burns, but their winner is Cruiser Burns. He advances to the championship match. At 121 pounds, he's the number 1 seed. He wins by decision 5-2 over Matthias Dahlstrom. And now we have Logan Potts coming up against Drew Carr. Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Number 3 seed, Drew Carr for Carrington. And number 2. And Carr defeated Ham from Frazee by decision 7-3 in the quarterfinals, with Logan Potts defeating Grayson Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos by decision 7-1. That's up on mat number 1. So Carr and Potts going at it, semifinals at 121 pounds, mat number 1. That's Meyer and Wise still going at it here. That's going into the third period. So Wise's choice. She chooses a top position, Meyer in the bottom, to start her third period. They're rolling up on 5 o'clock, still not through our semifinal matches. And Wise with the half Nelson. Meyer counters out. Now Wise comes back with it. She's picking up near fall on Meyer. Wise just has to step back across. So she will pick up 3 near fall. just a little bit out of position. Now comes back to the head, but she will get her 3 near fall. So Meyer now with a 7-6 lead. Weiss going back to that half Nelson, working up underneath the arms. Trying to spike break down Meyer. Meyer gets back to her feet. The wrestler is going out of here into the semifinal bout between Meyer from Central Cass and Weiss from Harvey Wells County. Potts and Carr. Potts with that 2-point takedown with 34 seconds to go on mat number 1. He's up 2-0 over Drew Carr, number 2 seed. At 121 pounds, the winner of this will face Cruiser Burns in the championship match. So Carr immediately reaches up, grabs the arm of Potts. Had him pulled down, hip down on the mat, but Potts slips in the leg. Stretching out Drew Carr. Now Carr trying to isolate that arm. Hand fighting with Potts on top. Drew Carr comes back around. Potts goes crossface. Trying to push head to knee, but Carr is able to hang on. No damage done there at the end of the first period, so a 2-0 lead for Logan Potts going into the second. And up 10-6 now is Meyer for Central Cass. She takes control with 3 seconds remaining, so she will advance to the championship match. Hard fought semifinal bout, and she wins it by decision 10-6 for Central Cass. So all Central Cass championship bout here at 118 pounds on the girls' side between Meyer and Quinn. And Carr and Potts going at it. Potts with a 1-point escape. He's up 3-0. So now for the Broncos, coming up on the girls' side semifinal bout, Lila Gillespie here at 124 pounds. She picked up a win over Miley Vakura of Roseau. She wrestles Grace Ham. Grace Ham out of Frazee. Picked up a win by fall over Annika Mengi. Now Gillespie in right away, has a half Nelson locked up. But Ham able to power through on that. Gillespie drops down to a leg. Ham goes up over the head. Throws Gillespie down to her back. Gillespie left shoulder up just by a little bit. Officials taking a look at it. So Ham working for the fall over on mat number 2 against Lila Gillespie for the Broncos. That does it. So Grace Ham winner by fall over Lila Gillespie. Gillespie goes down into the Consolation semifinals. And that was a full bracket, one of the, I think, largest bracket here at 124 pounds. So Lila Gillespie drops down Consolation semifinals. Back at it with Carr and Potts on mat number 1. That's a 4-2 lead for Logan Potts. Gets another 2-point takedown with that head cradle. Slips the leg in. So he's up 6-2 as time expires in our second period.
The hold on mat number 2, about 55 to go.
So scrambling now, Carr in a double leg takedown, has Potts hip down on the mat, steps across, hooks the leg. We got potentially dangerous just as he turned the corner. Looked like Carr had control there. The referee stopped the action. A tough break there for Drew Carr from Carrington against Logan Potts. Just as he turned the corner and had that leg hook, gets potentially dangerous called.
In the hold on mat number 4, it's about 6:42 at 1.
So Potts still up 6-2 in the first period. Well, Brock Johnson out on the mat here, number 1 seed at 127 pounds. Wrestling Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County. Little slide by, has Hayes down on the mat. Hayes able to stand back up. Hayes trying to arm drag out of this. Snap down by Johnson. Johnson trying to work a shuck, has a front headlock, goes spiral inside the leg. Hayes able to stretch that arm out, stands back up, working head position on Johnson on mat number 2. Johnson with the blue and white singlet. Wrestlers here just off center. Now Johnson goes in, high crotch fireman, cracks down. Hayes, 2-point takedown here. His time down to the last 10 seconds on the clock in the first period. He's up 2-0. So Drew Carr, Logan Potts still fighting. It's a 7-4 lead for Logan Potts. Now Carr back underneath, working a dump on Potts. Goes the other way with it, cracks him down to 20 seconds, picks up a 2-point takedown. Gonna let Potts back up, down to 15 seconds. So no points awarded, so Drew Carr has to get a little separation there. With Potts now 1 point awarded, now 8-6 lead for Logan Potts. Time expires, Drew Carr runs out of time. So Logan Potts, the other semifinalist, wins by decision 8-6. So Potts wins 8-6. He's in the championship against Cruiser Burns. Burns won by decision over Matthias Dahlstrom 5-2. Potts wins by decision 8-6 over Drew Carr. So Brock Johnson up 3-0 over Cale Hayes. Now in on a double leg takedown, the minute 16 mark, returns it back down the mat. He's up 5-zip. Near the girls' side. Lake and Capone for Central Cass, wrestling Cristelia Wagner for Harvey Wells County. So that's your semifinal match at 124 pounds on mat number 1. We're still going through our semifinal matches. Wrestling our blood round back in the north or south gym. Johnson in haste, now back to the center of the mat, down to 10 seconds. Johnson looks like he has the Russian tie hooked up on the far side. He is just battling underneath, trying to get hand control back. And time expires on the clock with Johnson taking a 5-1 lead. Going into the third period, Hayes' choice, he picks bottom. Well, the girls 124 right now, Capone and Wagner. Down to 30 seconds, that's scoreless. The wrestlers working head and hand positioning here. Hayes spins around, picks up a 2-point reversal. So now 5-3 lead for Brock Johnson, down to a minute 39. Makes things a little more interesting on the mat number 2 semifinal. Hayes working on top, up over the hips of Johnson, keeping him broke belly down on the mat. Now Hayes throws in a half. Johnson able to get back up to his base. He's in the lead. He has a 2-point lead. He's currently in the bottom position, wearing that blue singlet for the Kindred Vikings. Hayes on top. Works the far ankle. Gets Johnson broke back, belly down. Still scoreless into the second period now for Capone and Wagner. Capone from Central Cass in the red singlet. Now Wagner, Capone kind of drags Wagner down, snaps her down into her. Wagner able to pick up a 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0. Capone cracking down on that arm, just trying to get some leverage, backs out of it, reverses it on Wagner. She picks up a 2-point reversal, throws Wagner to her back. Now has crossface screwdriver locked up, gonna walk it around the head. And that's flat. That winner by fall is Lakin Capone. She advances championship match, takes on Grace Ham of Frazee. So now Cash Waitson coming up for the Broncos on mat number 1, taking on Brady Peterson. So Johnson, your winner on mat number 2 by decision over Cale Hayes. Peterson and Wadeson set to lock horns here at 127-pound semifinal. Peterson advanced into the semifinal match with that 7-5 decision over Sonnenberg from Frazee. And then Cashin Wadeson, winner by fall over O'Brien from Barnesville. This match now underway on mat number 1. Emerson Schwab out for the Broncos at 130-pound in the semifinal match. On mat number 2, now Peterson throws Wadeson down to the match for a 2-point takedown. So Schwab wrestling Rolick from Webster area. Rolick a sophomore, Schwab a sophomore. Similar record, Schwab 8-3, Rolick from Webster area 7-2. The wrestlers back to the center of the mat, 3-2 lead for Emerson Schwab. Now Wadeson able to stand up past Peterson, push him down to the edge of the mat. Under a minute to go in the first period. So Wadeson starting from behind, gave up that 2-point takedown, able to get an escape. So it does put some points on the board in the first period. Now Schwab on the mat number 1, or mat number 2, trying to walk around, has Rolick cracked down, has a half Nelson locked up, going to take Rolick straight to her back with that 2-point takedown, up 5-2, working for the fall. Emerson Schwab, she wins by a pin for the Broncos, advances to the championship at 130 pounds on mat number 2. Now Peterson has Wadeson, picks him up, cracks him down there, hip down on the mat for Cash Wadeson, down to 20 seconds. Peterson trying to score at the end of the period. Brady Peterson with Wadeson pulling out a stalemate, so best possible outcome on that for Wadeson as Peterson had him hoisted up over his shoulder. Peterson, little headgear issue. Wadeson in the officials, waiting there in the center of the mat. So this is Bristol Fike on mat number 2, wrestling Gores from Northern Lights. So a 2-0 lead for Fike, now 2-1. As Gores with the escape. Fike back in on a double leg on mat number 2. So into the period is a 2-1 lead for Brady Peterson against Cashton Wadeson. Wadeson the number 2 seed, Peterson number 3. Both seniors. That's mat number 1, semifinal, 127-pound. Brock Johnson from Kindred awaits the winner. He won by decision over Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County. We'll probably take a break after that 133-pound semifinals. But right now, Wadeson picks up a point, ties us up here now 2 apiece with Peterson. Wadeson immediately locks in. Underhook here on the near side, snaps it down. Peterson backs out of it. Now Peterson changes level. Wadeson steps into it, blocks that attempt by Peterson. Peterson drops down. Wadeson over the top, tries to throw Peterson. They roll out of bounds for a restart back to the center of the mat. And Northern Lights up on top now. So Taryn Gores working for a foul against Fike. So Fike was up in the match, but Gores now on top, working for the fall. Time expires. So Taryn Gores will take the lead 8-4 over Bristol Fike on mat number 2, going into the second period. And Wadeson and Peterson still going at it. It's tied up. Wadeson going double underhooks on Peterson. Peterson trying to stretch out. Wadeson turns the corner. 127-pound semifinal. Raider Peterson, Cashton, Wadeson. Wadeson now goes front headlock. Has the cradle hooked up, takes Peterson to his back. 2-point takedown for Cashton Wadeson. Takes Peterson cracks him down to his hip. Wadeson still has the cradle hooked up. Down to 8 seconds in this second period. So Wadeson takes the lead, gets Peterson over. You're going to pick up some near fall here to the end of the period. Putting a little breathing room in there going into the third. 2 near fall for Wadeson. He'll lead 6-2 as he hoists Peterson up over his shoulder at the cradle. So Peterson chooses both up in the neutral position to start your third period. Wadeson spun around, a little elevation change by Peterson, was able to catch the head, went front headlock, head in the hole, caught the leg and threw Peterson over. Now Peterson doubling up on Wadeson. Wadeson going double underhook, so just see which bowl here wins this battle between Peterson and Wadeson in the center of the mat. Wadeson digging in. Peterson stretched out underneath. Now Wadeson takes Peterson, throws him down, going to get round behind for 2 points, so Headgear goes off. 2-point takedown for Cashton Wadeson. He's up 8-2. Your semifinal bout. 127 pounds between Wadeson and Peterson. The center cast up in the Class A ranks for the 2023-24 season. So, like the Wadeson and Peterson will match up in the duel later on in January. And then if Center Cast comes down for the Storhawk, may see him again, but won't see him in the region or in the state tournament. Wadeson has that half Nelson locked up, getting a little bit high on Peterson. Peterson just trying to counter out of it. Wadeson has to watch out so he doesn't give up a full Nelson. Now catches the far wrist of Peterson. Peterson back down, counters out of this, but had a little momentum going there. Wadeson able to power him back down to the mat. Wadeson up 8-2. Now Peterson tripods up. Wadeson gives up the escape. Now an 8-3 lead, so a 5-point lead for Cash Wadeson. Down to 30 seconds. Wadeson locks up with Peterson. Now that headgear of Peterson off again. Wrestlers pulling on each other's head, trying to snap down. The headgear goes flying again for Brady Peterson. Wadeson's up 8-3. With 28 seconds to go. That match between Fike and Gores, that's an 8-5, now 8-7 lead for Gores from Northern Lights. So we have technical violation, so another point for Red. So it ties it up now 8-8. So it's 8 apiece. So Bristol Fike on top. We're tied up now 8 apiece. Bristol Fike, Harvey Wells County, and Wadeson. Now on mat number 1 here, he and Peterson, that headgear is still a problem. It's an 8-3 lead, so still a 5-point lead for Wadeson. So little headgear issue with Peterson kind of breaking up the momentum. Wadeson chooses to lock up with Peterson. Could just back away from him, but goes head-to-head with Peterson. Level change. Peterson shoots in. Time expires. Cash Wadeson defeats Brady Peterson by a score of 8-3. Moves on to the championship match. He'll take on Brock Johnson from the Kindred Vikings.
It's a championship semifinal, Riker Vetter of South Border and Josh Molina of Frazee. You're going over to mat number 4.
So moving on, we got 133 pounds in the boys' side, with Hulk from Barnesville wrestling Alvy Henderson. So Alvy Henderson with the big knee pad on. Little Hunter Schwab action going out there, that big knee pad. And now Fike on her back, and Fike reverses it. So Fike with the reversal, give up some near fall. This is a back and forth battle here at the end of the second period. It's tied up 10 apiece, but Fike will have some near fall coming. So I think she's up 13-10. So now we have blood time on mat number 2. So 10 apiece. Have blood time. We're tied up at 10 on mat number 2. So that's your Cass County Mutual blood time. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all Southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local service to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com or find an agent near you. That's your Cass County Mutual blood time on mat number 2. Tied up at 10 apiece going into the third period. Fike on top. Fike in the bottom position. Taryn Gores for Northern Lights. Now Fike, body lock, throws Gores down to the bat. Picks up a 2-point reversal. She takes the lead now 12-10. Back and forth battle here. Has a screwdriver hooked up, trying to pull it over. We have Henderson and Hulk going at it here. Mat number 1 now. Henderson trying to come out the back door. Hulk able to pass the leg of Henderson. Henderson and Hulk rolling around here. Scramble position. 40 seconds. No points awarded on either side. Wrestlers still scrambling. So Fike, Harvey Wells County with that 12-10 lead. They have a minute remaining in the period. Winner of this advances to the championship match against Emerson Schwab at 130 pounds. It's on mat number 2. Mat number 1 between Hulk from Barnesville and Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights. Hulk wins by major decision in the quarterfinals over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, and Alvy Henderson wins by fall over Zane Allender of Oaks. So we do have an injury, blood time, more blood time here. On mat number 2. So blood time with that 12-10 lead for Fike. She's over being tended to. Both wrestlers look exhausted. They just going at it, back and forth battle. So that is your Toop Insurance blood time out. Toop Insurance, get in touch with Ryan at Toop Insurance in Castleton for quote a review of your policies. Give Toop Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045 on mat number 2. So Henderson and Hulk, mat number 1. Scoreless with Hulk riding on top, purple singlet. It's your 133-pound semifinal bout. Now, nice reversal by Alvy Henderson. Just a hip heist back around. Saw an opening, was able to step back behind, picks up a 2-point reversal on Aiden Hulk, the senior from Barnesville. Alvy Henderson, a junior for Northern Lights. He has a 2-0 lead in the second period. So Fike and Gores back at it after the blood time. Official blows a whistle. Down to 40 seconds to go. They're in the third period. Fike on top. Fike working that power half, digging that head or forearm in the back of the head of Gores. Gonna run it over on Gores. Gores going to her back. Fike with some near fall, adding a little more cushion to that lead. Now lets go of the arm. Gores momentarily able to push through. She does get 3 near fall for Fike. Down to 12 seconds. Fike with the headlock hooked up. Gores just trying to sit back and reverse it. Gores does get those hips turned, but that's not going to be enough. She runs out of time. Picks up a 2-point reversal at the end of the period, but Bristol Fike advances to the championship match. She wins by decision 15-12 over Taryn Gores. She'll take on Emerson Schwab in the championship match at 130 pounds. So Henderson and Hulk. Hulk to start the third period. It's a 2-1 lead for LV Henderson. Hulk able to score at the end of the second. So moving on here, then the girls' side semifinal bout is Gracie Lamar taking on Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's on the girls' side, and that's on mat number 2. Now Hulk has Henderson down, going to step across, trying to get a reversal. 2 points would be big here for Hulk. Picks up a 2-point reversal on Henderson. So LV Henderson currently undefeated. Aiden Hulk all up 3-2 on LV Henderson. Trying to go ahead in the hole. A little bit high on Henderson. Henderson has this arm free on the near side. Hulk's digging into him. Henderson stands up. Hulk with the leg. Cracks Henderson back down to his hip. Henderson able or has to go belly down. And down to a minute left. See if Aiden Hulk can ride out LV Henderson. Normally that's a potentially dangerous with that leg right in. Henderson gets stood up, turns the hips away. He's going to double up, takes Hulk down to the mat. So a 2-point reversal puts Henderson up 4-3 under a minute to go. Goes leg right on Hulk. Hulk down by 1 point. So Hulk able to pass the arm. Now working against Henderson in the bottom. Henderson goes double leg ride down to 30 seconds. Has Hulk broke belly down, riding up over the hips. So Gracie Lamar advances to the championship match. She won her by fall over Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. So Mittleiter going out there for Lytton HMB. The other semifinal match at 136, wrestling Brooke Gradechek from Webster area. That's your semifinal bout on mat number 2 on the girls' side at 136. Henderson and Hulk. Hulk's trying to reverse it at the end of the period. Nothing going. And Bodie Henderson, your winner, advances to the championship match. LV Henderson that stays undefeated. The junior from Northern Lights takes on the winner of this next match on mat number 1 between Ryan Eng and Tristan Lepp. So Lepp and Eng went at it on Thursday night with Ryan Eng. Winner by fall. Lepp, I'm sure, looking for a little revenge here, a little redemption coming into the semifinal match against Ryan Eng. In that match, Lepp opened up with a quick takedown. Eng was able to catch Lepp high, roll him over on the mat, picked up a reversal and near fall that kind of turned the tide in the match. Put Lepp on his heels, and Eng was able to come back through the second period and win by fall against Tristan Lepp. So that's your semifinal match here between Lepp and Eng on mat number 1. 133 pounds. Eng shoots in double leg. Going to elevate it. Lepp powers out of it. Now body lock by Eng. Lepp steps back out of it. So Eng and Lepp back to the center of the mat. Mittleiter and Gradechek still scoreless. Now Gradechek trying to step around. Mittleiter still has a hold of that leg. She's stretched out. And we got a stalemate call just as Gradechek turns the corner. Official call stalemate on mat number 2. That's semifinal bout for the girls at 136 pounds. So Eng and Lepp are scoreless with under a minute to go in the first period. Each wrestler a little bit cautious, just trying to feel each other out, not really willing to tie up, giving some space. Now Lepp chooses to close the distance with Eng. Eng goes collar tie, working the elbow. He isolates, and Lepp working back underneath on Eng. Pushing Eng here. Eng circles back in, had Lepp going down for momentarily. Lepp able to regain his footing. Takes Eng back to the center of the mat, down to 15 seconds. So that's a 3-0 lead. Looks like for Graycheck over Mittleiter going into at the start of the second period. Now Mittleiter hits a head and arm on Graycheck, throws her down to the mat. And Mittleiter caught Graycheck. Picks up a 2-point takedown, working for some near fall. Graycheck, that right shoulder up just a little bit. Here Mittleiter heavy up over the top. Start of the second period on mat number 1 between Lepp and Ryan Eng. Lepp tries to hit a stand up off the whistle. Eng goes to work on the arm of Tristan Lepp. Eng driving that forehead into the tricep. Now Lepp kind of crawl, knee walk forward. So a reversal here by Graycheck ties it up now, 5 apiece. Great matches here in the girls' side semifinal. Back and forth battle here between Graycheck and Mittleiter. Now Graycheck hits a chin drop. Mittleiter able to get back belly down on mat number 2. They're at 30 seconds to go in this second period. And Ryan Eng, Tristan Lepp working that far side of the mat. They go out of bounds. We got a stall call on Green. So Green warned with stalling. That was a little equipment timeout here for Tristan Lepp working that shoulder brace. So has to take the straps down and re-rack that shoulder brace here for Tristan Lepp. So Eng and Lepp going at it here. Semifinal bout at 133 pounds after this match. These semifinal bouts here on 1 and 2. We're going to step away for a break. Now Graycheck whips Mittleiter down at the end of the period. She does pick up 2 points. The towel tapper had already tapped him. Mittleiter was going down, but he gets 2 points. She's up now 7-6. Graycheck up over Mittleiter. Eng in the restart. So Lepp knee slides up forward, hits a hip ice through on Ryan Eng, picks up a 2-point reversal. Now a 2-1 lead for Tristan Lepp. So Tristan Lepp up by 1 on Ryan Eng. Eng trying to isolate the arm, going up over the head on Lepp. So Lepp and Eng locked in the semifinal battle here. Lepp, I believe, has been warned for stalling. Eng bumps those hips up. Lepp gets him high. Eng's going to try to isolate. Turn into Lepp now. Up to his feet. It's tied up 2 apiece here. Your semifinal match at 133 pounds, down to 27 seconds. So Graycheck, your winner by fall, takes it over Mittleiter from Lytton HMB. So he has a chance here to pick up a championship. She'll face Gracie Lamar at 136 pounds. Now level change by Lepp on mat number 1. Once again, Eng backs up. No stall call. Eng backs up again here, center of the mat. Down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Now warning on Ryan Eng for backing up. Changes the level at the end of the period. So Eng warned with stalling. Ryan Eng with choice. They choose neutral position. I don't know if that was Eng's choice. I thought it was Eng's choice to start the third. But they're tied up 2 apiece here, Ryan Eng and Tristan Lepp.
Hold on mat number 2. It's about 6:32 at 160 pounds semifinal.
Eng shoots in. Lepp steps aside. Caught the head of Ryan Eng. And keeping that head buried low into the shoulder. Tristan Lepp now isolating the arm here with the Russian tie. The wrestlers still pushing in on each other. Ryan Eng's been warned for stalling. Lepp pushing into Eng. Eng has to circle in here with Lepp. Both wrestlers with a stall call. Neither wrestler doing much, just locked horns here in the center of the mat. Now a slide by attempt by Lepp. Wrestlers go out of bounds. Eng gets those hips back. They get called out. This looks like Schneider from Central Cass, so it's all Central Cass. Jacobson and Schneider going at it here in the semifinal. Lepp and Eng on mat number 1. Little shuck here by Lepp. Eng hanging on. Lepp still trying to turn the corner on Ryan Eng. Has the back ankle hooked on Eng. Eng's going to give up a takedown here if he doesn't watch it. And Lepp picks up a 2-point takedown with 25 seconds remaining. Now 20 seconds left here between Lepp and Ryan Eng. The series looks like it's going to go 1-1 here. Eng not able to clear the hips. Going to hit hip heist on Lepp. Lepp's just going to let Eng go with 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Eng shoots in, doubles up on Lepp. Time runs out on Ryan Eng as time expires. So Tristan Lepp picks up the win over Ryan Eng. Advances to the championship match at 133 pounds. So Lepp and Henderson will face off for the championship at 133. Series between Lepp and Eng tied up at 1 at 133. And moves us on to 139. So we will step away, take a break here from the Northern or Central Cass Lettermans tournament. You're on YourLiveEvent.com. Step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back, finish out these semifinal bouts here on the boys and girls side inside the main gymnasium.
Training agronomy and how they can serve you and your operation.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
MLGC offers ultra-high-speed broadband, streaming TV, telephone, advanced business services, and commercial-grade video surveillance services. MLGC has a goal to continue to deliver future technologies that make rural communities in North Dakota vibrant places in which to live and do business in. They're your local provider who prides itself on its unmatched customer service with a small-town touch. MLGC has offices in Enderlin, Cooperstown, and Kindred. For more info, go to mlgc.com.
By the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Insurance answers should come easily from local agents you know and trust. Someone down the road, not across the country. From Watford City to downtown Fargo, Nodak Insurance agents know the protection you need. From the Peace Garden to the geographical center of North America. We're focused on North Dakota's farms, ranches, small towns, and cities, so the answers are right in front of you. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
As we jump into tax season, let's approach it with the same enthusiasm as your favorite sports teams. Olson Accounting dribbles through piles of paperwork and pins down deductions like a pro. They aim to come out on top and stick a refund. Tax season is about strategy and teamwork. Olson Accounting trains to be the best in class. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsboro, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
Otto Egg wants you to be prepared, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. Otto Egg offers seed, fertilizer, and chemical options to best fit your operations. They also provide scouting to help find weeds and disease and track crop stands to help producers get a better idea what's going on with their fields. Contact Nick Otto at 701-520-0825 or Kylan Kostreski at 701-520-9875. Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM.
All right, back here, mat number 2, Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos semifinal against Mason Weigel. That's a 160-pound semifinal match. So that's 0 goose eggs on the scoreboard for both wrestlers in the first period.
In the hole on mat number 1, about 640, 189 semifinal, Jonathan Smith of Delax Burlington.
So Mason Weigel has that leg trying to crack down Lyons. Lyons gets those hips back up underneath him. Up over the top here with Mason Weigel. Now Weigel elevates, goes to the backside. Hip tosses Lyons, trying to catch Lyons here at the half Nelson. Weigel rolls over the top of Lyons. Lyon bridges through. Going to pick up 2 near fall, 2-point takedown. So he's up 4-0 in the first period with 23 seconds remaining. Lyons trying to score at the end of the period. He's down 4-0. The Lions defeated Cole Stock here to make it into the semifinals. By decision 7-2, Mason Weigel from Napoleon over Suther from Britton Hecla. Won that one by fall here. Weigel, the number 2 seed, the junior from Napoleon. So he's up 4-0 with Eli Lyons. That's on mat number 2. So Cheyenne Helen out there against Katie Snyder. Helen with the head and arm working for a fall. Oh, nice. So a restart back to the center of the mat for Eli Lyons and Mason Weigel, semifinal at 160 pounds. Weigel, quick sit out, goes cow catcher on Lyons. Doesn't hesitate, stands up, rips the head of Lyons, takes him down to the mat, picking up some fall or near fall. Lyons trying to get those hips back up, stands up, catches the leg of Weigel. Has Weigel now going hip down. Lyons trying to get a few points back here on Weigel. Now Lyons has a head of Weigel. Weigel's going over here. Eli Lyons trying to get a reversal into this near fall. Has those shoulders of Weigel flattened out. Eli Lyons wins by fall. It goes to the championship. He catches the head of Mason Weigel. He wins by fall, earns himself a spot into the championship match. The Lions come from behind, win, catches the head of Weigel. Weigel trying to stretch Lyons out. So here Nevaeh Buffett going out for the Broncos.
About 6:43 at 2:15 semifinal. Shane Hitchkey of South Border and Mitchell Nylander of Central Cass. You're going to mat number 2.
Nevaeh Buffett against Gullison. Buffett a sophomore. Gullison a junior for Central Cass. Locked up collar ties. Nevaeh Buffett shrugs it off. Goes back in on Gullison. That's on mat number 2 there in the first period with 1:27 to go. So mat number 1, another semifinal between Reynolds and Hipsack. Hipsack from Central Cass. Reynolds 8-1 as a junior. She defeated Isabel Dutt of Central Cass to make it into the semifinals. Now Gullison head and arm on Buffett. Under a minute, and then that does it. So your winner by fall is Abel Gullison. Advances to the championship match. She'll take on the winner here on mat number 1 between Reynolds and Hipsack. That is scoreless. Now a 2-point takedown for Reynolds. She's on top. She leads 2-0 with under 10 seconds to go. Here, Mike Nelson going against Jay Schnitschke, 172-pound semifinal. So Nelson facing Nitschke. And Nelson coming out on top 3-2 in that duel on Thursday night in Lisbon. And Nelson backs out of it. Nitschke looking for a collar tie with Nelson. So Hipsack and Reynolds still going at hard. Mat return for Hipsack. Takes Reynolds down, slams her to the mat. That's still a 2-0 lead for Lexus Reynolds. She's in the bottom position on mat number 1. So Nelson
Girls division.
and Nelson and Nitschke locked up in the near edge of the mat. Now Nelson changes levels. Nitschke drops down to his knees. Wrestlers back out of it. Circle into the center of the mat. Nitschke is an over tie. Tries to hit that Russian tie. Now Hipsack has a reverse half, or has a half Nelson in, just trying to sit back here on Reynolds. Reynolds counters out of it now, belly down, still with that 2-0 lead in the second period on mat number 1 with 44 seconds to go. Still scoreless on mat number 2 between Mike Nelson and Jason Nitschke. So we'll take a look here. Almost through these semifinal bouts. Here at 172 pounds, still 189, 215, and 285. But your top teams with South Border breaking things open here with 215 points. Lisbon stretching the lead over Frazee at 170 points in second place. Frazee in third, 154 and a half. Things tighten up here now between Northern Lights and Oaks. Oaks 119, Northern Lights 118. That's for 4 and 5. And then 6, 7, and 8 EEK with 107 and a half points, stretching their lead out over Carrington in seventh at 92 and a half. Central Cass in eighth place with 88. Vertibral Trammy in ninth place with 84 points. And Lemoore making the top 10 currently with 78 and a half points. So that is your Bank North scoreboard. Top 10 teams here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. In the third period between Hipsack and Reynolds. So it is now a 4-1 lead for Alexis Reynolds. She's on mat number 1 in the purple singlet. Now Hipsack drops down, double leg. Reynolds up over the top, just trying to power down with those hips. And Nitschke, Nelson backs out of it. So Nitschke working that Russian tie. Nelson changes levels. Nitschke steps away back to the center of the mat. Nelson with a 1-0 lead. Now Reynolds throws Hipsack down to the mat, shoulders down there, flat right shoulder up just a little bit. Reynolds squeezing, and she'll win by fall. So Alexis Reynolds moves into the championship match. She'll face Ava Gullison from Central Cass at 170 pounds. And Nelson in the forklift down to last 15 seconds. Nelson, they're trying to pass that leg. No stalemate called here with Nelson and Nitschke. Nitschke, Nelson trying to turn the corner here as things close down in there into the period. Nelson not able to do it. So it takes that 1-0 lead with Nitschke's choice. He chooses bottom. So Nitschke and Nelson going at it. here. Drew Zwack, excuse me. It's going to be Smith and Graham here from Frazee on mat number 1, 189-pound semifinal match. Nelson and Nitschke still going at it on mat number 2. Nelson on top. Nitschke chose bottom position to start the third period. Nelson's rode him here for 20 seconds. Gets Nitschke broke down. Nitschke working hand control underneath, being patient. Nelson spirals here on the near side. Nitschke stands up. Nelson breaks him back down. And Nelson working up over the top by trying to isolate that arm, dragging it across here, putting forward pressure on Nitschke. Nitschke not finding much room here with Mike Nelson, keeping that pressure applied, keeping him down on the mat. And Nitschke now isolates this arm, and Nelson going 2-on-1. Nelson reaches back to the leg, drives Nitschke towards the edge of the mat. Now Nelson going arm over the head, trying to lock up an inside cradle here on the edge of the mat. And wrestlers called out of bounds with 49 seconds to go. Nelson with the ride on Nitschke. Nitschke looking over to his corner, trying to get a little bit of advice on what he should do here to get out from underneath Nelson. We do have a caution on green, so Nitschke cautioned with the false start. Here's Smith and Graham from Frazee. Frazee in that green and black singlet. They're scoreless. Now Nelson, big mat return on Nitschke. Breaks him down into the mat. Nitschke working some hand control underneath. Nelson, 35 seconds left here to ride on top. Nelson trying to tilt Nitschke over. Has us 2-on-1. Nelson jumps back around. Nitschke still head buried in the mat. Down to 23 seconds to go for Mike Nelson. Nelson a little bit high here on the near side. Nitschke down to 13 seconds. Not able to get away from Nelson. Nelson keeps him broke down here with 5 seconds to go. Down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds here. Mike Nelson advances to the championship match against Jace Nitschke at 172 pounds. So Nelson into the championship at 172 with a 1-0 victory. Nelson, good ride on top. Both seniors going at it. Mike Nelson remains undefeated for the Broncos. So 189 out there on mat number 1 between Smith from Deslax Burlington and Graham. Jack Graham from Frazee, the sophomore with a 10-5 record, defeated Ivan Kruth by a fall to advance into the semifinal match. Smith on top here in the second period, still scoreless on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, girls division, bout 73 of 100B, Consolation Semi, Cora Silva of Harvey Wells County, Ivy Guy of Central Cash, going over to mat number 2.
So this looks like Young Bear and Stanton here on mat number 1, or excuse me, mat number 2. Mayport CG, Young Bear with the takedown. Stanton from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's a 2-1 lead for Young Bear on mat number 2. And Smith and Graham still going at it. It's a 1-0 lead now. Graham here with the 1-0 lead, drops down into a double leg on Smith. Smith backs out of it here with 10 seconds to go in this second period. Now Young Bear gets around back on top. Another 2 points for Young Bear from Mayport CG. She's up 4-1. And start of the third, 1-0 lead for Graham from Frazee. Smith starts the bottom position here. Caution on Graham. Corrected by the official. Back to the restart here. Start of the second period. So Young Bear and Stanton going at it. Still a 6-3 lead, or Young Bear still in the lead, 6-3 on mat number 2. A little slide by, hits a little slide by on Stanton, gets around for 2 points. Now we're tied up at 1 apiece on mat number 1 between Smith and Graham. This match right now, it looks like we're going to decide it on our feet. Who gets into the championship for 189. The other semifinalists at 189 were Cole Henderson and Daniel Schumacher. That match going on inside the South Gymnasium. A 172-pound semifinal. Mayfield from Frazee wins by a 3-2 decision over Drew Zwack. So Mike Nelson will face Mayfield from Frazee. Both seniors going at it for that championship at 172 pounds. And then Coy Okeson defeats Cole Nitschke by a fall in 47 seconds. Now your other, that's that 285-pound semifinal. That was over in the South Gym. And another 215-pound semifinal in the South Gym. Roberts from New York Mills over Drew Thorpe from EEK by fall at the 3-minute mark in the second period. Blaze Ranke for the Broncos also advancing to the championship match. Ranke in the South Gym winner by fall at 113 over Tummel, a freshman from Central Cass. And then Josh Meal and Eli Lyons will meet up for that championship match at 160 pounds. Meal was a winner by fall over Nagel from Frazee. So Meal and Lyons meet up for the championship at 160. Eli Lyons with that pin over Mason Waggle ended up catching the head. Gets those shoulders flat. Waggle picks up the win by fall. Waggle was up at that point 8-0 over Eli Lyons. Seen a lot of come from behind wins here today at the Lettermans tournament. Just seems like more than the usual. So these guys getting behind, they're not quitting. Just keep it on, pushing through those matches. So this match here into overtime, tied up at 1 apiece. Then sudden victory. Now Graham going to throw down Smith. Smith trying to turn the corner. He gets around behind. He scores 2 points. Graham tried to go for it. Hit that lat drop, slips, and Smith picks up the win. Advances to the championship match at 189 pounds. So he wins by decision 3-1 over Jack Graham. Graham drops down to the Consolation semifinals. So Shane Nitschke won by medical forfeit over Melander from Central Cass in the South Gym. Corbin Clifton winner for Carrington in the semifinals over Fisher Johnson by decision 3-2. So the freshman putting up a good fight here for the Kindred Vikings against Corbin Clifton. But Clifton prevails with that 3-2 decision, makes his way into the championship match for Carrington. And Brody Hoffman will see Blaze Ranke again. So Hoffman makes his way into the championship match. He picks up a win by fall over Constantine, the 8th grader from Roselle, Minnesota. Yeah, 3:25 mark of the third period. So he makes his way, Brody Hoffman, against Blaze Ranke for the championship at 152 pounds. So back out here on the main floor, mats 1 and 2 in the girls division. So this is Scoyne against Boulder from Central Cass. Scoyne from Rosal, Boulder from Central Cass. Scoyne has a crossface screwdriver hooked up, walks it around those shoulders, not up by much there for Boulder. And Scoyne wins by fall. So Scoyne and Ulster will meet up for that championship at 190 pounds. On the girls' side of the bracket, that was a match on mat number 1. Scoyne wins by fall over Boulder from Central Cass. So this is your 285-pound semifinal. Britton Hekla's Hardy going up against Lizer from Thurtlebill-Trammy. They're locked in a battle right now. A scramble position, potentially dangerous. Not called here at the edge of the mat, still scrambling. Thurtlebill-Trammy's Hardy on the top position, picks up a 2-point reversal on the edge of the mat. Wrestlers go out of bounds here for a restart. So Britton Hekla's Hardy in the bottom position. Tucker Hardy, the sophomore, was the number 2 seeded wrestler coming into the tournament. He defeated Roberts from New York Mills. And Hardy with 3 pins in the tournament, making his way into the semifinals. Lizer picking up 3 pins as well. Mat return, Hardy hip heists into Lizer. Picks up a 2-point reversal. Now it's tied up 2 apiece. They're battling out here on mat number 2. Quick match here between Scout Fredericks on mat 1. So it looks like Fredericks picks up the win. Gonna miss the match, focused in here on mat number 2. So it looks like Fredericks wins over Ava Crandall. So Fredericks will go for 3rd place for the Broncos at 100 pounds. So Hardy and Lizer back to the restart here. It's tied up 2 apiece. Here at the second period, time expires. Lizer trying to get an escape, and he is awarded 1 point at the end of the period. So gifted a 1 point, loss of control by the official. Puts him up 3-2 over Hardy. Hardy with choice in the 3rd period chooses bottom. So that does it. Lizer winner by fall over Hardy from Britton Hekla. So Lizer advances to the championship match. He'll take on Coy Okeson from Minot Bishop Ryan. That does it for our semifinal matches here for the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Here on the girls' side, going through some wrestlebacks. On mat number 1, we had Scout Fredericks defeated Ava Crandall. So Fredericks moves on to the 3rd place match at 100 pounds. So this match, you're at 112 pounds on mat number 1. You're at about 77. Looks like we have Magnuson for Hillsborough Central Valley. And she's going up against Boyer. So Boyer lost out to Hansen in the semifinals. So this is your consolation semifinal here on mat number 1 between Boyer and Magnuson. Winner of this goes for 3rd and 4th. Non-winner drops down to the 5th place match. That's a 2-0 lead here. Magnuson steps up, tries to step over. So time by the official. Blood time here on mat number 1. So Boyer hit with the blood time. Magnuson with a 2-0 lead going into that blood time. So they have that Cass County Mutual blood time here. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. So another wrestleback match here. 107B. Looks like Gavin Swenson wrestling Goebel from South Border. So Swenson and Goebel going at it. And Goebel making his way through the wrestlebacks here in the consolation semifinals. And quickly around, takes Swenson down to the mat. And working around for a 2-point near fall, or excuse me, two-point takedown.
Make your way down to mat number 2. You're in the hole at 127.
So we're working through some of our consolation semifinal matches. Winners of these matches go on to wrestle for 3rd and 4th. Championship matches or bouts are set. We're going to take a break, step away, and see if we can get those updated brackets or championship brackets here and give you that update. So step away, take a word from our sponsors. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
EQ Radio and RJBroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Join us at the Avalon Event Center in Fargo, North Dakota, January 17th for Winter Conference 2024. You'll hear from precision planting engineers and staff on new technologies, inputs, and practices. This year will also include a question and answer session with local growers sharing their experiences. Winter Conference 2024, January 17th at the Avalon Center in Fargo, North Dakota. To register, visit planterdoc.com.
Shortly now, I'm going to be transitioning into a tool engineering position. With that, comes new training. Degelman has provided all the training necessary to help me succeed.
You can make top dollar if you utilize your time properly and you're efficient in what you do.
You can't beat the pay. It's 4 days a week, and it's awesome to have a 3-day weekend.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Ho ho ho, it's another holiday season and there's so much to do. Honestly, milk and cookies aren't cutting it anymore.
Well, Santa, have you tried Sweet Sips?
What's that now?
Sweet Sips in Hillsborough. They've got delicious protein and energy drinks to keep you moving. Try one.
That is tasty. I must get more of these.
Well, Santa, you can order on the Engage app or stop by the shop in Hillsborough. Stay energized and healthy this holiday season with the help of Sweet Sips in Hillsborough.
You'll want to check out the year-end discounts on trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. And you might want to think about ordering early for next spring, as well as looking at the new models of gooseneck trailers. Bloomfield Enterprises carries a full line of trailers from Big Tex and Flow. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
You may feel cold and gloomy when you look outside your window, but Trail District Health Unit's Brenda Stallman encourages you to keep the outdoors in mind for your overall health and well-being.
Even though we have less light to do those activities we enjoy, it's still important to get outside. Pets still need to have exercise, so take them for a walk, and kids enjoy the time that they can spend with you outdoors, so just put on more layers and get outdoors, because that typically is a proven and tried remedy to seasonal blues and loneliness.
Seasonal health tips from Trail District Health Unit.
This is Tim Cazzette, your local Golden Harvest Seeds dealer. During these winter months, as you think ahead to the spring planting season, I remind you there is strong yielding varieties of Golden Harvest beans and corn available for spring delivery. There's discounts offered. Please ask me about the Golden Advantage deferred payment options or any cash payment discounts. Call me, Tim Cazzette, at 701-430-0877, and thank you for planting Golden Harvest seeds on your farm.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
College goes far beyond the buildings, classrooms, and the tests. It's about making new friends, trying something different, and discovering your purpose. It's about getting involved, supporting your community, and joining the conversation. It's about learning, growing, and finding your passion. This is not your average classroom. This is the University of Minnesota Crookston.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136. Head to rjbroadcasting.com and get your free copy, the Digital Sports Guide. It's the winter sports guide for R&J Sports, and it's free, it's digital, and it's available on rjbroadcasting.com. The cover's blue, it's got great photos on it, and it's easy for you to download. Simply go to rjbroadcasting.com, click on the winter sports guide, or scan the QR code if you see it on the flyer or on our social media pages or on the screens. It's the Winter Sports Guide, R&J Sports 2023-24, available now, rjbroadcasting.com.
Here's another reason why you should contact Mike, Darren, and Tim at Wright Implement Hillsboro. Let them know I said call Wright Implement.
For shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Wright Implement in Hillsboro. 701-636-5692. Check out Wright Implement for farm equipment, repair, and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsboro. Wright Implement, 701-636-5692.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors and their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
Here's a new service from Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada. Ziegler Ag Equipment is now providing farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. Talk with Joey, 218-784-2961. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. You can mix and match lubricants. Requires a minimum 100 gallons per lubricant. Minimum total order 200 gallons or more. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants now offered from Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada.
Hillsboro Drug and Gift welcomes you to stop in and check out the Christmas and holiday decor. You'll find gift items for those on your shopping list this holiday season. They do accept Hillsboro Christmas cash at your full-service pharmacy, Hillsboro Drug and Gift. Remember, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills, 701-636-5231. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. Don't forget to get your flu shot at Hillsboro Drug and Gift. No appointment is necessary. Wishing you a happy holiday season from Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9 in Ada, invites you to order your new Chevrolet vehicles. From the Silverado, Trailblazer, and Traverse, Lee Brothers is your authorized Chevrolet dealer, providing sales and service to the area since 1975. For ordering your vehicles, talk with Mitch Smurfer J. Trust the experts who know your vehicles best and take advantage of great Chevy certified service offers today. Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9, Ada. Call 218-784-2000. In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Hillsboro Lumber is ready to help with all of your building or remodeling projects. If you're building something new, doing some remodeling, or working in other projects, Hillsboro Lumber has all of the building materials as well as everything else you'll need to complete your projects. Stop by Hillsboro Lumber today and pick up all of your building materials, hardware items, and more. The best source for all your home improvement and construction needs in Trail County is Hillsboro Lumber. Building or remodeling, farm, home, or commercial, see Hillsboro Lumber today.
If you want help from a firm that has integrity and respect, strives for excellence, and is interested in the betterment of the community, look no farther than Onstead Twitchell Attorneys. Our team of attorneys has dedicated and talented professionals who are committed to improving the lives of their clients and providing custom legal solutions with integrity and excellence. We have offices in West Fargo, Hillsboro, Maddox, Page, and Castleton. Or visit our website, www.onsteadlaw.com.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School Districts.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
Hunter.
Hey, welcome back. CenterCast Lettermans Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Went down, did get those updated brackets here for your championship brackets. We are in the girls' Consolation semifinal round. This is Braden Sutherland on mat number 1. You're wrestling Melody Kubat from Linton. Currently scoreless with Sutherland has a headlock. You're going to have a legal headlock. She didn't have the arm. So she just called with an illegal headlock on Sutherland. Gives Kubat a 1-0 lead. So Sutherland in that bottom position to start. On that restart, now a caution on Kubat from Linton HMB. And that is another technical violation, this time going against Kubat. She'll give up a point. We're tied up 1 apiece here with Sutherland and Kubat from Linton HMB. It's a consolation semifinal match at 118 pounds. And Brady Peterson out there at consolation semi on the boys' side at 127 pounds here on mat number 2. He has a 2-0 lead, or excuse me, a 3-2 lead for Peterson. He's wrestling Rosh from Fertile Beltrami. And that is Sutherland down with some injury time. She is on the clock there. Trainer is looking at that shoulder on Sutherland. The match was tied up here in the consolation semifinals. And Peterson picks up the pin, so he advances into the third place match. Brady Peterson on mat number 2 picks up the pin over Rosh for Fertile Beltrami. So Peterson makes it into the top 4 at this 2024 Central Cass Lettermans Tournament. 107B Conti semifinal. Leon Salgado makes it into the third place match. He wins by foul over Hyde Ersink. So Ersink going for 5th and 6th. Salgado going for 3rd and 4th. He'll go up against Blake Goebel from South Border. Goebel advanced to the Consolation semifinal, advanced to the third place match with a win by foul over Gavin Swenson at 107B. Another Consolation semifinal winner is Walker Miller from EEK at 107 pounds over Cy Kramlich by decision 8-3. So he's going for third place for EEK at 107 pounds. And Drew Carr at 121 pounds. Your winner 6-1 over Miller from Webster area. So Drew Carr makes his way into the third place match. Justin Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley pins major decision over Carson Henningsen from EEK at 114. Torrell going for third place. Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks, winner by decision 6-2 over Ham from Frazee. So Dahlstrom makes his way into third place match. And then 114 going up against Justin Torrell is Gores from Northern Lights. He wins by fall and advances into that third place match against Justin Torrell at 114 pounds. So now Allwinder going out there, or at 133. Maybe not. Maybe we're at 39 here. So we are at 139. Back action back underway. That is a winner by fall for Kubat over Sutherland. So she wins by fall, advances to the third place match. Or excuse me, that was Coronado over Gillespie on mat number 1. So Coronado wins by fall, advances to the third place match. Gillespie for the Broncos drops down to the 5th and 6th place match. So 139 on mat number 1, or mat number 2. That's Malima from Frazee and Allwinder. And Ryan Eng, winner by decision 7-2. So Eng, decision Zane Allwinder 7-2. Makes his way into the third place match for the Lisbon Broncos. So a big Region 1 or Southeast Region win for Ryan Eng over Zane Allwinder. So Case Allwinder here at 139 trying to take care of business. In case Allwinder wrestling Milima from Frazee, that is scoreless in the second period. Mat number 1 trying to find this bout. Looks like number 118 on the scoreboard. Sometimes these things just aren't as straightforward as you'd think, flipping through your bout sheet. So this looks like Dakota from Northern Lights on mat number 1. She's currently in control on top, has a half Nelson sunk in. She's up 6-0. She's up against Jaden Jacobson. But Jacobson now up on top, reverses it. And working that crossface. Time runs out on the clock. It's 6-2 lead going into the third period for Dakota from Northern Lights. And Allender rides him out, but time expires on the clock here going into the third period for Malima. Malima chooses bottom position. Allender not able to get the turn. And now Malima gets those hips away. Allender drops down to the leg. Hip toss out of bounds. Down to minute 40 to go. They're in the third period on mat number 2. And you got a 6-2 lead here on the girls' side at 142-pound consolation between Dakota and Jacobson. But Dakota goes down by foul and now with an injury. So Jacobson will advance. To the third place match. So a wrestler injured out there on mat number 1. It's a 2-0 lead for Malima over Case Allender from Oaks here at mat number 2. Yeah, a minute 25 in the third period. Malima from Frazee in the semifinals. Riker Vetter won by decision 6-5. Dropping down into this consolation semifinal against Case Allender at 139 pounds. So the boys back out here in mat number 1. So this is Fisher Johnson and Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. Hawkinson made its way through the wrestlebacks. Winner by decision 4-3 over Glaceman from South Border. Fisher Johnson in the semifinals after that medical forfeit by Haviland DeLong. He was defeated by Corbin Clifton in the semifinals, 3-2. So Johnson, a freshman with a 15-5 record, part of that strong young class or young group of wrestlers on the Kindred Vikings. Put up a good fight against Corbin Clifton, dropped that decision 3-2 here in the consolation semifinals against Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. And Allender now down by 5 points on mat number 1. Or mat number 2, sorry. Wrestling Malima from Frazee. We do have blood time, so there's some blood time out with Case Allender for your Cass County Mutual blood time out. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders in the area. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. That's Cass County Mutual blood time out on mat number 2. So Malima with this 5-point lead here with 11 seconds. Looks like he will advance into the championship match. Good Peterson roll here for Allender. He's going to pick up 2-point near fall. He does have enough time to pick up some backers. He's going to pick up 2 near falls, so a 5-4 victory for Malima. He does advance to the third place match. So Allender just ran out of time. A little ending there. Malima not happy with himself, I guess, at the end of that match, but he does win. He was up 5-4. Another 127-pound consolation semifinal is Cale Hayes over Sonnenberg from Harvey. So Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County makes it into the third place match at 127.
In the hole on mat number 2 in the girls division, it's about 94, 170-pound consolation semi. Isabel Dutt of Sector Cass and Nevaeh Buffett.
And Carson Henningsen at 114 takes 5th place over Schilling from South Border. That's a medical forfeit, so Carson Henningsen will take 5th at 114.
160-pound weight class, consolation semi. Cole Stock of South Border, Cade Hinkle of Frazee. Make your way over to mat number 4, South 10 at 160.
That's tough.
In the hole on mat number 3, it's about 671 at 172. Case Linsky of South Border, Isaiah
So Johnson
of Ellendale Edgley Cullum. Gentlemen, make your way to
still battling out here with Britton Heckless Hawkinson. They're in the third period. It's an 8-1 lead for Hawkinson. He is currently on top, riding up over the hips of Johnson. Johnson broke belly down in the mat. In mat number 2. Just trying to see what that bout number 119 on mat number 2. So that's it, 142 pounds. They're tied up at 2 apiece here for Central Cass. It's like Lois Schneider working for a fall. I should say that's Filady. So Filady wins by fall. She advances to the third place match. And Johnson and Hawkinson. Now Johnson drops down, has a single leg hooked up. Just running out of time, down to 13, now 12 seconds for a restart back to the center of the mat. That's at 145 pounds. Yeah, 133 consolation semi. That's Aiden Hauk, a senior from Barnesville. Picks up a victory over Grady Link. So Hauk advances to the third place match for Barnesville. That was at 133 pounds. He will take on Ryan Eng for the Broncos. So at 133, there is a medical forfeit. So Eng does, looks like he medical forfeits So Eng looks like he may be injured, decides not to take that match. Will take 4th place, so Aiden Hulk is your 3rd place winner at 133 pounds. Eng coming out of a tough match with Zane Allender. Eng won that by decision in the Consi semifinals by a score of 7-2. So out here with Schwartz from Deslax Burlington on mat number 2. And Vollmer from Harvey Wells County. That's on mat 2. And 152 pounds. On mat number 1 is about 668 is Biener from Britton Hecla. Wrestle and tumble from Central Cass. That's 0 at the end of the first period. So goose eggs on the board for both wrestlers with Tumble and Biener from Britton Hecla. And Biener's choice, he chooses the bottom position to start our second period. So Hawkinson wins by decision 8-2 over Fisher Johnson. Hawkinson advances to the 145-pound 3rd place match. Well, Schwartz and Vollmer going at it. That's on mat number 1. That's a 3-0 lead for Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. Schwartz in the top position. Breaks Vollmer, belly down on the mat. And Schwartz made it into the semifinals where he's defeated by Peischel from Frazee by major decision 14-2. So Biener and Thummel still going at it. It's a 1-0 lead for Biener from Britton Hecla on mat number 1. Biener underneath situation. They get stood up, back for a restart. This is your 152-pound Consi semifinal match here on mat number 1. We have time. It's like a little medical time on mat number 2. So that is for, it's like for Vollmer. So Schwartz and Vollmer currently on some medical time here, and they're in the 3rd period. That's a 3-0 lead for Schwartz, Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. So at the end of 2 periods, still a 3-0 lead. Now going into the 3rd period. And that is for Biener. Up over Tummel, 3-0 going into the 3rd. Tummel in the bottom position to start. It's a stand up here with 5 seconds, but Biener locks in that 2-on-1, able to break Tummel back down to the mat, going double leg ride. Tummel catches the ankle, cracks down Biener, but not able to create any space. So Biener back on top, riding up over the hips. Down to a minute 37 to go. Yeah, Schwartz and Vollmer in the 3rd period, locked horns. Now Schwartz goes double under, pushes back Vollmer. Vollmer, now he has a cow catcher hooked up under the chin with an underhook. Going to pick up takedown and some near fall. How's Volmer going over north-south, up over the chest, going to elevate that head and win by fall for Harrison Schwartz. He advances to the third place match. He'll face Hawkinson from Britton Hekla for third place at 145 pounds. So that's for your third and fourth place match at 145 will be Schwartz and Hawkinson. Volmer and Johnson will wrestle for fifth and sixth at 145. And Nevaeh Buffett going back out there for the Broncos on the girls' side here, mat number 2. The Beener and Tummel still going at it. Beener with that 3-0 lead. Tummel on the bottom trying to isolate that arm and wrist. Now trying an inside leg stand up, tripods up. There's a little hand control, hips away, get pushed out of bounds, edge of the mat. They get separated, 1 point loss of control, so it's a 3-1 lead now for Beener. And Colin Beener, seeded number 7 in the tournament, trying to hit himself with a top 3 finish or top 4 finish here in the Consolation semifinals, has a 3-1 lead over Tummel. Aiden Tummel, the number 5 seed, the freshman. Now Beener drops down, mat return. And he's going to win. He's going to win 5-1. So you'll third place wrestler, going for third place, is Colin Beener from Britton Hekla. Wins by decision 5-1 over Tummel from Central Cass. And Nevaeh Buffett locked up here at 170 pounds. So Buffett going at it here. She was defeated in the semifinals by Gullison from Central Cass. Buffett cross back grits over here in wrestling hip sack. Or excuse me, that's Dutt. So that's Buffett and Dutt. That's scoreless in the second period. With a minute 40 to go, 170-pound Consolation semifinal match for the girls. And now it's a 1-0 lead for Dutt. Excuse me, that is Buffett with the 1-0 lead. She has on the green leg band. She's up 1-0 in the second period with a minute 10 to go. So here at 152, Consi semifinal winner is Mo from Frazee. He wins by a decision 5-0 over Seth Constantine from Roseau. Wins by decision 5-0. So he will face Colin Beener for a 152-pound third place match. And Nevaeh Buffett and Dutt still going at it with Buffett that 1 point lead here in the second period on mat number 2. And Buffett drops down to a knee pick. Going to pick it up, elevates, push into Dutt, gets her going out of bounds, 2 point, keeps those toes in bounds, so she's going to score as time expires in the second period. She's now up 3-0. That's a 3-0 lead for Buffett going into the third period. She chooses bottom position. Dutt riding on top. And Buffett with the stand-up. Little hip pass around, throws in a half Nelson. Buffett working for a fall on Dutt. And winner by fall and advancing to the third place match is a Nevaeh Buffett for the Lisbon Broncos. Winner by fall.
Match call, about 678 at 285. Sander Kohler of Frazee and Cole Pitchke of South Porter make their way to the South Tip match number 4. All Consolation semis have been called.
So that match, 155 pounds. Looks like your winner for Webster area is Katie Snyder. So Snyder advances to the third place match on mat number 1. Back out here, we have about 95, another Consi semifinal match at 170 pounds on mat number 2. That is Hipsack taking on Hoover from the Northern Lights. So Hipsack and Hoover going at it. That's on mat number 2. Here, under 20 seconds to go in that first period. Another Consolation semifinals for the boys. Here moving up in weight classes. Looks like Drew Zwack up here at 172 pounds for Minot Bishop Ryan. Let's see if that's... Yeah, he is going against Smith. So a quick 2-point takedown for Zwack. Zwack was defeated by Mayfield from Frazee 3-2 in the semifinals. Mayfield will face Mike Nelson. So Zwack dropped down here to the Consolation semifinals, going up against Smith from Deslax Burlington. And Zach with another 2-point takedown. He's up now 4-1. So Kenny Smith, the junior from Deslax Burlington, he made his way into a first-round win by fall over Austin Weiss from freshman from Harvey Wells County, and bounced out down to the wrestlebacks in the second round. Come all the way through the wrestlebacks as Smith for Deslax Burlington beat Werner from Pembina County North by fall in the second round of wrestlebacks. Third round beat Tanner Mengi from Kindred. The blood round, he was able to defeat Cale Hebel by fall at the 4:15 mark. And now faces Drew Zwack in the Consolation semifinals with Zwack up 4-1. So a great run through the wrestleback rounds for Smith from Deslax Burlington. He's here on mat number 2 going up against Drew Zwack. Quick hip pass out for a switch. And a 2-point reversal. Now 1-point escape for Smith. It's a 6-2 lead for Drew Zwack. Little arm drag down to an ankle pick. Dragging Smith back on the mat. Zwack elevates, trips Smith out on the mat. 2-point takedown. He's up 8-2. These girls still going at it with Hipsack and Hoover. Hipsack on top here for Central Cass. Has a half Nelson dug in on Hoover. Hoover's going over to his back. Down to 30 seconds. She's flat. Winner by fall is Nevaeh Hipsack. So the battle Nevaeh's Buffett and Hipsack going for third place at 170 pounds. Hipsack for Central Cass and Buffett for the Lisbon Broncos. Hoover and Dutt at 170 will wrestle for 5th and 6th. So Zwack still in control on top. He's up 10-3 over Smith. So Kenny Smith for Deslax Burlington, the junior. Also Sawyer Owens over Nick Garber, 139-pound Consolation semifinal. Garber from Carrington, so Sawyer Owens advances to the third place match at 139 pounds. Garber for 5th and 6th will face Case Allender from Oaks. And then Seth Owens will face Malima. So Malima, that's a rematch of that quarterfinal bout between Owens and Malima. That one in a double overtime with Malima coming out of that from Frazee, 13-9 winner. He was defeated by Riker Vetter in the semifinals by a score of 6-5. So we'll have a rematch there, that quarterfinal rematch between Malima and Owens at 139 pounds for 3rd place. So Ulster out there for the Broncos. Wrestling Scoyne from Roseau. That's a 2-1 lead for Cora at 190 pounds. Cora Ulster picking up a head of steam here, second half of the season. You're going for first place at 190 pounds at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. She has a 2-1 lead at 190 pounds. And Zwack still in control on top as Smith going over to his back. He's up 14-4 at 172, trying to make his way into the 3rd place match. Smith rolls out of it. We're going to have 3 points, so it'll be a 17-4, and that's a win by fall for Drew Zwack as he advances to the 3rd place match.
The finals will be taking place on all 4 mats. 1 and 2 will be the boys division, 3 and 4 will be the girls division.
So Zwack, winner by fall, advances to the 3rd place match. Smith going for 5th and 6th for Deslax Burlington. Another Consolation semifinal winner is Mole from Frazee, the sophomore, 13-1 record. Wrestling Melander, the junior from Central Cass. That was a medical forfeit. So 215 is Mole going for 3rd place. So Mole will wrestle Leonard from Northern Lights. I didn't think there will be a match here for 6th place, I think. Oh, no, we will have it. Okay. So actually, Drew Thorpe also medical forfeited out in the Conti semis against Leonard, so I'm not sure we'll have a 5th and 6th place match. Both wrestlers, Belander and Thorpe, medical forfeited out. So your 215 3rd place match is Justin Leonard against Mole from Frazee. The big guys going at it here on mat number 1. That's Max Klein back out there for the Oaks Tornadoes. And Klein here wrestling heavyweight against Hardy from Britton Hecla. And Buffett still with that 2-1 lead here at 190 pounds. Or excuse me, Ulster with that 2-1 lead. So it looks like we're going a little medical time over there for Cora Ulster. So she is up 2-1 in the 3rd period. And Klein starting the 2nd period on mat number 1 in the top position right away. Hardy stands up, turns into Klein. And Hardy, the bigger wrestler, goes right away to crossface. Had a hard crossface across the bridge of the nose of Klein, so looks like we'll have a 1-point violation. That's given over to Max Klein, so now a 4-1 lead for Hardy. And now Ulster slips the headlock of Scoyne, so Ulster now with a 4-1 lead at the minute 45 to go in this 3rd period. Ulster goes crossface screwdriver And wrestlers go out of bounds. Scoying out of bounds for back with the restart on mat number 2. That's Klein with the 1-point escape. Closes the gap now, a 4-2 lead for Hardy. So Max Klein continues to work. Going to a headlock. That's slipped by Hardy. Hardy drags him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. Now a 6-2 lead for Hardy from Britton Hekla. 285-pound consolation semifinal match. So live stream here inside the Castleton Central Cast Gymnasium on YourLiveEvent.com. That's Cora Oster picking up the championship. Winner by fall at 190 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. Scoyne will take second place, and Talon Boulder from Central Cass in third. So Hardy and Klein still battling it out. We will have our third and fourth place matches going on inside the main gym. And now Klein able to roll through, and they get called out of bounds, so no change of position. It's a 6-3 lead. Klein had the counter set up on that headlock by Hardy in the second period, so still some time here for Max Klein to work a come from behind victory. Little slide by attempt by Hardy. Now Klein goes back in with the body lock. So now let's start of the third period. Max Klein on top with Hardy in the bottom position. Klein isolating that leg of Hardy, brings it back down to the mat. And Max Klein working hard out here. Now Hardy goes head and arm on Max Klein, takes him down to the mat. He's heavy on top, has those shoulders of Klein stuck to the mat. Official gets down there, takes a look. He's going to put some pressure on it, and he wins by fall. So Hardy advances to your third place match at 285. He picks up a win by foul over Max Klein from Oaks. So we will start our placing matches here this next round. A little bit of pause as things get caught up. I think we'll step away, take a break, and then come back, do a recap here from inside the Central Cass Gymnasium at your Central Cass Lettermans tournament. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
You can trust the pros at Hillsboro Body Shop to make your vehicle look as good as new. Cars, pickups, trucks, semis, Ben and Tyrell at Hillsboro Body Shop can do the work. And Hillsboro Body Shop is also the place to repair your windshield. Don't wait to get that pesky chip repaired. Ben and Tyrell can replace that glass the same day. Call Hillsboro Body Shop at 701-636-4981 and put Ben and Tyrell's combined 30-plus years of experience to work on your vehicle. Hillsboro Body Shop, 701-636-4981.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1140.
Yeah, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com, our 2024 CentraCast Lettermans Tournament. Here are third place matches out here in our main gym, our placing matches. Right now at 100 pounds, you have Scout Fredericks for the Lisbon Broncos going up against Jasmine Barlow. Barlow and Fredericks met up in that first round with Scout Fredericks, winner by fall. So a rematch here, that first round between Fredericks and Barlow from Roseau. This is for third place. That's on mat number 1. So mat number 2 looks like 100B. And Fredericks now, Barlow with a 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat, gets Fredericks rolled over. Fredericks, hip ice back through, is going to stand up, turns into Barlow. Barlow's going to take Fredericks down to the mat with getting some near fall. So this time, Jasmine Barlow from Roseau coming out fired up. A handful here for Scout Fredericks. At the end of the period, down to 5 seconds. Fredericks just trying to make it into the second. Barlow steps back across. Fredericks in a little bit of trouble. Fredericks defeated Ava Crandall in that Consolation semifinal by pin to get into this third place match. So she does defer. She defers to Barlow. Barlow with a 5-2 lead over Fredericks. We're in the 100. It's like the 100B, about 101. Try to see if we can get these wrestlers matched up here. Harvey Wells County, Cora Silva. She was taken down. Looks like by Molly Hahn. So this is Hahn and Silva going at it here at the 100B pound, or 100B third place match. And Silva with a 2-0 lead to start this second period. That's on mat number 2. A quick sit out. You got those hip ice back around, so now Silva up on top in that situation position with Hahn from Kindred. Hahn in the bottom has the leg, has that head tucked into the side in a single leg position. Now doubles up on it. But Silva still sprawled out up over the top. Hahn with that 2-point lead. That's mat number 1. That's for third place in the 100B. And Scout Fredericks now rolled over on her back. So Fredericks in a bunch of trouble and she's going to go down. So Barlow from Roseau defeats Scout Fredericks for third place at 100 pounds. Scout Fredericks takes fourth. In that 100B, that's Hahn up on top. She has that 2-0 lead over Silva. So Hahn up. Has a half Nelson hooked up. Trying to walk around the head. She's up 2-0, working for some near fall with a minute left. Hahn working for the fall, flattens those shoulders, and she wins third place at the CentraCast Lettermans Tournament. So Hahn from Kindred, winner by fall, picks up third place over Cora Silver of Harvey Wells County. It takes us to The boys' side, Leyland Salgado going up against Goebel here for third place in the 107B. In the varsity 107, we have Meach from New York Mills up against Walker Miller, I believe, from EEK. So just waiting to see. We're still waiting for a wrestler out on the mat here for mat number 1. Salgado dives in on Goebel. Goebel reshoots on good reattack by Goebel. Leyland Salgado gets those hips in, trying to power over with that underhook on Goebel. Goebel doubles back up again on Salgado. Now he's going to elevate it. Takes Salgado down to the mat for a 2-point takedown on mat number 2. He's up 2-0 with 25 seconds to go in that first period. Miller now on the mat here against Meach from New York Mills. And Meach, number 7 seed wrestler, so wrestling above his seed here for third place against Walker Miller. Miller coming in as a number 4 seed. Now Goebel going to work on top, has a crossface hooked up, trying to step back around for a cradle. Has it hooked up here. The last 2 seconds of this first period is going to pick up 2 points, so he goes up 4-0 on Leyland Salgado. And Miller with an injury. I'm not sure if he torqued his shoulder, so we do have injury time here between Meach and Walker Miller on mat number 1, 107-pound third-place match. And Goebel chooses bottom position on mat number 2 here, 107B third-place match here with Salgado for the Broncos. And now Goebel steps back around, cracks down. Salgado works the head, picks up 2-point reversal. He's up 6-0 in the second period. Salgado still heading the mat. Now goes crossface. Goebel's on top, works a screwdriver. Salgado trying to counter out of it. Goebel rolls him over, going to pick up a couple near fall, trying to bridge out of it. Leyland Salgado rolls through, gives up 2 near fall in the process. Now an 8-0 lead for Goebel on mat number 2. Now Miller and Meach back at it for a 107-pound third-place match. Time runs out on the clock. Meach with that 2-0 lead going into the second period. In Goebel in position here up over the top of Leyland Salgado, going Saturday Night Ride on Leyland Salgado. Now right shoulder up just a little bit. Official down there taking a look at it. Goebel working for the foul with 30 seconds to go in the second period. He leads 8-0, have 3 more near fall, and he flattens them out. And your winner for the third place match at 107B is Blake Goebel. Takes third place, wins by foul over Leyland Salgado. So we're rolling up on 7:30 here, second day of the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. And Walker Miller here at 107 pounds in our third place match. He was wrestling Aiden Meach, the freshman from New York Mills. Now Meach steps into it, tries to hip toss Miller here on the edge of the mat. They scramble out of bounds for no points. With Meach with the 3-0 lead. As wrestlers working from their feet in the second period with a minute 11 to go. Now Miller gets in deep on Meach. Meach is able to kind of gut wrench out of that, gets those hips back behind him, stood back up at the minute mark of the second period. And back to the girls on mat number 2. I think this is Magnuson going back out here. It's like 112 pounds.
division third place match.
So that is Meach and Miller still going at it there in the second period. Meach with that 3-0 lead. Miller changes level. Meach catches Miller with an underhook. So Magnuson is taken down. She's wrestling Addison Yates. This is for third place at 112 pounds on mat number 2. Well, Magnuson gets those hips turned. No separation, or not enough separation here to have a loss of control yet on mat number 2. They're wrestling that center edge of the mat. Working their way back towards the center. Yates has the screwdriver hooked up, trying to pull it over. Time runs out on the clock. They go into the third period with Yates taking a 2-0 lead. Meach and Miller still battling out here at 107-pound third place match. Meach up 3-0 at the minute 40 mark. So Magnuson started the second period in that top position on mat number 2. And Meach on mat number 1 still in control on top, trying to isolate that far arm of Walker Miller. Miller just belly down in the mat, not able to do too much. A lot of pressure in the top position by Meach from New York Mills as a minute remaining in this third period. Now Magnuson trying to go the cow catcher up over the top. But Yates returns it back down to the mat for a 2-point reversal. Yates goes up 4-0 over Magnuson. They're in the second period with a minute 14 on the clock at 112 pounds. This is for third place on mat number 2. And Miller now able to stand up. He has 25 seconds to tie this up. Goes in, hits a fireman's and picking up near fall. So nice dump to a fireman's dump there for Walker Miller. He's going to tie it up and also pick up 3 near fall. So he's going to win this one by a score of 6-3. Walker Miller with the last second heroics come from behind. Hits that fireman's to a dump. Takes third place for EEK at 107 pounds. So now Justin Toro going out there at 114. So this is Gores from Northern Lights and Toro from Hillsborough Central Valley. Toro came into this tournament undefeated, has 1 loss on his record after the Lettermans. Right now wrestling for third place against Gores from Northern Lights. So Magnuson and Yates going into the third period with Magnuson down by 3 points. So what we've seen today is the score doesn't mean too much going into the third period. Seen a lot of come from behind wins, whether it's by decision or pins here at the CentraCast Lettermans tournament. Now Magnuson on top, has the armbar hooked up, catches the far wrist. Now working a bar half on the near side, going power half over the top. Magnuson trying to keep that pressure and keep Yates down on the mat, on mat number 2. Well, Toro and Gore going at it here. They're pushed out of bounds. And started the second period, they're scoreless. Going into the second with 2 minutes on the clock. For Gores and Toro.
Fifth place match girls division. In the hole on mat number 3.
Toro tries to stand up. Gores catches him with the cradle. Going hip to hip. Has Toro going over. Going to collect some near fall for Gores. Northern Lights up on their feet over in the corner. He does have 2 near fall for Gores. So Gores picking up near fall. He does have a 5 count now. Is going into pinning position. Keeps that cradle locked up. Picks up that 3 near fall. I was going to get a couple more here as Toro tried to sit through and Gores caught him just as he was sliding through. Not able to get slid around, so he's working for another pinning combination on Justin Toro. Gores has it locked up tight. Toro in jeopardy here. Left shoulder up just by a little bit. Referee back down there. Gores resets. Trying to go north-south. Toro rolls through, so Toro still a little energy here, able to power through this pinning combination. I think it's 2 more points at least, so 2 more near fall. It's a 5-0 lead and a 1-point escape for Toro, so now up to 5-1 is Gores in this 3rd place match on mat number 1. And now we have Matthias Dahlstrom and Drew Carr going out there. So this is up at 121 here with Dahlstrom and Carr. So Toro and Gore are still locked horns at 114 pounds.
You're going to mat number 2, 130-pound weight class, 3rd place match girls division. Over to mat number 3 in the South Gym.
So Keenan Gores for Northern Lights in control here in this 3rd period. Has that 4-point lead. Toro on his feet trying to catch Gores here. And Dahlstrom and Drew Carr going at it on mat number 2. It's for your 121-pound 3rd place match. Carr picks up a 2-point takedown.
In the hole on mat number 4, about 122 in the girls division to 155. The 5th place match is Clara Stephens of Lemoore. Aubrey Poitras of North.
So Carr up 2-0 at the start of the 2nd period. Over Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. That's a 121-pound 3rd place match. And Toro still going at it at the 114 against Gore. So Toro and Gore are still locked horns here at the minute mark in the center of the mat. So we're here, Carr and Dahlstrom. Now Dahlstrom comes out the back door, picks up a 2-point reversal. So he's up now 3-2 on Drew Carr in the 2nd period with a minute remaining. And now Toro picks up a 2-point reversal, 5-3. Things tighten up here. So things tightening up on our mat number 1 between Toro and Gores, down to 14 seconds. So Toro should just let Gores go. He throws him out about, runs back to the center of the mat with 8 seconds to go. Toro and Gores going at it. Toro's down by 3 points from Hillsborough Central Valley. tries a slide by, and Gores picks up the victory at 114 pounds, taking third place. So wins by decision. So Northern Lights picking up third place at 114 pounds. Keenan Gores over Justin Torrell by decision. And Dahlstrom and Carr still going at it. Now Carr grabs the lead on mat number 2 at 121 pounds. Carr hits a nice dump on Dahlstrom, has him down to his hip, turns the corner, picks up 2-point takedown. So it puts Carr up now by 3 points. He's up 6-3. Got the girls going at it here.
Okay, fans, we got 3 more bouts to call for 5th place in the South Gym. Once that's completed, we will be sending the girls' championship matches to mats 3 and 4 in the South Gym at the conclusion of the
Just trying to catch up here on mat number 1. Looking for that 130 bout number. So looking for the 130 bout. Still haven't found it yet on our sheet here for mat number 1. And Dahlstrom and Carr at 6-4 now. Carr is up by 2 points here with 30 seconds. It's a 2-1 lead for Lytton HMB there. They're on mat number 1. Not sure if that's a Mittlighter out there for Lytton HMB. But Carr and Dahlstrom in that situation position. Carr's going to drop down to a single leg on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom up over the top. Carr doubles up on it. Down to 5 seconds. Drew Carr trying to take third place here over Matthias Dahlstrom. Carr, the number 2 seed. Time runs out on the clock, so taking third is Drew Carr of Carrington. Wins by decision 6-4 over Matthias Dahlstrom. So Carr over Dahlstrom. Carr, the number 2 seed, coming into the tournament. Dahlstrom, number 4. Potts ended up winning by decision in the semifinals over Drew Carr, 8-6. We'll see him later on at the championship match at 121 pounds against Cruiser Burns. So it looks like we have another Lytton HMB wrestler out here on mat number 2. So 1 and 2, a couple Lytton wrestlers out there. Just have to find the right bout sheet. Drops back to bout 110, so let's see. That's at 124 pounds, so Coronado back out there, Jocelyn Coronado. They're wrestling Harvey Wells County. Let's see, that looks like Cristelia Wagner. So Wagner and Coronado going at it at 124 pounds for third place on the girls' side. They did announce that the girls' championship matches, they'll have those over on mats 3 and 4. So championship matches for the girls. It sounds like they're ongoing, and we'll start them over on mats 3 and 4.
Josh Malima of Crazy and Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley. You're going to mat number 2, 139, third place.
So still waiting for this third place match here at 127 pounds for Peterson and Hayes. So we still have the girls out here at third place at 124. Wagner and Coronado on mat number 1. So that's tied up at 3 apiece in the third period. So Coronado takes a slap at the head of Wagner. Wagner steps back to the center of the mat. Another head tap by Coronado. So that is a 3-0 lead for Wagner from Harvey Wells County.
In the hole on mat number 3.
It is. Looks like it is Hope Mittleiter out on mat number 1. So that is Mittleiter for Lytton HMB. She's going up against Bartz. So that's Bartz for Harvey Wells County. So finally got that squared away. So just have the wrong bout number up there. They must have the weight, and not even the weight. So it's 136-pound third place match between Bartz and Mittleiter on mat number 1. It's a 5-4 lead. Looks like Bartz is on top of Mittleiter with 30 seconds to go. The Coronado in the bottom position on mat number 2. She's down 6-0. Hits a stand-up off the whistle, return back down to the mats. Hits another stand-up, another mat return. It's on mat number 2. Now Bartz has the armbar locked up, walks around, she wins by a fall, so she takes third place. For Harvey Wells County, that's Chloe Bartz.
As we wind down the tournament here, we're getting ready for the championship matches. And your team camps are getting broken down and ready to...
So we have Brady Peterson now for Central Casco down here for third place. Wrestling Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County. That match coming up on mat number 2, or excuse me, mat number 1, bout number 687. So that's still Coronado out there for Lytton HMB. Coronado wrestling for third place. She's down 6-0. Wrestling Wagner from Harvey Wells County. So Costelia Wagner, a junior, trying to take third place, jumps back around. Up over the top, has the inside cradle hooked up now. Coronado still a hold of that leg. Wagner not able to lock those hands. Jumps back around here in mat number 2. So Peterson and Hayes battle it out here, down to 20 seconds to go in the first period. And time runs out in the second. That's 6-0 lead for Wagner. She takes that into the third period. Her choice, she chooses bottom. That's a 124-pound third place match. And second sticking away, last 10 seconds of this first period between Hayes and Peterson. A little hand fighting going on. Peterson snap down, underhooks the near side of Hayes. Hayes pushes into Peterson as time expires. Going into the second period, defers. So it is Hayes' choice as Peterson defers. He chooses bottom to start. Still goose eggs on the scoreboard for each wrestler to start this second period. Now Coronado steps around, picks up 2 points, so she does have a couple points on the board in the third period. Still a lot of time left. As she releases Wagner. Wagner now back with that 6-point lead. She's up 8-2. Well, Hayes and Peterson in a scramble position. Now Peterson turns the corner. Maintains control of Cale Hayes as he started the second period in the bottom position. Down to 1:30 to go in the second period. So now Coronado, Wagner takes Coronado down to the mat. She goes across the chin, grabs the far shoulder. Tried to run over Coronado, but Coronado gets hit down on the mat. Looked like a full Nelson momentarily by Wagner. Coronado defending underneath. And down to 33 seconds to go in that third period with Wagner for Harvey Wells County, an 8-point lead. They're working that half Nelson, jumping back and forth. And now Peterson And Hayes with a 1-point lead, up 1-0, did manage to get an escape here in the second period. Peterson drops down here for a high crotch. Hayes cracks him down to the mat. Now Peterson trying to step back across. Peterson still with a little bit of leverage. Hayes has that far ankle, keeping Peterson from sitting through. Now Peterson with the leg free, but he's down on a hip. Just has to get up and elevate it, but stalemate called. So that is Wagner defeats Coronado for third place. So Cristelia Wagner takes third place, wins by major decision over Coronado from Lytton HMB at 124 pounds. So Webster back out there with another wrestler. So that brings us back here to 130 pounds. So that is Webster area's Rolick. It's like she's out there taking on Taryn Gores from Northern Light. So that's Gores and Rolick for third place. No score. Actually, it is a 2-0 lead for Gores. Gores pushes in, runs over Rolick. Rolick going to her back. No near fall given up. No change of position in that. So still 2-0. Now a half Nelson dug in by Gores as time expires for third place on 130 on mat number 2. And Peterson and Hayes here in the third period. It's a 3-2 lead for Brady Peterson. So he has taken the lead. He goes down, forklift position, cracks down. Hayes to the mat. So Peterson has those hips of Hayes stuck to the mat right now. Peterson just trying to elevate a little bit and turn the corner. Hayes hanging onto this leg on the far side. We get a potentially dangerous call. So down to 53 seconds in the third period here for Brady Peterson. Peterson is up 3-2, hits a snap down here. Trying to isolate, now drags down that hand, plants it on the mat, steps around for a 2-point takedown. He's up 5-2. So Peterson, a little bit of a cushion now. He's up 5-2, a 3-point lead. We're in the third period with under 30 seconds. He decides to cut loose Cale Hayes and dives back down underneath in that forklift position. It's only a 2-point lead now for Peterson. Peterson underneath gets a stalemate call here with Cale Hayes. Back for a restart with 14 seconds to go. Peterson and Hayes. Hayes shoots in, has a single leg hooked up, down to 10 seconds. Peterson able to isolate that leg. All Hayes has to do is step up and slide around here, but Brady Peterson will hang on to win this, picks up third place at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament, wins by decision 5-3 over Cale Hayes at 127 pounds. So back over with Gores and Rolick. So Gores in control on top. She's up 6-2 with 12 seconds. Now 10 seconds to go on the clock in the second period. Lytton HMB with another wrestle out here going for third place.
In the hole on mat number 3 in the South Gym, championship match at 118 in the girls division. It's Brianna Mayer of Central Cass and Aubrey Quinn of Central Cass. You're going to mat number 3 for the championship at 118 in the girls division.
I think I called that Bart's Mittlighter match a little too early here for 136. That is Mittlighter out there now. Working a pin, has the head and arm locked up. That's pretty tight. On mat number 1. And she wins by fall, so Mittlighter wins by foul at 136 pounds, takes third place for Lytton HMB. So that was 136 third place. So now the battle of Central Cass going on for the championship at 142 pounds. Or excuse me, for third place at 142 pounds. So it looks like we have Lois Schneider for Central Cass going up against Filady. So Schneider and Filady going at it. Now back at 130 between Gores and Rolick. The match has tightened up a lot here between Rolick. Gores gets back on top now. She's up 8-7. He's up by 1, leads by 1 point. Oh, Rolick scoots out the back door here. Down to 13 seconds, no change of position. She can take the lead. She picks up a 2-point reversal. Time's winding down here for Rolick. Rolick up over Gores now 9-8. So that is. So that does it here. Rolick takes third place over Gores from Northern Light. So the battle of Central Cass. They had 142 for third place. And about 133, so track wrestling down, no updates as far as brackets. So they're winging it up here in the booth. Here on the boys' side, looking at this third place match. And now we're at 139, so this is that rematch at 139. So Ing did have a medical forfeit to Hulk, so Ing and Hulk, with Hulk taking third place with that medical forfeit over Ing at 133. And 139, this is Owens and Malima going back at it. So Malima got the best of Owens in the quarterfinals in that two overtime match, winning by decision 13-9. Back here battling it out for third place. Owens on top with that 2-0 lead. Battle Central Cass on mat number 1. That's 3-2 score at 142 pounds. So those championship matches are going on in the South Gym. They will not be out here on the in the main gymnasium. We still have third and fourth place matches on the way. Those championship matches on the girls' side over in the South Gymnasium. And Sawyer Owens in control on top. He's up 2-0 in the second period. Malima in the bottom position. So this is your third place matches here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. Right now, Sawyer Owens up 2-0 on mat number 2, the Battle of Central Cass on the girls' side at 142 pounds. That score is 3-2. They're under a minute to go in the third period.
Number 3, it's about 115 in the girls at 136, a championship match. It's Grace Lamar of Central Cass and Brooke Rachel of Webster area. You're going mat number 3, 136 pounds, championship match girls division.
Now Malima hits sit out, but Owens takes him back around, belly down on the mat. Down to 55 seconds. Now Owens trying to walk that armbar around. Malima counters out of it, gets hip down on the mat. Trying to keep that base. Now Owens breaks him belly down, still with that armbar. And Malima keeping that arm stretched out here on Owens. And Malima kind of snuck into this third place match with that win over Case. Allwander wasn't happy. Allwander had that Peterson hooked up at the end of the period. Malima kind of went storming off, but he did win that. Gets himself into the third place match for this bout with Sawyer Owens. And down to 1 second here. Time expires with Owens taking the lead going into the third period, 2-0. So waiting to see what our next bout is up on mat number 1. So starting our third period over on mat number 2, an alternate start here by Malima, drops down on Sawyer Owens. Owens quickly stands up. He has a 3-0 lead. Now doubles up on Malima. Malima trying to get those hips down and a lot of forward pressure. Owens forklift position. Malima's going to stretch it out. He's up 3-0. Sawyer Owens here down on the leg in the third period. The minute 30 mark. So here on mat number 1, that bout is underway. This is bout 121 on the girls' side. Have to find out, see where I find this bout at. 121 is 155. So this is Webster area's Katie Snyder. Looks like Snyder wrestling Joner. So Snyder and John are going at it. Joner from Grafton. Snyder from Webster area. That's a 2-0 lead for Snyder. And Sawyer Owens with that 5-0 lead on Malima. Owens in the top position. Now Malima hits the Granby roll. Nothing going there. Not able to clear the hips and roll through. Time ticking away here from Malima to mount some offense from that bottom position. Sawyer Owens in control with 19 seconds to go on mat number 2. Clock and time going against Malima now with 10 seconds to go. So 5-0 lead here for Sawyer Owens. Looks like he'll take your third place match at 139 pounds. So Owens picks up third place for Hillsborough Central Valley, wins by decision 5-0.
In the hole on mat number 3 for first place, championship match at 142 in the girls division.
So moves us to 145 here with Harrison Schwartz for Deslax Burlington, taking on Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. Your third place match on the girls side, 155, is Joner taking on Snyder from Webster area. That's a 2-0 lead for Snyder. And Schwartz and Hawkinson going at it now under a minute here with 45 seconds on the clock. And now down to 30 seconds here at 145 pounds.
Number 2, about 7:03 at 2:15 for third place is John Leonard of Northern Lights and Tanner Moe of Frazee. You're going to mat number 2 for third place at 2:15. Leonard of Northern Lights, Tanner Moe of Frazee.
So Hawkins and Schwartz locked up on that far side of the mat. Still no score. They're down to the last 5 seconds of that first period. Schneider over on mat number 1. She's built a 4-0 lead. Had an armbar locked up, trying to walk it around. Time expires. Going into the third period, she takes a 4-0 lead over Johnner. Johnner from Grafton. So Schwartz and Hawkinson start the second period. Now Schwartz hits a stand-up, gets those hips cleared, scores a 1-point escape. He's up 1-0. So Johnner and Schneider on mat number 1. Schneider on top, going to work here. Far side has a hammer lock, so up over the hips with the hammer lock. She's up 4-0. Now jumps back around, trying to stick in the half Nelson on the far side. Johnner tripods up. Schneider returns it back down to the mat. She's up 4-0 with 1:15 to go in the third period. And now Hawkinson and Schwartz locked up on that far side of the mat. It's a 1-0 lead for Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. He throws that underhook, tried to hit that super duck on the edge of the mat, but Schwartz ends up going out of bounds. Come back here to the center of the mat on mat number 2. Schwartz and Hawkinson just pushing on each other, trading over ties. Now Schneider has Johnner down, working for the pinning combination. She wins by fall. She picks up third place for Webster area at 155 pounds. So now at 170 pounds for the Broncos, going out on mat number 1 is Nevaeh Buffett. So Buffett wrestling hip sack for Central Cass. So Buffett and hip sack wrestling for third place here on mat number 1. That's Hawkinson and Schwartz wrestling for third place at 145 for the boys. And Buffett locked up with hip sack. They're down to 45 seconds in the first period. And now Hawkinson had a tripod stand up, was able to get up to his feet, but is drugged down by Schwartz. Schwartz trying to follow around. Down to 1:38 to go in that third period. Hawkinson still working for the escape. And now picks up a 1 point. He ties it up. It's 1 apiece here with 1:27 to go in the third period. Here between Hawkinson and Schwartz from Deslax Burlington for third place at 145 pounds. And Nevaeh Buffett still locked horns with hip sack. Here as time expires in this first period for third place at 170 pounds.
The girls 118. Girls 118 bracket. They're ready for the awards in the South Gym. Girls 118.
So we're tied up 1 apiece. Under a minute to go now, third period with Hawkinson and Schwartz. Overtied by Hawkinson. Now changes level, drops down, up over the top on Schwartz. Schwartz able to get back to his feet. Oh, hip sack behind Buffett. Buffett able to get those hips turned back in. The hip sack with Buffett with a 1-0 lead in the second period at the 1:35 mark. So we do have blood time, so Blood time on mat number 1. We're tied up at 1 apiece between Hawkinson and Schwartz. So that is your Toop Insurance blood time out on mat number 2. Toop Insurance, get in touch with Ryan at Toop Insurance in Castleton for a quarter review of your policies. Give Toop Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045. Your blood time out. Sponsors on mat number 2. And still locked up here is Buffett and Hipsack. Buffett with that 1-0 lead for the Broncos, wrestling for third place at 155 pounds. Or excuse me, at 170 pounds. Still blood time. Blood crew out there on mat number 2. Putting in a little work. The blood time is cut. So Buffett, nice snap down, gets behind Hipsack for a 2-point takedown, has built a 3-point lead. Just a little bit high, has to get back around behind, trying to work a crossface. Now goes back out in front. Hipsack grabs a hold of the leg on Buffett. Get down to 11 seconds. Hipsack builds tripod, stands up on Buffett. Buffett falls down. Hipsack goes head and arm. And 1 point loss of control for Hipsack for Central Cass. So she does score at the end of the second period. It's a 3-1 lead for Buffett for Lisbon. Schwartz and Hawkinson back at it at 145. Hawkinson circles back on Schwartz. Schwartz underhook on the far side. Harrison digs in, drops down to a single leg. Now 2-point takedown. So at the end of the third period, Hawkinson with the 2-point takedown ducks under that whizzer somehow, was able to shrug that off. Picks up a 2-point takedown. He takes third place for Britton Hekla. So Hawkinson takes third place for Britton Hekla at 145 pounds, wins by decision 3-1. Take us to, looks like we're all the way up here with Nitschke and Zwack at 172 pounds for third place. So Buffett still out there wrestling for third place at 170 pounds on the girls' side. So Nitschke ends up defeating Isaiah Caruth. Caruth drops down, wrestling for 5th and 6th. Nitschke wrestling for 3rd and 4th against Drew Zwack. Tough weight class in 172 North Dakota Class B. And Mike Nelson finds himself wrestling the championship, taking on Mayfield from Frazee. Mayfield advanced with a 3-2 decision over Drew Zwack. Zwack hails from Minot Bishop Ryan. Now Buffett's going to give up a clasping call. She releases Hipsack. Hipsack down 3-5. Takedown will tie this up here with 5 seconds to go. Now Hipsack shoots in. Buffett's going to try to snap her down, backs away, and that'll do it. So Nevaeh Buffett takes third place for the Lisbon Broncos at 170. And now Nitschke and Zwack going at it. Mertz back out here at 189.
They are ready for you in the 100B division, in the 136-pound division. They're ready for you. The awards.
So Mertz and Henderson. So Caruth, Ivan Caruth goes down. So Mertz going for 3rd and 4th at 189 against Henderson from Northern Lights. Caruth and Graham from Frazee wrestling for 5th and 6th at 189. And that is Henderson with a quick 2-point takedown on Christian Mertz. takes control of this match early with 30 seconds left in that first period. So end of the, not the end, so a minute 40 in the second period between Nitschke and Zwack. That's still goose eggs here with Nitschke in the bottom position. And Nitschke with the 1-point escape takes an early 1-0 lead here in the second period with a minute 30 on the clock. Now Nitschke initiates contacts with a collar tie. Working over ties and passing back and forth. You're locked up in the center of the mat here with that 1-0 lead with a minute 11 to go in the second period on mat number 2. And Mertz and Henderson going at it. That's a 1-point escape. So now a 2-1 lead for Henderson from Northern Lights here, wrestling Christian Mertz at 189 pounds for third place. Henderson drops down with a single leg, head to the inside. Christian Mertz, heavy on top, grabs that near ankle. Henderson able to isolate now. Scoops the ankle of Mertz. Mertz cracked down to his hip. Henderson just trying to elevate this and go arm around the waist. On mat number 1 here between Mertz and Henderson. It's a 2-1 lead for Henderson. Now Henderson steps around the head. Has Mertz in a little bit of trouble. Scoops the head of Christian Mertz. Picks up a 2-point takedown, so it puts him up 4-1 here. Nitschke and Zwack. And Nitschke ties it up here. Now it's a 3-3 score. Nitschke and Zwack trading takedowns and escapes. We're all tied up here with 4 seconds to go at the end of the second period. So Nitschke with the switch runs out of time in the second. They're going for third and fourth. Now Mertz on his back here. Henderson working for the fall on the far edge of the mat here at mat number 1. Trying to pick up third place for Northern Lights. And does get 3 near fall with 22 seconds remaining in the second period. So Henderson now up 7-1. And Nitschke battling with Zwack. So Zwack with that 4-3 lead, shoots a high crotch on Nitschke. Nice smooth shot by Zwack. He's going to elevate. He takes Nitschke down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. Zwack up 6-3 with Nitschke. And Nitschke isolates. Zwack not able to, trying to pull him out of bounds. Now Nitschke hip ice back around at 6-4 lead for Drew Zwack at minute 8 in the third period. Start of the third, it's a 7-1 lead for Henderson. He's in the bottom position. Mertz on top on mat number 1 at the minute 45 mark. Wrestlers go out of bounds on mat number 2. That 6-4 lead for Drew Zwack from Minot Bishop Ryan. So these are your third place matches. Central Cass Lettermans tournament out here in the main gymnasium. The girls third place matches. We were up at, I think we're about done with them. May have one set of girls maybe at the 250.
Girls in the 170 pound bracket. Awards are ready for you in the South Gym. Girls in the 170.
But all boys out here now in the main gymnasium. So Mertz and Henderson still going at it. They roll around here the near side of the mat with the 50 seconds to go. Yeah, Mertz, now Henderson isolates that arm of Mertz, pulls it over his head, yanks it down, picks up a 2-point reversal. That's a 7-1 lead. Now a 9-1 lead for Henderson. Has an 8 up by 8 with 33 seconds to go on Christian Mertz. Drew Zwack, your winner over Jace Nitschke by decision. So Zwack takes third place for Minot Bishop Ryan at 172 pounds. So 189 wrestlers roll out of bounds, still up by 8. Is Henderson for Northern Lights. Nicole Henderson was decision by Daniel Schumacher 2-1 at 189. Schumacher in the championship match, taking on Smith from Deslax Burlington. Ivan Kruth, the number 2 seed, went down in the quarterfinals. And that is your winner. So Henderson picks up third place, wins by major decision over Christian Mertz.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
So now
at the conclusion of these 2 matches, it's time.
they're 2:15. Alf Leonard out here for Northern Lights wrestling Mole from Frazee. So Leonard and Mole going at it for third and fourth. And then at 285, we have Hardy going up against Kohler on mat number 1. So Klein and Nitschke at 285 battling it out for 5th and 6th. Not a bad day's work for either wrestler there. A couple undersized wrestlers are up at 285 battling for 5th and 6th. You're at 215, and that does it there. So Frazee takes the third place match at 285. So Kohler wins by fall over Hardy. So that bumps us into our championship matches for Central Cass Letterman's tournament. That is keyed up here on mat number 1. So we are finishing up our last third place match at 2:15 on mat 2. And that's Leonard against Mole. So Leonard from Northern Lights wearing that blue singlet, Mole from Frazee in the green. A 1-0 lead for Mole from Frazee in the second period, under a minute to go. I think we will take a break here. Going to break away, get reset for our championship bout. So take a word from our sponsors here in YourLiveEvent.com. This is your coverage of the 2024 Central Cass Letterman's tournament, finishing up our third place matches. The last one out here between Leonard from Northern Lights and Mole from Frazee. You'll step away, take a word from our sponsors, reset for the championship bouts. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Caledonia.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Northern Kansas School District believes that every learner can change the world. That's why they provide a world-class education. Northern Kansas will commit to purposely build trust, develop authentic relationships, and engage in innovative practices which will empower learners to be choice-ready. Northern Kansas is dedicated and passionate about relationships, teaching and learning, self-reflection, acknowledging greatness, and support of the community. For more information, go online to northernkansasschool.org. That's northernkansasschool.org.
Even as a kid, I knew I wanted to be part of Polar Communications because they have such a long history of taking care of their employees.
I'm grateful that we get to work with great people every day, and I get to go home at the end of the day knowing that what we did for the day matters.
It's a great place to be part of a team and feel like you're achieving so much more than just answering a phone call. Polar is more than that. Polar is family.
For all your fresh floral needs, rely on 3R Floral on Main Street in Hillsboro. If you have an upcoming wedding or special event, contact 3R Floral to help with your floral needs for the occasion. Call 3R Floral at 701-636-2000. You can also find gift ideas for all occasions. Check out the new decor to spruce up your home and office for the new year at 3R Floral. And don't forget about Hillsboro Gifts, featuring Borough apparel for all Borough fans. Check out the 3R Floral Facebook page and see some great gifts available. If you can dream it, we can do it at 3R Floral in Hillsboro.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Whew, sorry I'm late. I had to walk again.
Where's your car?
Whew, the auto shop said it would take a few months to fix.
You should have taken it to Abra.
Abra Auto Body can fix your car faster than the other body shops. After your claim is filed, Abra handles the rest with the insurance companies and adjuster. Lonnie and his team will take good care of you. Visit us on 32nd Avenue South or schedule your appointment at abraauto.com. Abra Auto Body, right the first time, on time.
Abra Auto Body, Grand Forks.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
You'll want to check out the year-end discounts on trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. And you might want to think about ordering early for next spring, as well as looking at the new models of gooseneck trailers. Bloomfield Enterprises carries a full line of trailers from Big Tex and Flow. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
I'm Freya Engen. I'm confident during the match, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Lily Bill. I'm confident on the court.
Hey, back here, YourLiveEvent.com coverage of the CenterCast Lettermans tournament. We're starting our championship matches. So back out at 107 pounds. Your mat number 1 championship match is Ryland Vetter taking on Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights. Vetter from South Border. That's on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 107B. All Central Cast here. Final at 107B between Jorson and Savvy. So Henderson and Vetter. Match is underway on mat number 1. Hey, Henderson up over the top, has a cradle locked up on Vetter. Is that far leg wrapped up here? No points given up by Vetter yet. Now Henderson's going to try to roll over the top here. Vetter not letting go of that leg. Kind of balled up on the bottom, trying to roll through on Henderson. Gets those hips turned. They're wrestling that edge of the mat on the far side. So wrestling through that scramble position is Vetter. Now Vetter has Henderson cracked down on the edge of the mat, just trying to step back across. And they get called out of bounds for a restart, so no points awarded in that 107-pound championship match on mat number 1. A 107 match here between Center Cass at the 107B between Jorson and Savvy. That match underway with a minute to go in the first period on mat number 2. I'll try to give you a quick recap here for the Farmers Union, Waisley and Kramer agency here out of Center Cass. You have Scott and Tyler, your local small town agents for Castleton and the surrounding communities, whether it's crop and farm, home, auto, health and life, or commercial, even recreational insurance. Come visit Farmers Union Insurance in Castleton for the great rates and local service you expect. So this is your recap here going into the championship matches. Our championship here at 107 and 107B currently underway between Henderson and Vetter on mat number 1, with Henderson has a 2-point lead at the end of the first period. 107B is Jorson and Savvy, both from Central Cass, 114 pounds. It's Dalton Feist going up against Cruz Ranke. Championship match at 121 is number 1 seed Cruiser Burns taking on Logan Potts, the number 3 seed. 127 pounds is Brock Johnson, the number 1 seed, wrestling Cashton Wadeson, their number 2 seed. At 172 pounds, Johnson from Kindred and Wadeson from Lisbon. 133-pound championship match is Elvie Henderson from Northern Lights. He is wrestling Tristan Lepp from South Border. 139 pounds, it is Hayden Jorgensen from Webster area, wrestling Riker Vetter from South Border at 139 pounds. 145 pounds, Corbin Clifton from Carrington, wrestling Peischel from Frazee. So Bailey Peischel from Frazee against Corbin Clifton at 145 pounds. 152 pounds, Blaze Ranke from Lisbon wrestles Brody Hoffman from South Border. And then at 160 pounds, it's Josh Meal from Oaks, the number 1 seed, wrestling Eli Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. Lyons, the number 6 seed, making his way to the championship match against Josh Meal. At 172 pounds, Mike Nelson of the Lisbon Broncos. They're wrestling Preston Mayfield, so Nelson and Mayfield battling for the championship at 172. At 189 pounds, Daniel Schumacher. So number 5, Daniel Schumacher, will wrestle Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington for the championship at 189. At 215 pounds, Shane Nitschke from South Border will battle Bodie Roberts of New York Mills at 215. And then at 285, Coy Okeson for Minot Bishop Ryan. He'll wrestle Jack Leeser from Fertile Beltrami for the championship at 285 pounds. So those are your championship bouts coming up or just ahead here on YourLiveEvent.com. And mats 1 and 2, both championship matches here. That 107B currently with some medical time. So injury time on 107B on mat number 2. At 107-pound match, that's Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights in the bottom position with that 7-0 lead in the third period. Riker Vetter on top in the blue singlet with the white trim. And that is your championship bout recap here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament, sponsored by Farmers Union, Wassley, and Kramer Agency. And your third place winner at 107 pounds was Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He picked up a win by decision 7-4 over Meach of New York Mills. So Walker Miller takes third. Championship bout now, Henderson working for a fall, wins by fall here at the 107-pound championship. Henderson looking tough, takes Vetter over. He is your champion at 107 pounds. Now Cruz Ranke going out against Dalton Feist at 114. A 107B match still underway between Central Cass. They're tied up at 2 apiece in the second period with 47 seconds. They're back from that injury time on mat number 2. So your third place winner at 114 pounds is Gores from Northern Lights. He picked up a win, a 6-3 decision over Jorrell from Hillsborough Central Valley, Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. So Gores from Northern Lights wins by decision 6-3 over Torrell for third place at 114. Championship match underway between Feist and Ranke. And that does it. The 107B match comes to a conclusion. So championship match at 114, mat number 1. Feist and Ranke wrestlers still filling each other out. Here in the center of the mat. Ranke initiates contacts, goes a Russian tie. Now Feist pushes Ranke away. Ranke steps back to the center. Down under a minute to go in that first period. Cruiser Burns, 121 pounds, steps on the mat at mat number 2. Wrestling Logan Potts from Lemoore, Litchville, Marion. Potts made his way to the championship bout with an 8-6 win by decision over Drew Carr. Cruiser Burns wins by decision 5-2 over Dahlstrom. Your third place winner at 121 pounds was Drew Carr, won by 6-4 decision over Matthias Dahlstrom. So Carr picking up third place for Carrington at championship bout. Now with Potts reporting in just moments away on mat number 2 between Cruiser Burns and Logan Potts. And mat number 1, Ranke and Feist still battling it out. No takedown, no points given up here by Cruz Ranke. Feist is up over the top with that cradle locked up at Ranke, able to hang on to that leg of Logan Feist. So Ranke with decision, he's going to defer, so he defers. Looks at his coaches. Ranke, a little patient over there, defers there to Feist. Feist picks bottom position to start. And off the whistle right away, stand up by Logan Feist. He takes a 1-0 lead on Ranke. Took him about 3 seconds to get up and away. Now down to 1:45 to go in the second period. Dalton Feist leads 1-0 over Cruz Ranke. That's on mat number 1. Cruiser Burns and Potts in a scramble position with Burns picking up a 2-point takedown. Potentially dangerous call for a restart back in the center of the mat at 121-pound championship on mat number 2.
In the hole on mat number 1.
Ranke is about to turn the corner on Feist. Feist reverses it on him. Feist picks up a 2-point takedown in that scramble. Great leg pass by Dalton Feist as he picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 3-0 on Ranke. Ranke just about to turn that corner. Feist scrambles through on that. Now Ranke isolates the arm of Feist, trying to turn back into him. Feist with that far ankle has it spiked on the backside. Feist in control on top. He's up 3-0. They're at 114 pound now. Walks up a cradle, crossface, trying to walk head to knee. Ranke now broke belly down. So that time expires on mat number 2. It's a 2-1 lead for Cruiser Burns as Potts able to score at the end of the period. Feist has Ranke broke belly down. Ranke back up to his base with 2 seconds remaining. Over halfway to the 9 o'clock hour, 9 p.m. You're still broadcasting from Central Cass High School at the 2024 Central Cass Lettermans Tournament here on YourLifeEvent.com. We have their championship matches. They're underway. You're at 114 pounds on mat number 1, 121 on mat number 2 between Potts and Burns. So Feist has a 3-0 lead with Ranke. Now Feist with the slide by drags Ranke down, picks up a 2-point takedown. And Ranke tries to get back up to his feet. Feist jumps back around. Now with 1:14 to go in the third period, they're working this near edge of the mat. In the corner of Napoleon, so Feist in friendly territory. They get called out of bounds. At the 1:04 to go, he has a 5-0 lead on Cruz Ranke. Potts and Burns going at it now. Potts gets a little high with that leg ride. Burns trying to push out. He elevates up with that figure 4 on the head. Must have an arm and a head in there. So let get a stalemate call. Let's restart back to the center of the mat on mat number 2. Mat number 1, that's Feist still with that 5-0 lead on Ranke. Feist working over the top. Ranke broke down, hip down on the mat, down to 29 seconds. And Ranke has those hips cleared out to the front now. Just lost a leg of Feist as he stepped around. Feist, a lot of pressure on top, keeping Ranke's head buried down on the mat last 6 seconds. So Dalton Feist take the championship at 114 pounds. He wins by decision 5-0 over Cruz Ranke. Cruz Ranke for the Broncos finishes in second place, runner up to Dalton Feist. Burns and Potts still going at it now. 1 point escape for Burns. He's up 4-1 there at the end of the second period. 121-pound final. Now Cash Wadeson going out 127 pounds, taking on Brock Johnson. The Potts in Burns. It's a 4-2 lead now for Cruiser Burns. Potts keeping things close, not in a big hurry. Down to a minute 42 to go in the third period. That's on mat number 2. The championship bout at 121 pounds, 127 between Johnson and Wadeson. Wadeson pushing a lot of pressure, and Johnson snaps down. Johnson circles back to the center of the mat. Brock Johnson, the freshman, number 1 seed at 14-1. Cashton Wadeson, the senior, 22-3 record. Your third place winner was Brady Peterson at 127 pounds. Peterson won by decision 5-3 over Cale Hayes of Harvey Wells County. So Potts now down by 2, under a minute to go on mat number 2. The recap here for 121 pounds, it was Drew Carr picking up that third place with the 6-4 decision over Matthias Dahlstrom. Wrestlers go out of bounds on mat number 1 with 34 seconds to go. Back to their feet for the restart. That's Johnson and Wadeson. Now Johnson, nice reshot, little level change by Wadeson. Johnson takes advantage of it. Shoots in on Wadeson with 27 seconds to go. Wadeson grabs the near ankle, working to the head on Johnson. Wadeson just has to step around, tries to hook the ankle. Now gets back around, picks up a 2-point takedown. So Cash Wadeson takes a 2-point lead. He's up 2-0 with 10 seconds to go in the first period. Now goes up, works a crossface. We do have blood time. So mat number 2 with some blood time. That's your Cass County Mutual blood time. Cass County Mutual provides insurance products to all of southeastern North Dakota. They're a local company providing local services to all policyholders. Visit CassCountyMutual.com to find an agent near you. So that is that 4-2 lead for Cruiser Burns up over Logan Potts. And then at 127, that's Cash Wadeson for the Broncos with that 2-0 lead over Brock Johnson. Wadeson with the stand-up, clears the hands. Now up 3-0 on Johnson. That's at 127 pounds with a minute 30 to go in that second period. Now Potts with the sense of urgency. Last 10 seconds goes into Burns. Still with blood time, so Potts goes back over to the garbage can. So blood time here for Potts on mat number 2. Wadeson and Johnson back to action here on mat number 1. Level change by Wadeson. Now goes underhook against the collar tie on the near side. Snaps down Johnson. Johnson shoots through. So down to 50 seconds to go in our second period. And now Potts pulls Burns on top of him, picks up that 2-point takedown. So that's a 6-2 win by decision. Your champion at 121 pounds is Cruiser Burns from Central Cass. Burns wins by decision 6-2 over Logan Potts for the championship. Well, Elby Henderson out here, 133 pounds, taking on Tristan Lepp. That's our bout on mat number 2 for the championship. 127 pounds. Cash Wadeson with that 3-0 lead. Snaps down Johnson on the edge of the mat. Wadeson pulls that ankle back of Johnson, keeps those feet in bounds, and picks up a 2-point takedown as time expires in the second period. So great maneuvering by Wadeson. Has some confidence here. Johnson's choice. He picks neutral position to start this third period. Wadeson's up by a score of 5-0. So still waiting for that clock to reset. On mat number 1, Wadeson with the 5-0 lead. The mat 2 133-pound championship. Elby Henderson coming from the 4 spot, still undefeated. Taking on Tristan Lepp. Lepp on a single leg on Henderson. Lepp trying to roll through. Henderson's going to crack him down here. Steps across. So Henderson now steps over. Isolates that leg of Lepp. Lepp still rolling through. Has Henderson in a little bit of trouble here. Trying to get that defensive pin. Lepp trying to come out the back door. A little iron cross action by Henderson. So we're looking for some near fall. So Henderson they give him 2-point takedown. He's up over the top on Lepp with the chin and the shoulder. And picks up some near fall. So a 2-point takedown on mat number 2. We have technical violation, 1 point for Johnson. So Wadeson with the technical violation. He's up 7-1. Up by 6 in the third period over Johnson from Kindred. So now Johnson trying to roll through, picks up a 2-point reversal now, and no points awarded. Wadeson able to roll through, gets back on top of Johnson with 46 seconds to go on mat number 1. Wadeson with that 7-1 lead with 40 seconds to go. Looking for the championship at 127 pounds. A lot of season left here after the holiday break. The Broncos and Cash Wadeson working for this championship at 127 pounds. So Henderson and Lepp, that's a caution on that restart here at the 2-minute mark or at the start of the second period. Lepp right away, quick stand up on Henderson. So that is Cash Wadeson, winner by decision 7-1 for 127-pound championship for the Lisbon Broncos over Brock Johnson.
Top 6 finishers at 121. They're ready for you at the award stand in the South Gym. Top 6 finishers at 121.
So Cashton Wadeson, your champion at 127 pounds. Finishing in third place is Brady Peterson from Central Cass. He wins by decision 5-3 over Cale Hayes of Harvey Wells County. That moves us to our 139-pound with Riker Vetter and Jorgensen from Webster area. That match underway on mat number 1 between Jorgensen and Vetter. Hayden Jorgensen, the sophomore, undefeated. They're working a front headlock on Riker Vetter at the near center edge of the mat. Now works the inside cradle, has Vetter in all kinds of trouble. Has that head to knee. That thing is tight. Rolls him over. So still 2-0 lead. No, it does have 2 near fall coming to him. They were going to roll out of bounds in that Webster corner. So up 4-0. Vetter down 4-0 in the first period. Henderson and Lepp still going at it here at 133 pounds. It's a 7-1 lead now. Elby Henderson built up over Tristan Lepp. Now Riker Vetter goes down by fall. So your 130-pound champion is Hayden Jorgensen from the Webster area. So that wraps things up at 139. And Sawyer Owens taking third place at 139. We're still 133 here with Lepp in Henderson. So Henderson in the top position to start our third period. Or excuse me, Lepp in the top position, Henderson in the bottom on mat number 2.
Top 6 at 127 pounds, top 6 at 120.
We're waiting for our match at 152 pounds. So it looks like they're skipping over 45. And mat number 1. So Blaze Ranke for the Broncos warming up against Hoffman. So we'll see Brody Hoffman, Ranke and Hoffman coming up on mat number 1. And Henderson's down on the mat. I didn't see what happened over there, so if you're watching that on mat number 2, Henderson's down on the mat here, receiving medical attention. His shoulder, right shoulder, arm, in a lot of pain down there. Well, maybe actually they're going back, looking at his knee or his ankle. So turn of fortune here for Albie Henderson. Had a big lead, 7-1. Like he had that knee twisted, knee or an ankle twisted in that bottom position. To start here, minute 6 on the clock in the third period. And Blaze Ranke with a 2-0 lead over Brody Hoffman at 152 pounds. Picks up the takedown. We got a potentially dangerous call for a restart back to the center of the mat. So Lepp going to work on top of Henderson. They're under a minute to go for that 133-pound championship. Aiden Hulk, the senior, picks up third place. He was the number 1 seed. So he wins by medical forfeit over Ryan Angie. Angie won by decision in that Consi semifinal against Zawender, but asked the medical forfeit that third place match. Ranke still up 2-0 in the first period, under 50 seconds to go. And Henderson still a little ginger. That's that knee. It looks like that right knee that he has that thick knee pad on. If that's a previous injury, what maybe held him up last year. In a lot of pain though, but Albie Henderson wins 8-1. Picks up the championship at 133 pounds. So he is your 133-pound Central Cass Lettermans champion by decision, 8-1 over Tristan Lepp. Ranke and Hoffman go into the second period with a 2-0 lead for Blaze Ranke. Studio Upper 145 out here now on mat number 2 with Corbin Clifton for Carrington. And Clifton won by decision 3-2 over Fisher Johnson from Kindred to make it into the championship match. Bailey Peischel from Frazee, he defeated Glazeman in the quarterfinals, then picked up a win over Schwartz. So Peischel, coming from the 7th spot, makes it into the championship match against Corbin Clifton. Here, minute 26 to go in the first period. Ranke now with a 5-0 lead in the second period with a minute 35 to go on mat number 1. So Peischel had that leg of Clifton picked up on the far edge of the mat, but Clifton able to get it back down, steps out of it. Now Peischel back down with the single leg attempt. Clifton whizzers, reshoots on Peischel. Wrestlers down the near center edge of the mat. And go out of bounds for a restart. That's still scoreless in the first with 39 seconds to go. Now Blaze Ranke with that 5-0 lead, under a minute to go in the second period against Hoffman. Hoffman shoots. Ranke sees an opening, spins around, tries a knee pick on Hoffman. Hoffman steps back to the center of the mat. Ranke takes a look at the clock here. It's must have the 9 o'clock jitters, but he's up 5-0 in the second period over Hoffman. Now a shot by Hoffman. Ranke steps away, snaps down to 8 seconds in the second period. Blaze Ranke will take a 5-0 lead into the third. A 145-pound championship match on mat number 2. That's Clifton and Peischel. That's caution on the start. So Clifton cautioned. The referee giving instruction on positioning of the hand across the midsection. Restart. Peischel with a quick stand-up return by Clifton. Peischel bounces back up. Another mat return. Now with a sit-out to a stand-up. Another mat return by Clifton. That knee was down and he did have his hands clasped. Referee did not see it. So it's a 1-point escape now for Peischel. He's up 1-0, 145-pound championship match. Ranke still in control on mat number 2. He's up 5-0 over Hoffman. At 152 pounds on mat number 1, a minute 29. Little roll through, Granby roll through by Hoffman. Nothing going, not able to clear. Down to a minute 20. And Ranke takes another look at the clock. He still has a minute to go in the third period. They're on that far edge of the mat. Ranke now goes leg ride on the near side. The wrestlers go out of bounds, get a fresh start back in the center with Hoffman in the bottom. Peischel now takes a 3-0 lead over Clifton on mat number 2, down to 39 seconds in the second period. Clifton, the number 1 seed. He's down 3-0 in the second. Bailey Peischel, junior from Frazee, with the 7 seed. And Blaze Ranke is your champion. He wins by major decision, 8-0 over Brody Hoffman. That's on mat number 1. Mike Nelson takes the mat here for the 172-pound championship on mat 1. So Blaze Ranke is your 152-pound Lettermans champion with a major decision win, 8-0 over Brody Hoffman. So Mike Nelson reports into mat number 1 for 172-pound championship match. You're wrestling Preston Mayfield, the number 4 seed. Nelson brings in that undefeated record. Mayfield with 1 loss on the year at 172 pounds. Peischel now builds a 5-0 lead. They're in the 3rd period. Mayfield takes the mat, puts on that green leg band here. Ready to wrestle for that 172-pound championship against Mike Nelson for the Broncos. Now Peischel has Corbin Clifton. Saturday Night Ride going on, has those shoulders flattened out, and wins by fall for Peischel, your champion, at 145 pounds. So that's So now we got Lions out on mat number 2, wrestling Josh Meal from Oaks. So Mike Nelson takes a 2-point lead, the minute 10 mark of this 1st period, wrestling Mayfield from Frazee. And Josh Meal going to work on Eli Lyons' 160-pound championship, hits a double leg, cracks him down to the mat, gets around for 2 points. So Nelson with a 2-0 lead over Mayfield with a minute to go in that 1st period. And now Lions down 2-0 to Meal with a minute 20 to go in that 1st period. And Lions able to clear those hips. Looking to score here at the minute mark. Just has to clear that head and get some space with Meal out front, up over the top of Eli Lyons. Now Meal breaks Lyons back down to his belly, going to step back around, maintains control. No points given up by Meal. Meal going power half over the top on Lyons. Lyons just stubborn enough, able to counter out of it. And Nelson in scramble now with Mayfield. Mayfield looking for that stalemate call. Nelson up 2-0 as time expires in the 1st period. He takes a 2-0 lead into the 2nd. So Nelson chooses bottom position here to start this 2nd period at the 172-pound championship match. So your 3rd place winner is Drew Zwack. He won by decision over Jace Nitschke. So Zwack taking 3rd place. Nelson going for the championship against Mayfield from Frazee. Frazee defeated Zwack by decision 3-2 in the semifinals. Mike Nelson was a 1-0 win by decision over Jace Nitschke in the semis. We do have blood time out here on mat number 2. So Lions with some blood time. With your Toop Insurance blood time, get in touch with Ryan at Toop Insurance in Castleton for a quarter review of your policies. Give Toop Insurance a call at 701-347-4045. That's 701-347-4045. Your Toop Insurance blood time out on mat number 2. Your championship bout at 160 pounds between Josh Meal and Eli Lyons. Meal with a 2-0 lead. Back with the restart here. Mayfield working reversal on Nelson. They go out of bounds. Nelson with the 3-0 lead. A takedown. Nelson able to scramble out there, save some points. They got a caution on green. So Nelson with the 3-0 lead at the minute mark in the 2nd period. Mayfield down to his knees. Nelson tried to run him over there, had Mayfield off balance. This continuing coverage here at the Central Cass Lettermans tournament. And past the 9 o'clock hour on a Saturday night, trying to finish this thing out here. The championship matches have 160 and 172 out here on the mat. Now Meal gets a 2-point takedown. Lions had closed the gap here. It was a 3-2 lead for Meal. He throws Lions down to the mat, gets behind him. Now Lions, nice sit out, picks up a 1-point escape. So Lions keeping it close here, trying to get Meal into some deep waters here, take him into that third period. Keeping it close, now down 5-3. And Meal just a little bit too strong for Lions, puts him down on his hip, runs him over, gets behind for a 2-point takedown, now up 7-3. Working that far center edge of the mat. We got our start of the third period on mat number 1 with Nelson with the 3-0 lead in the third. Goes to the ankle, breaks down that stand-up attempt by Mayfield. Now Nelson, half Nelson on the right side. Actually has a claw, so reaching under with that claw ride. Nelson maintaining control. Mayfield tries to wing down on the claw. Nelson keeps him broke down. A lot of forward pressure by Nelson up over the top. And he is up 3-0. Trying to put this ride together and secure that championship at 172 pounds for the Broncos. Lions going into the third period. He's down 7-3 with Meal. Now Nelson throws Mayfield down, comes up with a crossface across the top. Off the bridge of the nose of Mayfield. Picks that ankle. Said, I love that crossface with the picked ankle. Just kind of stretches the wrestler out in an awkward position. Now Mayfield tries to roll through on Nelson, doesn't clear the hips. Nelson catches the leg. Down to 50 seconds to go in this third period for Mike Nelson. And Meal with an 8-3 lead over Lions with the minute 37 to go. Meal double leg shot on Lions, picks him up, drops him to the mat. Picks up 2 more points. He's now up 10-3 over Eli Lions. Lions making his way into the championship match. Was down 8-0 to Weigel. Catches Weigel. Kind of a defensive pin situation. Lions wins by fall, makes his way to the championship bout at 160 pounds, wrestling Josh Meal. Meal up 10-3 at the minute mark. Nelson's going to ride out Mayfield, near champion at 172 pounds for the Broncos. A little excitement from Mike Nelson, as he's your champion at 172 for the Lisbon Broncos. It gives us up here, moves us up to 189-pound championship, Daniel Schumacher. Schumacher made it to the semifinals by decision 2-1 over Cole Henderson. Cole Henderson ends up settling for third place. The other finalist from Deslax Burlington, and that's Jonathan Smith. Jonathan Smith, the sophomore, made his way to the championship match with a 3-1 decision. And that was over Jack Graham from Frazee. So we have Smith from Deslax Burlington and Schumacher out here at 189-pound championship. Now Lions picks up a 2-point takedown, so now it's a 10-6 lead, but that's not enough here for Eli Lions. Had Meal taken down in the edge of the mat, but that's a 4-point win, 10-6 decision win for Josh Meal over Eli Lions. At 160 pounds, he is your Central Cass Letterman's champion. Meal, the number 1 seed, and the senior with 2 losses on the season, picks up the championship. So track wrestling still down and broadcasting here live from our Centricast Lettermans tournament on yourliveevent.com.
Congratulations to the 160-pound champion from Oaks.
Now Schumacher, nice low double leg, takes the ankles out on Smith. Picks up a 2-point lead heading into the latter part of our first period. He's up 2-0. Smith, tripod stand up. Now Shane Nitschke wrestling Roberts from New York Mills. Bodie Roberts, the senior, a 15-1 record. Shane Nitschke, the junior, coming into the tournament at 18-1. And Nitschke received a medical forfeit over Melander, make his way into the championship match, and then Roberts, Bodie Roberts, won by fall over Drew Thorpe. And Nitschke on the edge of the mat picks up a 2-point takedown for Shane Nitschke. Wrestlers roll out of bounds for a restart. In 189, he has teammate out there, Daniel Schumacher. That's tied up 2 apiece. And Schumacher is tied up with Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington.
For the 189-pound championship. He's a senior from South Porter, came into the tournament at 12-5. It's Daniel Schumacher. His opponent, a sophomore, coming into the tournament at 15-3 from Deslax Burlington, Jonathan Smith.
So now Nitschke going to work on top. Has that near ankle picked in the backside, hits a head low tilt, rolls through, so no points given up on that tilt attempt by Shane Nitschke. Bodie Roberts able to roll through. He's broke down on the mat. Nitschke riding hard on top. Schumacher and Smith, they're tied up at 2 apiece in the second period. Now with 50 seconds, under 50 seconds to go. Wrestler is in the center of the mat. Schumacher tries a sweep single. Smith turns into Schumacher. So still tied up here, 2 apiece between Smith and Schumacher. On mat number 1 at 189 pounds, 215 pounds. That's Shane Nitschke wrestling Bodie Roberts from New York Mills. And Nitschke has built a 3-0 lead in the second period at minute 40 mark. And Roberts attempts a little slide by there, but Nitschke steps away from it. Back to the center of the mat. Now Daniel Schumacher in the bottom position to start this third period. So picks up a 1-point escape. He's up 3-2 over Smith. And now Miller takes down Nitschke on the edge of the mat. Bodie Miller working for a foul against Shane Nitschke on mat number 2. And they get called out of bounds. He does pick up 2 near fall. Not sure on that call there. I thought he had to have he had 2 points of contact or what it was if his knees were out. So he does grab the lead here, Bodie Roberts on Nitschke in the second period. So we do have a caution on green, so Nitschke with the caution. Bodie Miller hits a throw on the edge of the mat. Pulls ahead here, up 4-3. Nitschke with the quick stand up on Roberts. Ties it up now, 4 apiece. They're just in the second period at the minute mark. Now Nitschke shoots in a double on Roberts. Going to that forklift position. Robert just trying to get out of there. Nitschke throws him down, going to go head up. And Roberts trying to pass the leg on Nitschke. So we do have a stalemate, or a potentially dangerous call on bat number 2. Everything just got a little bit more exciting inside the Castleton Gymnasium here that 215-pound match between Nitschke and Roberts. We're all tied up with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. On mat number 2, Schumacher and Miller, or excuse me, Schumacher and Smith. That's a 3-2 lead for Daniel Schumacher. Wrestlers pushing on each other. Schumacher with the Russian tie now. Smith circles away, takes a peek at the clock. He's down to 15 seconds. Here, Daniel Schumacher looking to secure that championship for Southport at 189 pounds. And Roberts has a double leg hooked up on Nitschke, drove him out of bounds. We're down to 8 seconds to go in the second period. And Schumacher is your champion here at 189 pounds. He wins by decision over Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington, 3-2. So your third place winner at 189 pounds is Cole Henderson. Henderson was the number 1 seed out of Northern Lights, but he wins by major decision over Christian Mertz. So Henderson picks up third place at 189 pounds. And your champion is Daniel Schumacher, winner by decision 3-2 over Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington. Now your heavyweight matchup is Okeson against Laser from Fertile Beltrami. 2:15 on mat number 1. That's still tied up at 4 apiece between Nitschke and Roberts. And Nitschke on top with a lot of forward pressure on Roberts. Roberts here and a knee sliding towards the edge of the mat. Nitschke's going to step through on that leg Turk. Wrestlers called out of bounds for a restart back to the center of the mat. Now Roberts here in mat number 2 tries to circle back around Nitschke, breaks him belly down on the mat. Nitschke going 2-on-1 here on the near side, trying to dig out this wrist of Roberts. Roberts trying to keep that wing down, tucked underneath. Nitschke is still putting a lot of pressure on it, trying to hit that hammerlock. And that'll do it. Your champion at 285 is Coy Okeson. Okeson with the championship at heavyweight. Now Nitschke has Roberts. No, Roberts able to roll through, so no points. Nitschke brings it back across. Nitschke for Southborder picking up near fall. At 215, this last match of the night, last 24 seconds here, the Central Cass Lettermans tournament here. Shane Nitschke picks up 3 near fall. The number 1 seed in the Lettermans. 215 pounds over Bodie Roberts. And that'll do it here. So Shane Nitschke, the last 10 seconds, up 7-4. He is your champion. Shane Nitschke. Is your champion. He wins 7-4 over Bodie Roberts of New York Mills. Coy Okeson is your champion at 285. He wins by fall over Leeser from Fertile Beltrami. Picking up third place at 285 is Kohler from Frazee. And he wins by pin over Hardy from Britton Hecla. So we'll take a step away here momentarily, come back, do a little recap here of our championship matches and our third and fourth place matches of what we have here with track wrestling down. Try to recap what we can, and then we'll sign off here from the 2024 Central Cass Lettermans tournament. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
College, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Hi, we're Jim and Bernie Berkemeyer, and we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us on an Alaska and Glacier Bay cruise July 23rd to August 4th. We'll discover the cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks and enjoy a guided tour in Denali National Park. We'll also relax on a wonderful 4-night cruise including Glacier Bay National Park. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information and to watch a travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Hey, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com. Little recap for our CentraCast Lettermans tournament. This is your Farmers Union Wesley and Kramer Agency Wrestling recap. Starting at 107 pounds, your champion is Bodie Henderson. Bodie Henderson won by fall over Ryland Vetter of South Border. In your third place match, it was Walker Miller defeating Aiden Meach by decision 7-4. Going on to your 107 B-pound match, don't have the results of that. That was CentraCast, all CentraCast championship match. And then your third place winner goes to Blake Goebel. He defeated Lewin Salgado by fall, taking third place in the 107B. At 114 pounds, Dalton Feist is your winner by decision 5-0 over Cruz Ranke. So champion at 114 is Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And then Keenan Gores for Northern Lights wins by decision over Justin Torrell of Hillsborough Central Valley for third place, wins by decision 6-3. So Gores takes third place at 114. 121 pounds, Cruiser Burns is your champion. He wins by a 6-2 decision over Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And then taking third place is Drew Carr from Carrington, winner by decision over Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks, 6-4. 127 pounds. We have Brock Johnson and Cashton Wadeson taking your championship, winner by decision 7-1 over Brock Johnson from Kindred. Wadeson, 127-pound champion. And then Brady Peterson from Central Cass takes third place. He was a winner by decision 5-3 over Cale Hayes from Harvey Wells County. At 133 pounds, we have Elvie Henderson, winner by decision 8-1 over Tristan Lip. Henderson going down with an injury, a little gingery on that right knee of Henderson's, but he's your champion at 8-1 decision over Tristan Lepp. And then Ryan Eng and Aiden Hulk, winner by medical forfeit over Ryan Eng for that third place match at 133. 139-pound champion is Hayden Jorgensen from Webster. Jorgensen, winner by fall over Riker Vetter of South Border. So your champion at 139 is Hayden Jorgensen from Webster area, South Dakota. And then your third place finisher is Sawyer Owens. Owens picking up a win 5-0 decision over Malima from Frazee for third place at 139. 145-pound recap, your champion from Frazee is Peischel with a winner by fall over Clifton from Carrington. So Corbin Clifton taking second place. Peischel from Frazee, winner by fall. And then, Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. Hayden Hawkinson, winner by 3-1 decision over Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. And taking third place is Hawkinson. 152 pounds, Blaze Ranke, your winner by major decision 8-0. He's your champion at 152. Defeats Brody Hoffman 8-0. For the 152-pound championship. And moving along to 160 pounds, that is Josh Meal, your champion. He wins by an 8-6 decision over Eli Lyons. So Lyons kind of close things up. A 10-6 decision. Lyons kind of closes things up there at the end of the third period, but Meal is your champion at 160 pounds. In 172 pounds, it was Mike Nelson of the Lisbon Broncos out of the number 2 spot, claiming the championship over Mayfield from Frazee. So Preston Mayfield, the senior, goes down by a 3-0 decision. Mike Nelson, your champion, at 172 pounds. And then Drew Zwack wins by decision for third place over Jace Nitschke at 172. 189 pounds. It was Daniel Schumacher, winner by a 3-2 decision. And that was over Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington. And then your third place match, it was Cole Henderson from Northern Lights, winner by a major decision, 11-3 over Christian Murch from Harvey Wells County. 215-pound match, exciting one out here between Bodie Roberts and Shane Nitschke. Shane Nitschke picks up the victory, 7-4 with those 3 near fall at the end of the third period. Shane Nitschke, your champion, at 215. And then Coy Olkinson, winner by fall. He picks up a pin over Jack Leeser from Fertile Beltrami. And then for the third place match, it was Kohler from Frazee over Hardy from Britton Hecla. That was Tucker Hardy. So Kohler, your champion, or excuse me, a third place finisher at 285 pounds for the Frazee Hornets. And that rounds out your 13 weight brackets, or I should say 14 with that 107B as far as your champions and a lot of your third place finishers. And then going into your top 5 teams on your Bank North scoreboard. In 5th place with 136 points is Oaks. In 4th place with 152 is Northern Lights. Settling for 3rd place with 193.5 points is Frazee. Lisbon in 2nd with 199. And your champions with 250 points are the South Border Mustangs. So they are your 2024 Central Cass Letterman's champions. So that's 2 in a row now for the South Border Mustangs. And they pick up the victory here at the championship, team championship, with 250 points. Lisbon in 2nd with 199. Frazee in 3rd, 193.5. Northern Lights in 4th, 152. And Oaks in 5th with 136 points. So that wraps things up here from the Central Cass Letterman's tournament. And I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick. Had Joel Morgan in here saving the day with bringing in this fresh router and getting things going here and getting us up and broadcasting here live from the Central Cass Letterman's tournament. So until next year, everybody have safe travels and good night.